Sounds like you've thought about it, ma'am, which is really good about the steps you need to take upon parole. Is ATC, is that,
The drug and alcohol class. It's down at the hospital.
okay. That's good. And then did you say something about schooling, I think, as well?
Yeah, school. I would like to get into college and go to school.
What were you hoping to go to school for?
For my, what do you call it?
Like associates or bachelors?
Almost like a lawyer.
Oh, do you want to go for paralegal studies? Okay. That's good. Okay, ma'am. So just to kind of go over, and I appreciate you preparing that statement and really thinking about what you would like to have moving forward. So I really appreciate that, okay?
Okay.
So just to kind of go over procedurally how we got here. It looks like a special attention happened in October after parole violation original hearing. They noted that you were not currently prepared to parole for your November 5th date, that you were having some mental health issues, and that the department requested that you maintain compliance with your stability and compliance with your medication prior to a parole, and the board rescinded your parole date. So, what are you currently taking medication-wise, ma'am?
Like medical.
What medicines? Yeah.
I have a lot.
Okay, that's okay. And do you think they're helping?
Yeah, I've been taking them every day.
That's good. Do you plan on continue to take them moving forward?
Yes, that's my plan.
Okay. Are you taking them voluntarily?
Yeah.
Okay. That's good. And how's your mental health currently, ma'am?
My mental health is currently good. I'm stable
Good.
right now. So
kind of tell me what happened around October and how things maybe have changed or been the same since then. Why do you think that they wrote that you were having some issues back then?
I kept urinating everywhere.
Okay.
And so it was because of my meds. So they took me off the meds.
So, and is that changed since you have different
Yeah.
medication? Okay. And thank you for sharing that, ma'am.
Welcome.
So it looks like kind of go over and over your offense history. You've had some substance use issues, right?
Yeah.
How would you describe your current attitude towards substances?
That's why I wanted to get myself into the ACT, because I know that if I get myself in there, I know I will succeed, because that's something I want to do.
And it sounds like to maintain your sobriety, is that right?
Yeah.
That's good. And like you said, ma'am, you have no disciplinary violations, which is really good.
Yeah.
So you kind of talked about your release plan a little bit.
Yeah.
Which includes that, substance use and mental health treatment. So you don't have to give me an address. This is being live streamed, but is your plan to go to Ogden?
Yeah.
Okay, and do you have a house there? Do you have family there?
I have my husband, who's my support system.
Okay. So I'm assuming the house is there with your husband?
Yeah.
And then it sounds like you have that treatment center. Do you plan on working? I know you said college, you would like to go for paralegal studies.
I have a job lined up right now.
Okay. And what is that in, ma'am?
It is Cody Black's lawn and junk.
So like what kind of work is it?
It's a landscaping job.
Okay, that's good. Are there any other conditions or anything else that you think would help you on parole, make you successful,
No.
that the board could order? Anything else that you think would be helpful for you?
No, I pretty much got my plan into like taking my meds, go to college, and talk to my PO and all that other stuff.
That's good. That's good, ma'am. Just curious, have you thought about a mental health halfway house, or is that not something have you heard of the MHSS program?
No.
It's a mental health halfway house. It's at Orange Street for the women. And it helps with medication management and therapy. Is that something you want? Or are you hoping to parole with your husband?
I'm hoping to both my husband.
Okay,
But if not, then I would take Orange Street.
okay. For the mental health halfway
Yeah.
house? And it sounds like you'd like to go to Ogden.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's why I ask, what you think would be helpful to you. Okay, ma'am, those are all of my questions. From here, I'm a hearing officer. I make recommendations. The board ultimately decides. They're made up of 5 members. 3 of them have to come to one decision. That's the decision of the board. You should get that in writing within about 2 to 4 weeks. Your family members, your friends, anyone listening to this hearing via video can go to bop.utah.gov. As soon as we have the decision, we post it on our website. Just so you know, it's not immediate. It still takes time, but it's faster on our website, obviously, than the mail. So someone can look that up for you while you're waiting for your written decision. Okay, ma'am?
Okay.
And I would note your guideline has passed. That was the easiest way to think of that as a suggestion. It's based on a number of factors. The CCJJ issues them. It's obviously one of those factors is your offense. And I show it was 14 months or October 24th, 2024, which is passed and the board decides. I showed the expiration of your sentence, meaning the longest time the board could have jurisdiction over you, assuming no other offenses, is August 24th, 2028. Do you have any closing comments or questions for myself or for the board, ma'am?
No.
Okay, well, I appreciate you attending this hearing and your prepared statement. I've made notes of everything we've talked about today. That's what I've been doing. I've been listening and making notes, okay?
Okay.
I appreciate you attending this hearing. We'll go ahead and conclude. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, we are on the record. Today's the time and place set for a rescission hearing for Mr. Mohamed ZAID, offender number 233468. My name is Kelly Perry. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons. I've been informed that Mr. ZAID refused to attend the hearing. As he has refused to attend the hearing, we'll go ahead and conclude the hearing. Thank you so much. All right, we are on the record. Today's the time and place set for a parole violation original hearing for Mr. Thomas. Can you say your last name so I don't say it?
HOWERTON?
HOWERTON?
Yes,
Offender number 154063. Is that you, sir?
yes.
My name is Kelly Perry. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. As is an official proceeding, I do need to swear you in, so if you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you receive 7 days written notice of today's hearing?
I did.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
What's that?
Your blue disclosure packet?
I did.
Okay. And did you have a chance to review that?
I did.
Do you feel prepared to go forward with today's hearing?
Yeah, yes, I do. I've never talked to an attorney.
So a parole violation original hearing, an attorney is not at these hearings. I know when you have a parole violation hearing, an attorney is appointed to you. But since this is an original hearing on a parole violation, there are no attorneys.
Okay.
Did you any errors or corrections I should know about in your blue disclosure packet?
No.
So just to kind of tell you how today's going to go, sir, I'm going to go over procedurally how we got to this hearing. I'm going to go over your most recent offense. I will go over the allegations contained in the warrant, and I will be taking pleas from you, admit, deny, or no contest, and I'll tell you the rights associated with those. We'll go over any background questions I have, institutional behavior, and programming if you were released, what that would look like. And then at the end of the hearing, if you have further questions or comments, let me know, okay?
Okay.
And do you have any trouble hearing me, sir?
I'm getting it. I am hard of hearing, but I am.
We can get you headphones. Would you like some headphones?
No, I think I'll be okay.
Okay, it's not a problem if you,
I think I'll be okay.
okay, you let us know if you need any headphones, okay?
Thank you.
So, procedurally, it looks like you had a parole violation hearing occur in August of 2024, where you denied the allegations. A paper review was scheduled for November of last year to track pending case 241700264. And a scheduling review in December of last year, a parole violation original hearing was scheduled for now. The board noted no restitution had been claimed in case 241700264. Does that sound procedurally correct, sir?
I believe July 4th or June 9th is when I was arrested.
This is just procedurally what's happened at the board.
Oh,
that
okay.
sound-
As far as, yeah, I mean, that was all stuff I didn't really know about, but yeah.
Okay, so basically it sounds like they did some paper reviews to track the new case, and then now there's been a new case, okay? So in regards to the new case, I'm gonna give a brief description and ask any comments you have. The new case is 241700264. I show on June 9th, 2024, a trooper was dispatched to a single vehicle crash. The reporting party stated the male driver left the roadway and struck a tree. The ambulance crew had stopped the male about 30 yards away. An officer advised that the male, Mr. HOWERTON, was the driver. His upper eyelids were extremely droopy and his speech was mumbled. Once at the hospital, he seemed to nod off. He said he was on parole and he was doing well until the last couple of days where he, quote, self-destructed, unquote. He stated he had used mushrooms and alcohol and he had meth and heroin in his vehicle. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Anything you want to say about the offense?
I know. So I know that it's not really gonna make. I didn't wreck, thank God. I was lucky enough I coached to a stop, but I mean, my actions I could have wrecked, and so I'm fortunate that I didn't. And I'm fortunate that I didn't hurt anybody. I like it's so far out of character for me to behave like that. That I'm fortunate I didn't hurt myself or anybody else.
So, sir, obviously you've had some prior DUIs, right?
Yeah, so they were way 15 years ago or something like that. They were way back.
I mean, but that's concerning, right? Like this, you were under the influence during this offense too, right?
Yeah, I was I didn't think that, well, yeah, I was, you know, of course I didn't think that I was impaired at the time.
What were you using mushrooms and alcohol?
No, so that was the night before. So what had happened like 5 or 6 hours before that, I had used meth that ended up being fentanyl or something like that. And so it ended up putting me in an overdose state. And so, I mean, I'm not trying to minimize or cast like be a victim or something, but it ended up being fentanyl that I put in my system and caught that I don't know how to say this well. I don't even think I'm trying to be a victim, but I ended up getting meth that was fentanyl laced or something like that. And I chose to use it. I went into an overdose state, and that's why I
And you what,
coasted
sir?
off. I went into like an overdose state and I coasted off the road. So yeah, it is concerning.
Because obviously that's a public safety risk, right? To anybody driving, any
Yeah.
pedestrians, anybody on the road, it puts everybody at risk, right? So is there anything you would say about that?
Just that I'm very fortunate, and I thank God that I didn't hurt anybody and that I myself wasn't injured. And that it is very concerning. And I know that that I put people at risk, I put myself at risk, anything could happen, and I thank God that he guided me in a way that I didn't hurt anybody. However, it was out of character for who I am now. And
So why do you say it's out of character for you now?
because I'm not, I'm not the same person I was 15 years ago. This was a relapse. It wasn't continued use, and an attitude of I'm a victim and I deserve to do whatever I want and nobody else matters. That's who I was 10, 15 years ago. And it has been a rough ride for me, but it's been progressively, I've become a better person. And so that's why I say it's out of character, because this is something I don't do. I don't drive impaired. I haven't for over a decade, and it was a lapse of judgment that put people at risk.
So I want to make sure I get to the warrant allegations. So I'm going to go over each one of them, just so you know. I show 8 allegations. If you admit or no contest to any or all of them, sir, I want you to understand the rights that you're waiving. You're waiving your right to have the state prove at an evidentiary hearing by a preponderance of the evidence standard the allegations they maintain. They would have the ability to bring witnesses and exhibits. You would have a right to cross-examine them. You would have a right to bring your own witnesses and exhibits. If there were any unadjudicated criminal charges, you could remain silent. The board can make an inference from your silence. You would also have the right and be an appointed attorney for that evidentiary hearing. Do you have any, or if you admit or no contest to any or all of these allegations, do you understand that you're waiving those rights, sir?
Yes, I do.
So first allegation, by having committed or having been convicted of a new criminal offense or violated a court order, driving under the influence on or about June 9th, 2024. Admit, deny, or no contest?
So, I did plead that down to an impaired driving.
So I understand. So, and I know that's confusing. So I understand that there's a criminal matter, right, where you've had that case adjudicated. This is the warrant allegations for the board. So there's 2 different standards.
Okay.
So, and you're welcome to plead how you want to. I just want you to understand they're 2 different matters, okay? So I'm going to repeat it and you can tell me how you would like to plead. 1, by having committed or having been convicted of a new criminal offense or violated a court order, driving under the influence on or about June 9th, 2024. Admit, deny, or no contest.
It's confusing.
And yeah, and so there's a criminal matter
Yeah.
where you went to court, right? And this is what's called an administrative matter, where there's a different standard. So in a criminal court, you have a beyond a reasonable doubt standard, right? This is a preponderance of the evidence standard, but you plea however you want to, okay? They're just 2 different proceedings. And I understand in the criminal matter that you've had this adjudicated, you pled to the charge that you did and had other charges dismissed. But this is a administrative proceeding, okay, through the board. So you plea however you want to. I just want you to understand they're 2 different proceedings because you sounded a little confused, okay? So number 1, by having committed or having been convicted of a new criminal offense or violated a court order, driving under the influence on or about June 9th, 2024.
I will plead guilty to that.
Admit.
Yes, ma'am, I admit.
Okay. Number 2, by having committed or having been convicted of a new criminal offense or violated a court order, possession of a controlled substance on or about June 9th, 2024. Admit, deny, or no contest?
Does it say what the substance was?
It just says possession of a controlled substance.
Because I'll plead guilty. I admit to the possession of meth.
And I'll make a note of meth. Sir. Number 3, by having committed or having been convicted of a new criminal offense or violated a court order, possession or a controlled substance on or about June 9th, 2024. I want you to know, sir, this is about to repeat itself. They repeated itself for 2, 3, and 4, the same thing. So it doesn't list a controlled substance. It just is the same thing again. Possession of a controlled substance on or about June 9th, 2024.
Deny.
Deny. Okay. Number 4, by having committed or having been convicted of a new criminal offense or violated a court order, possession of a controlled substance on or about June 9th, 2024.
So this is the third one or the
And this is the last one. The last one. Yeah, because they did allegations 2, 3, and 4 all the same.
Okay, I admit to 1 and 2.
So you admit to allegation 2 of possession of a controlled substance, allegation number 3, possession of a controlled substance. Deny. And then what about the last one?
4.
Possession.
Deny. 4.
Okay. All right. Allegation number 5, by having committed or having been convicted of a controlled substance or violated court order, possession of a controlled substance, marijuana, on or about June 9th, 2024.
Deny.
Deny. Number 6, by having committed or having been convicted of a new criminal offense or violated court order, possession of drug paraphernalia on or about June 9th, 2024.
Deny.
Number 7, by having committed or having been convicted of a new criminal offense or violated court order, open container and or drinking alcohol in a vehicle on or about June 9th, 2024.
Deny.
And last one, sir, by having used, possessed, consumed, or had access to alcoholic beverages on or about June 9th, 2024, in violation of condition 3 of the dual diagnosis mental health substance use conditions.
Deny.
All right, sir. So I show admit to allegations 1 and 2. Based on that, I can revoke your prior parole and also take judicial notice of the new case. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So, sir, it does appear, looking over your criminal history, that substances have been an issue. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So what's your current attitude towards substances?
I hate them
Okay. And why do you say that?
because when I use, I end up giving up my free will. And I mean, it's like I said, I turn myself into a victim, but worse, I make other people victims because things like this happen. Like I gave up my choice, and I put others and myself at risk. I've got my mom is aging. I've got a grandbaby that'll be 2 in September. My oldest daughter has just, before this, thank God I was there for her, but she lost her baby, 36 weeks in.
Sorry to hear that.
And, and that's why I hate them. I hate drugs. My son, it's just, they don't have the father figure they need in their lives. And so I have been in treatment, and I continue to stay in treatment when I'm on the outs. I was in treatment at the time. I had a lapse of judgment that was tremendously traumatic for me and everyone involved. And I can't express how much I just hate. I hate them. I hate drugs, and I miss my family, and they need their father, and I need them.
And I'm making notes of everything you're saying, sir. I am listening, okay? And I would note that you had about 7 months on parole, and I show, according to the warrant request, that you were doing well initially. It sounded like things were going well. So what happened to change that? And how, if you were paroled again, how would it be the same or different moving forward?
So I was struggling to get a job. I live in East Carbon. It's maybe 2,000 people, 1,000 to 2,000 people, very small town. We're like 30 miles from a Walmart. That's how, it's out there. And the 23 miles in between, there's nothing, you know what I mean? And I would go almost door to door and try to hustle up work because I couldn't find a job and I needed to stay busy. And I allowed myself to start pitying myself, like, oh, life's not fair, blah, blah, blah. And instead of embracing the struggle and the discipline that I was gaining, I fell into a pity party type thing. And I started feeling like, oh, well, I deserve this or I deserve that. and all that false pride. And then I just, once I let it chip into me, I just dived into it and boom, lost everything. I thought, you know, and it's been such an eye opener. I'm too young and I'm too old to keep doing this. And I meet people in here that are content. They come in, they've got their friends that expect them to come back. They give them clothes and food and they just settle right in. And I can't allow myself to be that comfortable. I have been brought up too well. I've got too good of a mother that has poured too much into me. I've got children that act more grown up than I do. And it's very humbling to be able to see that now, to be as selfless as I am now. And I know it doesn't look that way because I did get a DUI, whether I pled it down to impaired driving or not. That is so selfish. And I see these things on TV where people are getting hurt from people that are on substances driving, and I can't express how fortunate I am and how grateful I am to God that it didn't turn out that way. I could have taken anybody's children or family out. My son happened to be on that road that day coming to see me, and I could have swerved and hit him. And then when I realized that, I realized I could hit anybody's son. And that's what, like God used that to show me, and it just tore me down. I can't do this again, and I won't.
Okay.
This has been the worst and best experience probably in my life.
And I realize I'm asking difficult questions, sir, so I appreciate your insight, okay? So you talked about treatment. How do you see treatment moving forward?
I would probably, well, not probably, I would enroll in, now they've got a treatment right there in East Carbon at the Carbon Clinic, and I would just continue to go into outpatient care, where I'm supervised with urinalysis and behavioral therapy and one-on-ones.
Is there any particular reason why you would like outpatient versus inpatient?
Because I want to be with my family, and I feel like I've had the change in my heart. I've been in treatment for the last 20 years or more, you know, and I think whether I go outpatient or inpatient, everything's going to be so repetitive, but now it's past time for me to implicate that in my life.
How's your,
Sorry.
oh no, go ahead.
So I have the tools, I just haven't been using them.
Okay. How's your mental health, sir?
Better now than it has been. I've been on medication since I've been in to help with impulse control and PTSD,
What are you taking, sir?
Terrazosol, and that's for PTSD. And then Triliptol was one that it expired. I'm waiting to see mental health now, but it was for impulse control. And I've been on Suboxone for the last 9 months.
And what do you think of those medications?
What do I think? I've actually, with the mental health drugs, I've actually been able to like almost sit back and see myself analyze situations and not dive in. I've still, you know, it's still been a process, but I've been more self-aware now than I think I have been for years.
That's good. Do you plan on continuing them, sir?
I plan on absolutely.
Okay, that's good. Sir, going over your disciplinaries, I do show a July 2024 for substance use. Can you tell me about that?
So that was my medication that I get. It was from the MAT treatment. So I was in R&O. I'd been on the Suboxone for about 5 weeks, and all of a sudden my prescription stopped. They didn't have, since I went from Carbon County Jail to Gunnison, and Gunnison doesn't house MAT treatment. So they moved me from there to here. Well, something happened, a hiccup in my paperwork, and I ended up being without the Suboxone for 2 or 3 days, and it freaked me out. So I cheeked some, or I don't know if you know that expression. So I panicked and I cheeked some, and I had some myself because I didn't want to go into withdrawal again. And the cell ended up getting searched. They said they're searching the cell. I said that there's Suboxone. under my mattress.
Okay.
And the same thing for the next disciplinary treatment.
Okay.
It was lapse of judgment and stupid. It was stupid.
All right, sir. Sir, those are all of my questions. From here, I'm a hearing officer. I make recommendations. The board ultimately decides. They're made up of 5 members. 3 of them have to come to one decision. That's the decision of the board. You should get that in writing within 2 to 4 weeks.
Okay.
Your family members or friends, anyone listening to this hearing via video, you can go to bop.utah.gov. As soon as we have the decision, we post it on our website. It's not immediate, still takes time, but it's faster on our website than the mail, so someone can look that up for you while you're waiting for your written decision. I note your guidelines, sir, is 12 months or June 9th, 2025.
Yes, ma'am.
The easiest way to think of that's a suggestion. The board can obviously go below that date, they can go above that date, they can do the same date they ultimately decide. And I show the expiration of your sentence, meaning the longest time the board could have jurisdiction over you, assuming no other offenses, is March 3rd, 2036. Do you have any closing comments or questions for myself or for the board?
Just, I mean, I think I've expressed everything. I just, I'm ashamed of my actions. I'm ashamed of my actions. Y'all probably hear that all the time, but the truth behind it is I really am ashamed of my actions, and I'm more self-aware now than I ever have, feel like I ever have been, and I feel like I'm honestly ready to continue forward with my life and put this childish behavior behind me. I could have hurt somebody, and I'm very fortunate I didn't hurt myself or anybody else, and I'm not going to take that lightly, no matter what happens going forward.
Okay. Well, I appreciate all your comments, sir. I appreciate you attending this hearing. I made notes of all of them. We'll go ahead and conclude. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
All right, we are on the record. Today's the time and place set for a parole violation original hearing for Mr. Bryant Davidson, offender number 162590. Is that you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Kelly Perry. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be
Okay.
conducting your hearing today.
All right.
As this is an official proceeding, I do need to swear you in. So if you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you receive 7 days written notice of today's hearing?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, I did.
And did you have a chance to review that?
Yes, I did.
Do you feel prepared to go forward with today's hearing?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Are there any errors or corrections I should know about in that blue disclosure packet before we begin today?
No, there's no.
Okay. So just to kind of tell you how today's going to go, sir, I'm going to go over procedurally how we got to this hearing. I'll go over your most recent offense.
Okay.
I'll go over the allegations contained in the warrant. I'll need an admit, deny, or no contest to each one of them. I'll tell you the rights associated with that before we go over each one of those, okay?
Okay.
We'll go over any background questions I have, institutional behavior and programming, if you were released, what that would look like. And at the end of the hearing, if you have further questions or comments, to let me know, okay?
Okay.
So it looks like you had a parole violation hearing in October of last year. The board noted your denials to allegations 1 through 5, took judicial notice of pending case 2419-02071 and scheduled a paper review.
Mhm.
In a scheduling review in January of this year, a parole violation original hearing was ordered for now. They returned that case number to the court to determine restitution and forward to the Office of State Debt Collection. Does that sound procedurally correct, sir?
Yes.
Okay. In regards to your most recent offense, I do show case 2419-02071. I show on July 5th, 2024, the victim reported his bag had been stolen while he was shopping at a local store. The bag contained his ID documents and some of his family members. He left the bag outside. Surveillance showed a male, Mr. Davidson, shopping in the store and looking at the bag. He then moved his car to a different parking spot. He walked back to the area where the bag was sitting. He looked up at cameras, trying to avoid them. He left the area with what appeared to be his bag in his hand. Later that month, officers responded to his home. He admitted to being at the store and seeing the bag, but denied taking it. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Anything you want to say about the offense?
So with the allegation of them saying that, I was reserved in the store and looking at the bags, that's impossible because the bags were outside. And they're on the sidewalk, and, when I was seen standing there, I was smoking on my e-cigarette, and I was out on the sidewalk, and that's where I had moved my car because I'd filled it up with my groceries. I still had my other grocery cart full of soda pop to get, and I left it right there in the breezeway inside the store. So, because of how the amount I had, $300 of food in my cart. So it's difficult to push that. So I pushed the car, loaded it up, moved my car to where I could see it, smoking my e-cigarette because I'd been in the store for a long time, a couple hour and a half, and then I grabbed my cart and I pushed it out to the store. I pushed it out and into my car. So there's no video of me at all going to my car. There was no video of me pushing the cart with my soda in it or carrying it back. And if they would have known, if they had video of me, they would have known I was pushing the shopping cart. So, I did an alpha plea on this case. I think it's alpha plea, is that right? Correct?
Yes, sir.
To get it amended, or get it closed out, because I don't have a good capability of dealing with going to court, transporting, and doing all this time with when they sit there and drag the case out. I mean, like last time I did 2 years dragging the case out and fighting it, and that's it's very detrimental to your mind. So, I did the alpha plea and just to get the case closed and behind me.
Okay, sir. All right, sir, I want to go over the allegations contained in the warrant. I see 7. I need an admit, deny, or no contest to each of them. I want you to understand, sir, if you plead admit or no contest to any or all of these allegations, the rights that you're waiving your right to have the state prove at an evidentiary hearing by a preponderance of the evidence standard the allegations they maintain. They would have the ability to bring witnesses and exhibits. You would have a right to cross-examine them. You would have a right to bring your own witnesses and exhibits. If there were any unadjudicated criminal charges, you could remain silent. The board can make an inference from your silence. You would also have the right and be an appointed attorney. Do you understand if you plead admit or no contest to any or all of these allegations that you're waiving those rights, sir?
Am I on trial again or something?
So I understand this can be confusing, right? So,
Yes,
so you had a criminal case.
yeah,
And that case has been adjudicated, which we just went over.
Yeah.
But you also have warrant allegations that are part of the board, and they are different standards. So you have a criminal case, which is a beyond a reasonable doubt standard. It's also a court. This is an administrative proceeding where you have allegations in a warrant, which I need to go over. And some of them could sound like what you just went over in your criminal case, but they're 2 different proceedings with 2 different standards. And you can plead any way you want. I'm not telling you how to plead. You can plead admit, deny, or no contest. I just want you to understand if you plead admit or no contest, the rights that you're waiving. Do you understand that, sir?
yeah, but what does a warrant have to do with this now?
So the warrant
Yeah.
allege some of the same facts. Now, I don't know if all of them are the same, but some of the same facts as what happened in that criminal case.
Okay,
And so there also could be other allegations as well, okay, that we're going over. But there could be overlap between the criminal case, right, and then the allegations contained in the warrant. And I have to procedurally go over those allegations in the warrant. Do you understand? Is that helping you?
no, I'm really confused because I've never been through a board hearing where where they've done this before, when a case is
So
closed.
you've never done a PV hearing? Or
Yes, but
okay.
I've never had anything come up. like
with an
this.
original? Okay, so like I said, yeah, they're two different proceedings. One's a court proceeding with your new case, and then this is the parole violation, the allegations contained in the warrant.
Okay,
And so,
Okay.
does that help you?
yeah. That's
Okay. So number one, by having committed or having been convicted of a new criminal offense or violated a court order, unlawfully possess ID of another's documents of 1 to 2 individuals, a misdemeanor, or by having associated with a person involved in that criminal activity on or about July 24th, 2024. Admit, deny, or no contest.
So, do I enter the same thing like Alfred plea, or, because I didn't admit to the charges, I just
So you could,
accepted the plea deal.
so I can take it, admit, deny, or no contest plea.
I admit.
And I can also take judicial notice of the new case as well, sir. Okay. Number 2, by having committed or having been convicted of a new criminal offense or violated a court order, theft, 2 qualifying priors, and 10 years of misdemeanor, or by having associated with a person involved in that criminal activity on or about July 24th, 2024. Admit, deny, or no contest.
That's the same one, right?
So so the previous one was an unlawfully possessed ID, and this one's now for theft.
Oh, that was, okay, so ma'am, that was my girlfriend's ID.
Okay, so
But
I'm not,
that charge was dropped.
so do you want to deny the first one?
Yes.
Okay, so what about number 2, theft?
The theft is the,
Admit, deny, or no contest.
that's the one at the store, right?
Theft on or about July 24th, 2024.
Yeah, I guess admit.
Okay. Number 3, by having had in his possession materials that act as sexual stimulus for his deviancy on or about July 24th, 2024, in violation of condition G of the Group A sex offender agreement.
There's no contest or whatever. There's
No
nothing
contest?
on my phone. He gave my phone back. Yeah,
So no contest?
yes.
Okay. Number 4, by having failed to participate in sex offender therapy on or about July 24th, 2024, in violation of condition A of the Group A sex offender agreement.
And I had that, I deny that because I was just waiting for an open seat.
Okay.
I was already in treatment, it's just waiting for the seat. And I asked, last hearing, I asked my PO to, I don't know why he's not present, but I asked him to verify that before this hearing.
So yeah, just so you know, since this is in a parole violation original hearing, they're not like a PV hearing, a
No,
parole violation hearing,
no.
where you'd have your agent there, where you'd have an attorney there,
Yeah.
a little bit different.
So he still should have sent in documentation because I asked him to send it in.
I'll make note that you said you were already trying to get into treatment.
Yeah,
Okay.
I was in treatment. I was
Okay.
just waiting for the seat. I already been approved, everything. They're just availability in the seat.
Okay.
So,
Number 4, you deny. Number 5, by having failed to comply with Utah sex offender registration and or DNA requirements in violation of condition N of the Group A sex offender agreement.
so that's the vehicle registration and, right?
It says, yeah, something in the Utah sex offender registration. So I would,
Yeah, so no, I deny that as well because, it was registered before, 5 months before that. And he knew I was driving it that day and he registered it that day when I checked in, first checked in.
okay. Number-
So, and I was driving it every day. My PO knew that the whole time. Plus he knew, I also just registered, several other vehicles, off-road vehicles. And I gave him a copy of all them registrations too. Just a week prior to him making these allegations.
And I'm making notes of everything you're saying, so I want you to know I am listening, okay?
All right.
There's 2 more allegations. Number 6, by having committed or having been convicted of a new criminal offense or violated a court order, burglary felony 3, or having been associated with a person involved in that criminal activity on or about August 19th, 2024.
Deny.
And last one, sir. Number 7, by having committed or having been convicted of a new criminal offense or violated court order, theft, $1,500 to $4,999, felony 3, or having associated with that person involved in that criminal activity on or about August 19th, 2024.
I deny.
Okay, sir.
Those charges were dropped.
And I
Yeah.
did see that. So I can take your admissions, revoke your prior parole and take judicial notice of the new case.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, sir. So you said you were trying to get into treatment for sex offenders. Is that right?
So no, I was I was just gonna clarify that. I signed contract, everything. The contract is still signed with Alpha. It's so, and.
So you can go back to
I-
Alpha?
Yep, and I just met with them again. I gave them my insurance. They verified my insurance. So, he was just waiting for the open seat. I was supposed to start that week or the next week.
Okay.
So there's just availability in class why I wasn't in. And that's out of my control.
Okay.
So, but my contract was signed for
And I
the
appreciate
treatment.
the clarification, sir.
Yep.
So, sir, I don't think I have to tell you, but you've had a couple paroles. You've had, I show 6.
Yes, yes.
And so, what's different? If you were paroled this time, why do you think it would be the same or different moving forward?
Well, in the past, I started getting high. This time I wasn't getting high. And actually, I was doing really good out there. And I want to bring up the fact that I have an 82-year-old mother at home. And I was in the middle of putting in a new sewer system. Now, he says he also has allegations in there of me not getting a job, but my home was built in 1964. That's when my grandpa added on to it. And I've been locked up so long, in and out, that my home is depleted so bad that I have a full-time job at home. Not let alone, I've always worked for myself. I'm as a general contractor, so I do contract labor. So I've been working the whole time, and I still have 3 contracts out there with my neighbors, and one's directly across the street from me. I'm doing a well for them. Was just hooking up the pumps and electrical to it and putting the cap on top of the well when I was arrested. Also have a contract down the street for doing a roof on, I did his trees, and now I have a contract for doing his roof on his cabin. This is 3 doors down from me. Up around the corner on Pioneer Road, I have a contract with the business as well. So I have work out there, but I have such a burden at home that the home needs to be dealt with. And my mom's home, like she sent a letter stating about the furnace went out this time when I was gone, and I have a new furnace there, but they didn't install it. She had to go get a home loan on that to increase our payment. But what I'm getting at is she's sitting there with 200 feet of trenches from the house to the street, because we're a pressurized sewer system and it's not hooked up. She's using the porta potty outside of this arrest, and it's very sad because I was doing very good out there. I was checking in, I was clean, only had one dirty, and that was the first time I checked in. And that's not, to me, that's not using, that's just a slip up, you know? And he told me to get in treatment, which I had all that arranged with Alpha. So, but I was clean. I was clean, man. And then I go to the grocery store and I end up with the charge that I shouldn't have been charged with. So, and I'm not making excuses. I'm not trying to downplay what's happened. I entered the Alpha plea on my own recognizance. I accept that on the charge. And this is my, acceptance of that. But what I was trying to say is I'm dyslexic. So there's a great need for me to be out there, and I've been clean this whole time in here too. I'm in solid. I'm due to go up to a senior position or senior
When will that be
level.
happening?
What's that?
When will that be happening, sir?
At the end of the month, I level up this month to a senior, and I've had positive C notes. I've had a job the whole time, just like I do on the streets. So and if you look at my history, every time I'm in prison, I've never had a dirty in here. I've had one refusal because I got a shy bladder, and that's just what happened. I went over the 2-hour mark, so he gave me a refusal. But then I still produced a mouth swab at that time, which I was clean, because I paid for that, and but they still give you, that was back in 2011, I think, 2012, and I've never had a write-up besides that. It's been a very long time since I've had a write-up. And I think last one was possession of another inmate's property, electronics. And I bought a TV off the block, and that was back in Draper. And, but I think that was a B write-up. So, but other than that, I, I stick to the rules and I follow the rules. And my history should show that, you know, every time I've been here, I've had a job and I work. So the allegations of my POC and I don't work is not right. Because it should be able to show my history in here, how much time I've done. You should be able to see what kind of person I am. I'm pretty stand up and I'm straightforward and I have good rapport with all the COs and inmates. I don't cause problems. I don't get in fights. I don't cause problems for the staff either, no matter who the staff is, civilian or officers. And I think I have positive C notes on that. And my case managers all give me high regards. And so do my peers. I'm a UCI employee. I'm in the print shop and I do exceptional work.
Okay. And how's your mental health, sir?
My mental health is okay. I'm a little stressed out, a little, you know, because the problems at home have been really depressing, you know, because it's really hard to see, you know, my mother go through that kind of stuff, but she's fixed income, can't afford to do that stuff.
Okay.
It breaks my heart.
I'm sorry to hear that, sir. Are you taking any mental health medication?
Yes, I am.
What are you taking, sir?
So I take duloxetine for anxiety and um, I don't remember now.
That's okay. And do you plan on do you like them?
Yes. I
Do you plan on continuing to use them moving
Yeah.
forward?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so those are all of my questions from here. I'm a hearing officer. I make recommendations. The board ultimately decides. They're made up of 5 members. 3 of them have to come to one decision. That's the decision of the board.
Mhm.
You should get that in writing within 2 to 4 weeks.
Okay.
Your family members, your friends, anyone listening to this hearing via video can go to bop.utah.gov. As soon as we have the decision, we post on our website.
Okay.
It's not immediate. It still takes time. It's obviously faster on the website than the mail, so someone can tell you what that decision is and look up that decision while you're waiting for the written one.
Yep.
I note your guidelines, sir, is 16 months or November 30th, 2025. I want you to understand that's just a suggestion. The board can go below that date, above that date, same date they decide what happens moving forward. It's based on a number of factors, obviously one of them being your offense. And the expiration of your sentence, meaning the longest time the board could have jurisdiction over you, assuming no other offenses, is July 29th, 2029. I would also note, sir, that I did receive that letter of support and I reviewed it and it's part of the file.
Okay.
Do you have any closing comments or questions for myself or for the board?
No, ma'am. Just thank you for seeing me.
Well, I appreciate you attending this hearing. I've been making notes of everything we've been talking about today. We'll go ahead and conclude. Thank you.
Okay, and you said the projected date is November what?
30th, 2025. That's the guideline.
Oh, that's.
The
guidelines.
easiest way to think of it is a suggestion.
Okay.
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 All right.
Right. Thank you, ma'am.
You have a nice day, sir.
You too.
All right, we are on the record. Today is the time and place set for parole violation original hearing for Mr. Joshua Varney, offender number 204612. Is that you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Kelly Perry. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting your hearing today. As is an official proceeding, I do need to swear you in, so if you could please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you receive 7 days written notice of today's hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you receive your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have a chance to review that?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you feel prepared to go forward with today's hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are there any errors or corrections I should know about in that blue disclosure packet before we begin today?
No, ma'am.
So just to kind of tell you how today's going to go, sir, I'm going to go over procedurally how we got to this hearing. I'm going to go over your most recent offense. It looks like there's 2 allegations contained in the warrant. I will need an admit, deny, or no contest to each of those allegations. I will tell you the rights associated with those allegations prior to us going over them.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll go over any background questions I have, institutional behavior and programming, if you were released, what that would look like. And then at the end of the hearing, if you have further questions or comments, let me know, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So it looks like a parole violation hearing happened in May of 2024, where you denied the allegations. The board scheduled a paper review to track that new case number 241900344. And a scheduling review in September of last year, a parole violation original hearing was scheduled for now with sex offender assessment and cognitive behavioral therapy as a contingency. The board noted no restitution in that new case. Does that sound procedurally correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
In regards to that new case, I show case number 241900344. I show on February 3rd, 2024, Mr. Varney was found loitering at a convenience store. He provided his identification, advised he was on parole. He was on the sex offender registry. Officers located a small container in his pocket with a white crystal-like residue consistent with meth. He was not living at the address listed on the sex offender registry. He said he'd been staying at an unlisted address for over 3 weeks and had stayed in 3 different rooms during those 3 weeks. He claimed he had advised his agent of this. Officers spoke with Mr. Varney's agent, who advised Mr. Varney had mentioned he was staying at an unlisted address, but was never able to provide specifics. He was taken into custody. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
That's correct. Any comments you have about the offense?
No, ma'am.
So why weren't you providing your agent with the address?
So it was a hotel, and it was only 3 times, maybe 4 times in the last 3 weeks, and that's what I told the officers. I don't know where they got that I was staying there the whole time, because it was $75 a night. I barely had enough money to feed myself, much less stay there. But I was shoveling their driveways and their whole parking lot, and they let me stay there a night or 2. Other than that, I was staying at the Ogden shelter.
And I'm just making notes of everything you're saying,
That's-
sir. I am listening.
Yes, ma'am. And that's about it. And then me and my parole officer did talk, and he said to make sure I give him the room number and where I was staying that night. And I was going to do that, but I haven't had a chance. Literally the next day, that's when I got in trouble.
Okay. Sir, it does seem like going over your paroles, though, that this has kind of been being evasive about the address has been something that's happened prior,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
So I guess my concern is it seems like this has been a repetitive issue. How do you plan on dealing with that issue moving forward?
So before, I've been so anxious to get out of the halfway house and not be in the halfway house. As soon as I got enough money to get out, I was getting out. Well, I've been talking to my therapist and mental health therapist and a couple CPSSs in this solid program. And right now I'm doing an action plan to set up at least $3,000 before I get out. How much money is going to be saved, and have an actual plan to get out instead of just going forward and doing it.
So can you kind of give me a picture of this plan that you've set up for
So
yourself?
before I get out of the halfway house, well, first of all, I filled out, because before, my main problem is I lost my job. My ID got expired. I had no social security card, no birth certificate, and I can't get none of the 3 without one or the other. And I couldn't get it. No matter how hard I tried. Even my parole officer was trying to help me get a job. Like, it was horrendous. But in here, you guys now allow social security card and birth certificate papers that you can fill out and get it. So I've done those already.
Sounds like you started the process.
Yeah,
That's
that was
good.
the first, as soon as they said you can fill it out, it's the first thing I did.
Good.
And so now if I save up $3,500 before I even try to get out a note. That's first month's rent, last month's rent, and a little bit of rent if something bad happens. So I have a little bit of a nest egg. And use I'm hoping I still go to out treatment patient therapy. And I was using them last time as a support system because I don't really have a support system.
What outpatient treatment were you thinking of?
Alpha.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's way helpful to be, especially going there and be able to talk about some of the stuff going on with actually having people understand. So that's my plan to make sure I stay out, is to have a nest egg, build up little by little, and use my support system instead of just trying to go gung ho and do it.
And it does sound like, sir, that you've thought about this, and that you are taking action on your plan, which is good. And it shows that you would like to be successful, and that's good. All right, so I want to go over the allegations contained in the warrant. I showed 2. I need an admit, deny, or no contest to each or all of them. Or I need an admit or no contest to each of the allegations. I want you to understand if you plead admit or no contest to either of them or both of them, what the rights that you're waiving. If you plead admit or no contest, you're waiving your right to have the state prove in an evidentiary hearing by a preponderance of the evidence standard, the allegations the state maintains. They would have the ability to bring witnesses and exhibits. You would have a right to cross-examine them. You would have a right to bring your own witnesses and exhibits. If there were any unadjudicated criminal charges, you could remain silent. The board can make an inference from your silence. You would also have the right and appoint an attorney. Do you understand if you plead admit or no contest to either or both of these allegations that you're waiving those rights, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Number 1, by having committed or having been convicted of a new criminal offense or violated a court order, failure to register, or by having associated with that person involved in that criminal activity on or about February 3rd, 2024. Admit, deny, or no contest. Number 2, by having committed or having been convicted of a new criminal offense or violated a court order, possession of drug paraphernalia, or having associated with a person involved in that criminal activity on or about February 3rd, 2024.
No contest.
Okay, so, and I can take judicial notice of the new case and revoke your prior parole. Okay, so kind of going over your last parole, and I appreciate you telling me things that maybe would be different moving forward. I think in the warrant request, it noted initially that you did well.
Started off really good.
But that things started issues. So, so kind of what happened that caused some issues?
So it all started when I got fired and I couldn't find another job because my ID expired. Well, I couldn't get a new ID without a birth certificate, and couldn't get a birth certificate without a social security card. And then, so it's my fault initially 100%, because I could have took $300 from my last check instead of paying rent for another month. I could have went and got the documents, because I'm not from the state, so it takes a little longer and money to get them here. And I could have went from there, but I was trying to have Utah help me get it from Texas and get it shipped over here. I went through like 10 or 15 different people, couldn't get it, paid my rent just so I had another place to stay for a little longer. And it was just a downhill spiral from there.
Were you using?
No. The only thing I was ever on was my own medication.
And was that mental health medication? Was that,
No. Mental health.
and what are you currently taking any mental health medication?
No.
And what are you taking?
Right now I'm on Abilify and Parole.
And what do you think of those medications?
They help a lot.
Do you plan on continue
Oh, yeah.
using?
Oh, yeah.
Are they voluntary medications? Are you taking them voluntarily, or are they an involuntary medication?
So I'm taking them for one, because I need them, and I know I need them.
Okay.
For two, because the board says I have to be on medication, period. Like, me without medication is bad. And that's a couple of times why I ended up back, so I didn't have medication.
Okay, and I think you're answering it, but I'm just gonna clarify. Are you on a forced medication order?
No.
Okay.
No, it's something I need.
Okay. All right, so one of the things I want to make sure I get to is that sex offender assessment. Do you remember receiving that, sir?
I think so, yeah.
It had your risk level, it had some recommendations. Yeah. What'd you think of it before I go over specifics of it?
Thought it was all right. I didn't have an issue with it or not like that.
Okay, so it noted you were average risk. It said that you had, that you were recommended to complete sex offender aftercare treatment, as is anyone convicted of a sex offense. It said that you need to complete any other treatment as directed by the parole agreement, and that you're recommended to complete moral recognition therapy, MRT, due to some pro-criminal thinking, as well as substance use issues. What do you think of those recommendations?
So I have to complete MRT in here or on the street?
It didn't specify, and just so you know that this is it's sex offenders recommendation, the sex offender treatment program's recommendation.
Yeah,
The board would decide if that's a requirement, right? So it didn't specify. So you could tell me what you feel about either.
Well, I've
in
already done
prison-
it once, so I mean, they at Nuke, they allow you to do it at Nuke. So it's a program inside of Nuke, which I've already done it once. I liked it. I liked the program.
So you're saying you'd like to do it in the community?
Yeah, it was really beneficial.
What about those other recommendations?
The out treatment patient therapy is a must. Like
You mean the sex offender aftercare?
Yeah, that's a must. Not because I need it, but because it's a huge benefit to me to have that support system that I can go talk to people that understand what's going on. I can come out and be like, hey, this is the issues. It's a huge help for me mentally and physically trying to stay out permanently.
Okay. And then the last one was, well, I guess any other treatment that the board recommends. So, all right. So are you currently gang affiliated?
No.
Do you know why that
So they had me as a juggalo, but I haven't been a juggalo since I come to prison. I was like, nope, I'm good on that. And
so is this something recently that changed? Like you were, and then when you came to,
Yeah.
so when did you drop out of your gang?
2012, 2013.
Okay, so maybe I'm confused because you said you just recently dropped out, but then
Mhm.
2012, oh,
I'm trying to get it where there's no affiliation, no nothing.
are you working on the modified?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. I'm trying to, I got like 6 months left.
You have some 6 months left on the modified program?
Yes, ma'am, and then it's completely gone.
And that's why I ask questions, right? Because I don't want to misinterpret what you're saying. Okay, and then I showed you completed Captain Your Story, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you think of that program?
Oh, I loved it.
And why do you say that?
So this is one reason why I chose to sit down and think of why did I fail last time? It was because of the vision of Captain Your Story showed you what you put out there is what you get. So if you put out there, I'm only do this, I'm gonna try to struggle, I'm gonna try to do it. No, let's go ahead and get a program. Let's get this set up. Let's get this mount. And that's what I did to Captain Your Story. So I learned a lot about myself, about how you help others to help you, how to move forward in life. It was really good.
Good.
I
I'm
enjoyed
glad to hear that. And it sounds like I said at the beginning of this hearing, you noted exactly what you wanted for your plan, and it sounds like you've retained that information, which is good. So one of the things that I was a little concerned about that I wanted to give you a chance to address at this hearing was that a special attention was submitted in June 2023, where it noted that you had some contact with someone that you weren't supposed to have contact with. I think it was an ex and your daughter.
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me what happened with that.
So my ex wants to have a relationship with me because she wants to have a family. She's the only support system I have in period, like in my whole life. I've known her since high school. We've been together for 20-something years. So she texts me on Facebook like, hey, I want you to be a part of your daughter's life. I want you to talk to her. I asked my PO. My PO was like, not this one, my PO in Nuke. And he says, you can talk to your daughter, you can't talk to your old lady because the board department said that I can't have contact with Christina. So I was like, all right. So I'll talk to my daughter. And then he's like, later on, he's like, well, as of right now, I'm not really sure how this is going to go. Let's just go ahead and take them both off right now until you see the board and get it all figured out on your own. I'm like, okay. And he went from there and said, you can't contact her again.
So I guess I'm a little confused. So you ended up having contact with your daughter or not having contact?
Having contact with my daughter.
And is she the victim in your sex offense? Okay. Is she a minor?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, sir, I would just, I don't know what the board's gonna do, right? I'm a hearing officer. I make recommendations. They ultimately decide. But I would just say, if you have some of those same conditions, and I think it's very likely based on your offense, with
Yeah.
minors, that you make sure you're communicating to whoever your parole officer is, and that you make sure that that is approved, if that is approved.
Yes, ma'am.
But you communicate that first before there's any
Yeah,
contact,
that's-
right?
That's why as soon as she contacted me, I'm like, well, let me go over here and talk to him real quick.
But she is not the victim, right?
No.
All right, sir. And then if you were released, it sounds like you want to go to Nuke initially. And then any plans for work? Oh, I apologize. Did you say anything, plans for
So I'm
work?
trying to start my own company up.
Okay.
And through Captain Your Story, I have a business plan and everything set up and ready to go. But other than that, I can do heavy machinery. I can do construction, anything that I've already done most of the work. There's a lot of work up there, so.
Okay. All right, so those are all of my questions. From here, I'm a hearing officer. I make recommendations. The board ultimately decides. They're made up of 5 members. 3 of them have to come to one decision. That's the decision of the board. You should get that in writing within 2 to 4 weeks. Your family members, your friends, anyone listening to this hearing via video can go to bop.utah.gov. As soon as we have the decision, we post on our website. It's not immediate, it still takes time, but it's faster on our website than the mail, so someone can look that up for you and tell you what that decision is while you're waiting for your written decision. I would note your guideline, sir, is 14 months or April 3rd, 2025. I want you to understand that's just a suggestion, easiest way to think about it. The CCJJ issued them. They're based on a number of factors, obviously one of them being your offenses, and the board ultimately decides, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
And I showed the expiration of your sentence, meaning the longest time the board could have jurisdiction over you, assuming no other offenses, is February 2nd, 2029.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any closing comments or questions for myself or for the board?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you attending this hearing. I appreciate Agent Evans logging in. We'll go ahead and conclude.
All
Thank
right,
you.
thank you so much. Have a good day.
This is the time and place set for a rescission hearing for Christopher Franzen, inmate 251271. Is that you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm Kathleen. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today. Because I'll be taking testimony from you, I'm going to have you raise your right hand for me so I can place you under oath. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Sir, did you receive 7 days' notice of this hearing along with the blue packet?
Oh,
When did you receive notice of this hearing?
I was talking to my mom.
Okay, so what today's hearing is a rescission hearing. Basically, because you were removed from SOTP and you got a new disciplinary, they rescind that parole hearing or that parole date because you won't be able to complete the program prior to that date, clearly. If you want to, we can continue this hearing based off the fact that you did not receive that information. If you're wanting to waive that notice, we can waive the notice and move forward with this hearing today.
No, I'd rather get it done now.
Okay, so you prefer to waive the notice?
Yes.
Okay, so basically, I just summed up what this hearing is. Tell me what happened to get you removed from the program.
My one and only write-up that I've had my entire prison career. I asked a med tech, "Are you married?" Even though I knew she was. And she's like, "Well, yeah, of course I'm married." And I'm like, "Oh, well, you're not wearing your wedding ring." And then she's like, "Oh, yeah, no, it's something that I forgot at home. It's just the stuff I forgot to grab." I was like, "Oh, well, don't worry about it. I won't tell your partner." And then as I was leaving, I turned back around. It's like, I don't even know your partner, so we don't have to worry about that. But I did not hear the officer say, Chris, you're not supposed to talk like that. Chris, you're not supposed to ask those questions. Chris, don't talk like that. I did not hear him once, but I still did it.
Was he saying that?
I don't know. I couldn't hear him.
Did he say he was saying that?
He said he was saying it.
So what the information we received from the SOT program as part of that special attention is that you'll be able to reapply January 29th, 2025, which is passed. Are you in the program as of yet? Have you written them?
I have written them, but I also got, for my IDHO, I pled guilty because I did what I did, and I'm not gonna deny it. And actually, yesterday, excuse me, yesterday was the first date I would be able to apply.
Okay, so it states in here that once you get back into the program, you'll have 4 months to complete the program, 4 months left that will be needed to complete the program. More than likely, the board's not going to let you parole until you've completed that program, so I would suggest contacting them sooner rather than later to get back re-enrolled in there. Tell me what your plans are if the board paroles you upon completion of that program.
I'm gonna make sure to take care of all of my medical stuff. Since being incarcerated in prison, as of last year, I was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis. And makes a lot of sense for a lot of things. And I plan on getting out, getting hold of a neurologist. And my mom and my brother's fiance have already got everything planned out on that. After I do that, I mean, of course, I'm gonna check in with my parole officer the first day. And I'm gonna go try to get work somewhere part-time until I can figure out and I can walk around better.
And then as far as aftercare,
Oh, everything that they asked me to.
do you have a place to go to?
Yes,
What's the relationship?
my mother.
Oops, hold on 1 second. Is that, so you're not gonna be able to have contact with children, right?
Yes.
Is that gonna be an issue living with mom? No grandchildren, anything like that?
Nope.
Okay. Do you have any questions or for me at this point, sir?
Well, I was gonna see if I'd be able to get out before I finish the program, and I do the program on the outs.
I can put that request in. More than likely, it's not going to happen. So don't count on that happening, but I will put in there that you're hoping to be able to parole out and finish the program in the community. But typically, if the program is recommending completion of the program prior to release, more than likely the board's going to want to see that happen.
Okay.
Even sometimes when the program isn't recommending that, the board's still going to want to see that happen in these types of cases, okay?
Okay, yeah, well, that's.
And these hearings, like I said before, pretty quick hearings are usually only a few minutes long, just to kind of go over with the reasoning for removal, the reason for the unmet contingency and things like that. Is there anything at this point that you would like the board to know, sir?
That I appreciate what they're doing,
Okay,
and it's, yeah,
awesome. Thank you, sir. If what I plan on doing is taking the information we discussed today, compiling that into a report and submitting that to the board. You're well aware the board is the one that makes the final decision in your case. They're made up of 5 members, takes a majority vote for them to make that decision. Usually takes a couple weeks for them to get that decision out to you. You do have that 45-month guideline, which is clearly we're past. That guideline is what it is. It's just a guideline. They can continue to go past that if they want you to see you complete something prior to parole. You also have that 15-year expiration, which puts you at January 17th, 2036, which is the length of time the board will have jurisdiction over your case, given there are no other further offenses. Do you have any other questions for me, sir?
no, ma'am.
All right, we'll go ahead and affirm that rescission of parole and go ahead and conclude this hearing. Thank you. Good luck to you and have a good day, sir.
Oh, you as well.
This is the time and place set for a rescission hearing for Michael Polk, inmate 156032. Is that you, sir? I'm Kathleen. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today because I'll be taking testimony from you. I'm going to have you raise your right hand for me so I can place you under oath. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you, sir. Sir, did you receive 7 days' notice of this hearing along with your blue packet? Did you have a chance to review that? Do you have any questions on it?
Not about that, no.
Okay, so the reason we're here today is that we received a special attention stating that you had a new disciplinary that they would be seeking charges on. Since that time, it does look like you have an open court case 251-900-791 with a second-degree felony. From my understanding, that hearing is today at 2, correct?
Yes,
Do you know what the potential outcome of that hearing is going to be by chance?
it's gonna be pushed out.
Okay, so what's going to happen then with this case? The board won't move forward on this case until that's been adjudicated. You're well aware of that. So we'll go ahead and affirm the rescission date of that parole. And then you'll more than likely, this will be placed on a paper review until that case has been resolved. And then whatever the outcome of that is, there will be another hearing. It'll just be determined if it's a rehearing or if it's going to be an original. Do you have any questions for me?
Not about that, no.
What questions do you have?
So, in 2021, I got released into federal custody,
Okay,
and while I was doing everything, the feds wouldn't start any of their time until I was done with my state violation and parole and all that. And when I was all done, they paroled me, and it was actually June 1st, 2021, they paroled me. And when I got out in February of 2023, you guys did a special attention hearing and added the 20 months that I did in federal custody to the back in my expiration.
okay.
And I just was wondering how that is. Like, I wasn't on the streets, I wasn't absconding, I was in federal custody. And
So
the fed-
typically the way that works is if you're in federal custody in prison, the time with the state will oftentimes freeze. So basically, it's like the federal time, you wouldn't get time counted while you're in federal with the state. Does that make sense? Just like while you're in state, you don't get time counted with the federal unless there's some type of an exception.
I understand that, but it seems like, I'm not saying you guys personally don't take this offensive, but it seems like people pick and choose who they add time to or who they let time run with. And, I've seen people do time in the feds that did count
Right.
toward state time, and like, this year will be, November will be 25 years I've been doing this.
Right.
And I'm done. Like, I'm tired of, like, I've seen people expirate 5 to lives or terminate 5 to lives, and I'm on the 1 to 15 and 0 to 5, you know? I just would really like the board to consider giving me back my original expiration date of 2026. And whether you guys give me every minute of it or not, I did my time, I did my crime, like, I'm fully understanding that I'm able to do every bit of it.
Right.
Because I did the crimes, but it seems like when I do the time twice, it just seems a little
Redundant.
and unfair. You know what I mean?
Well, I'll definitely put that in there as a request you would like to make in the report that I submit to the board. It's ultimately up to them.
I understand that.
So if it doesn't change, then that means that
It
they
doesn't, you know?
denied that basically.
I
But I will definitely make note of it and put it in there that you would hopefully like to get that 20 months back on your
Yes.
time
Yes, ma'am.
while you were in federal for sure.
Yeah.
Any other questions for me, sir?
When I got charged in 2005, when I originally came in, they left the restitution up to the board. In 2015, when I got released, they determined restitution in November of 2015. In December of 2015, they brought me back to the parole office and signed another paper saying that within that month, I got $15,000 in interest added to the 30,000 I already owe.
Okay.
There was 4 of us that were involved in that. And it seems like I'm the only one that's actually being pursued for the restitution. If there's any way at all that I could get that divided equally amongst the 4 of us, I could have that paid off before I even got released, you know? But to try and pay $50,000 by yourself is excessive.
And I can have them look into that too. We have somebody that looks specifically into the restitution
Yeah.
piece as well, so I can make note of that as well.
And I'm fully, like I said, I'm fully willing to pay my share,
Right.
do my time, pay my share. And it seems like I'm the only one that they're actively pursuing for this restitution.
Okay. Anything else, sir?
That's it, man. Thank you.
All right, sir. What I plan on doing is taking the information we discussed, compiling that into a report and submitting that to the board. The board will make the final decision. You're well aware it usually takes a couple weeks
Yeah,
for them to
yeah.
do that. We'll go ahead and affirm that rescission date and then more than likely, again, put this on a paper review. If that court hearing gets resolved prior to that paper review, you're more than welcome to write the board and let them
Yeah.
know that that has been resolved so they can get you back on the hearing roster quicker, sooner rather than later. Any other questions for me, sir?
No.
All right, with that, we'll go ahead and conclude this hearing. Thank you. Good luck to you and have a good day.
Thank you.
This is the time and place set for an original hearing for Jeremy Waters, inmate 127787. Is that you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm Kathleen. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today. Because I'll be taking testimony from you, I'll have you raise your right hand for me so I can place you under oath. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Sir, did you receive 7 days' notice of this hearing along with your blue packet?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have a chance to review that?
Yes.
Did you have any questions on it?
No.
Okay, so it looks like prior to this hearing, the board smart scheduled you out, which means that it pushed your original hearing out closer to your guideline date and with some conditions or recommendations for you to complete some programming or get into programming, which was residential substance abuse treatment as cognitive behavioral therapy. I do see that you are in residential substance abuse program, so we will talk about that a little bit later. Your restitution, it looks like, was sent to the Office of State Debt Collection. Is that for your understanding?
Yes.
Okay. So what I plan on doing, let's go over your current committing offenses. I do want to acknowledge the fact that you do have some supports here. They'll give you a chance for a couple minutes after the hearing to talk a little bit. We just ask that you guys remain quiet while we go through this process. Thank you. So in case 201-906-128, you were convicted of a third-degree felony. This occurred around May 16th, 2020, where it looks like you had taken some tools from a construction site valued at about $4,900. Is that accurate, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything you wanted to add to that?
Well, I was just kind of wondering about the restitution because everything was returned to the
Okay.
individual, but that's all.
Yeah, so usually when it comes to those, they'll send the restitution back to the sentencing court to determine restitution, and then they'll have it sent off to the State Office of Debt Collection. So I'm not sure if there's anything owing at this time,
Okay,
but just in case there is, that's what the board does, so we basically don't babysit the restitution anymore, okay? Any other questions or comments you want to make on that one?
no,
In case 201-908-881, you were convicted of a third-degree forgery. This occurred around July 27th, 2020, where it looks like you had attempted to cash a check in the amount of $1,411 in somebody else's name. Is that accurate, sir?
yes, ma'am,
Anything you wanted to add to that?
no,
Okay. In case 221-903-709, you were convicted of a third-degree felony, theft by receiving stolen property. This occurred around February 23rd, 2022, where officers received reports of a stolen vehicle. They eventually found you in possession of that vehicle. Is that accurate, sir?
yes, ma'am,
Looks like they also found you in possession of some drug paraphernalia as well, correct?
yes,
Anything you wanted to add to that?
no, ma'am.
So it looks like these were a couple of years ago, some further than that. Tell me what was going on during this time, sir.
To be honest, I was just using drugs and finding a way to supply my habit.
Okay, what were you using?
Heroin.
How long have you been using heroin?
Well, I used it for like a 3 or 4 year period.
Okay, what got you into it?
I had a back injury and, I was prescribed, prescription medication, and then I just started abusing it.
Okay. Are there any other substances that you've abused in the past?
Marijuana.
Okay. How long were you using marijuana for?
Probably like through my 20s, maybe.
Okay. Was there a reason you were using it? Recreational?
Yeah, pretty much recreational.
Okay. When is the last time you used heroin?
September of 2023.
Okay.
I was in a rehab before I got sent to prison. I
Okay.
put myself into Odyssey House.
Okay. How far did you get into Odyssey House?
I was there for 2 months in their program, and then I went to court and I was sent to prison.
Okay. And I'm guessing these charges originally had suspended prison sentences and those were eventually lifted and
Right.
that's what, okay.
Yeah.
Had you completed any type of residential substance abuse or substance abuse programming in the past?
No, Odyssey House was my first one,
Okay.
but I finished the program here.
Okay. When did you finish the program here?
I have a graduation at 1 o'clock, actually. I read
Okay.
off on February 28th.
Okay. Because I do show that you were, enrolled in it and you've been in it for a little while. So that was going to be a question I was going to ask. So you have graduation today.
Yes, at 1 o'clock.
What else have you been doing since you've been here, sir?
I've attended SLIC, since January of 2024.
Okay.
I'm pursuing my associate's degree in psychology currently.
Okay. How far are you into that?
I'm 54% complete of my associates in science with a grade point average of 3.23.
Nice. What do you want to do with a psychology degree?
To be honest, I want to be a drug counselor and help the youth.
Okay. Now, it looks like when you first got here, you had some struggles when it came to disciplinaries. I've
Right.
got 4 disciplinaries total, all of them within the first few months of last year.
Correct.
So tell me about your January substance use of last year.
I actually was found not guilty of that.
Okay.
I think my caseworker submitted a paper because it looked like it said that maybe I was guilty of that, but then I know she resubmitted a paper to show that I was dismissed of that.
Yeah, because I show you have conviction of that for that January 28th, 2022 for syringes being found.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant something else. Sorry. Yes, I did. To be honest, I just struggled when I first got here this is my first time in prison and it was in the Bears and I just didn't know how things work. And I think I just was too vulnerable at the time, to be honest.
Okay. And then your February 21st, you have 2 disciplinaries from that day. One was an unauthorized possession or use of property. The second is tampering with any lock security device. Tell me about those.
So the anti-lock device, I was talking to someone in my section through the gun port.
Okay.
I just didn't realize it was that serious, to be honest. I accept responsibility for it. I did do it, but I just didn't realize at the time.
Okay.
And then the other one, I think I just went the wrong way about the process of how to try to argue it. I put it in a grievance and I think I went about the wrong way, I was told. But I was at work and I was in an 8-man cell and they said they found a syringe on my bed while I was gone at work. But I just let it go. I owned it.
Well, and I'm assuming since you didn't get the substance use one,
Yes.
it's more than likely about the something else possibly. Was there anything else that was found in there?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And then for March 2024, you have abuse or misuse of medication. Do you remember that one?
Yes, they give me sleeping pills at night, and at the time it was just right when I got them, so I broke one in half because it made me too tired, so I put the other half in my ibuprofen bottle. So it was my medication, but I just didn't realize I couldn't do that.
Okay. So do you have any mental health diagnoses?
No, ma'am.
How's your physical health? Do you feel like there's anything that would potentially prevent you from being able to have a successful parole?
No, not at all.
Tell me some of the challenges you were having on probation.
On probation, to be honest, I was still doing drugs. That was my struggle.
Just not able to get clean?
Yes, that's why I checked myself into the Odyssey house. But yeah, it was just pretty much I was doing drugs, so I was not wanting to check in at times because I was scared to fail a UA.
Okay. What do you feel like for you overall has helped to change or anything like that, what's going to help you moving forward so you don't end up back in this situation?
To be sure, I mean, I got a lot of reasons. I have 4 children. I've had a grandson while I've been in here. That's been a struggle
Okay.
to not be able to be there for my daughter while she's had her child. I've been clean since, like I said, September 2023. I've noticed all the support that I have on the outs, people that want me to succeed. School's been a real big thing for me. College, it's been really motivating. And I'm the section coordinator in the green building, which means I'm like in charge of the 64 guys in my section. And that leadership role, I think, has helped me a lot also.
Okay.
Mostly, I just don't like to be away from my family.
What are some of your triggers?
Triggers for me would be maybe too much time on my hands. Another trigger would be places that I used to hang out at,
Okay.
people I used to associate with.
Okay.
Those are probably my main ones.
What have you done as far as coping skills?
So I've learned lots of coping skills over there in the green building. Seeking support, like I have a really good support system. People that want to succeed want me to succeed and not to see me fail. So I have a really strong support system with my mother and my grandma and my children.
Okay.
I think that's just been my main thing.
And then tell me what your plans are for parole. Do you have an address?
Yes, I'm planning on going to my mother's house, which is a really good place for me. She lives a few blocks down the street from the Slick campus in Taylorsville, which I still plan to go to. The administrative lady that she comes here from Slick, she already gave me a card. She told me to come see her. She'll give me a part-time job on the campus while I go to school. So I'm really excited about that.
Okay. And then as far as programming?
Programming, I've been in the green building since June programming. I've done that successfully. I found my caseworker helped me find some NA places that are right down the street also from my mother's place. that hold meetings twice a week that I plan on going to look at. And then I know of this place called Fitness to Recovery. They help, it's like a ex-addict. He built a gym and like a safe place for people to go.
Okay,
So I plan on doing that because I've been working out here, so I
okay.
enjoy that.
So oftentimes there are going to be conditions, just like there were for probation. More than likely, substance abuse conditions will definitely be on there. Are you willing to comply with whatever the board orders at this point?
Of course.
Is there anything else, sir, that you feel like you'd like the board to know or you want the board to know?
That just I accept full responsibility for the things that I did do. I've come a long way since then, I think. So I think I've shown that with going to college and the way I've been succeeding in the program. And I just have a really good support system outside of here and a good place to go to. So just that maybe.
Prior to your substance use issues, sir, what were you doing with life
I
in
used
general?
I used to own a finished carpeting business.
Okay,
I was a father. I was a football coach for Bingham School football.
okay. Because you're older, not that much older, but
Right.
you're older and this is your first time here. I mean, you don't have a long history
Right.
with
So to
hard
be honest, like
substances.
me and my children's mom, we split, we sold our house, and I kind of got in a rut, and that's when I started doing heroin.
Okay, okay. Well, sir, what I plan on doing is taking the information we discussed today, compiling that into a report, submitting that to the board. The board is made of 5 members. It takes a majority vote for them to make a decision in your case. Usually it takes about 2 to 4 weeks for them to get that decision out to you. You do have a 22-month guideline, which puts you at March 22nd, 2025. That guideline is what it is. It's just a guideline. They can go past that guideline if they feel they want you to complete something prior to parole. They will take into consideration everything you have completed thus far. It is possible that you could get a parole date set out a few months out until we receive that completion of residential substance abuse programming. But no, once we get that residential substance abuse programming, if you do have a parole date, that'll give you a 4-month time cut. So that will reduce that parole date that's out to a sooner date. Does that make sense?
Yes.
You did receive 142 days credit for time served when you came here. You do have a 15-year top, which puts you at May 20th, 2038. That is the length of time the board will have jurisdiction over your case, given there are no other further offenses. Do you have any other questions for me, sir?
No, ma'am.
All right, with that, we'll go ahead and conclude this hearing. Thank you. Good luck to you and have a good
Thank
day.
you.
This is the time and place set for an original hearing for Jared Craig, inmate 2255558. Is that you, sir?
Yeah.
I'm Kathleen. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today.
Okay.
Because I'll be taking testimony from you, I'm going to have you raise your right hand for me so I can place you under oath. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Sir, did you receive 7 days notice of this hearing along with your blue packet?
Yeah.
Did you have a chance to review that?
Yes, sir.
Did you have any questions on it?
Just one, said I was, had 2 dirty UAs.
Okay, we'll get into that when we get into your disciplinaries.
Okay.
So if there's more clarification on that, for sure,
Yeah.
state that during that time, okay? Anything else about your blue packet?
Everything looked right.
So it looks like your case was smart scheduled, which means your original hearing was moved out to give you the opportunity to get into some programming prior to this hearing. At the time, the board wanted you to get into residential substance abuse programming, as well as stay case action plan compliant. They also forwarded any restitution in your case to the Office of State Debt Collection. Is that your understanding, sir?
Yeah.
Let's go over your current committing offense, and then we'll kind of see what you've been up to since you've been here, all right? In case 231-404-030, you were convicted of a third-degree felony, driving under the influence, 2 or more prior in 10 years. This occurred on October 13th, 2023, where officers responded to the report of an accident. You, at the time, had admitted you were at fault of the accident as you were going too fast and took your eyes off the road before impacting the other vehicle. A record check revealed that you had a revoked license. You were asked to perform a field sobriety test. Upon completion of those tests, it was determined you were impaired. You took a breathalyzer test, which registered a 0.087 blood alcohol content. You admitted you had consumed alcohol 4 to 5 hours prior to the incident, stating that you had consumed a pint of whiskey throughout the day. You also stated that earlier in the night, you had felt tipsy and that you had taken Ambien and gabapentin. Is that accurate, sir? Anything you wanted to add to that?
No, that's all accurate, so.
Okay, so I show that you've had two or three prior DUIs to this since I think it was 2018, correct?
Yes.
Tell me what's going on with the alcohol stuff. Is there stuff going on that's triggering you to use?
I was actually at a pain clinic for a lot of years.
Okay,
And when I got cut off from there, I got bone deterioration in my neck and in my back with scoliosis and arthritis and bulging discs.
okay.
And after I left got released from the pain clinic, I used the alcohol to mask the pain.
How long has that been going on?
Probably the last 7 or 8 years.
Okay, so it kind of all started around the same time your DUIs started as well then? Tell me what you are going to be able to do to kind of control that pain so you don't fall back into alcoholism.
I was meeting with a doctor at Spinal Interventions, and they're doing radio frequency, and that's when they go and burn the nerves out so you don't feel the pain anymore.
Okay,
I had already had one procedure done within I think it was six or 8 months of when I got arrested,
okay.
and I was in the process of getting the rest of the nerves burned out, so I don't feel that.
How long does that take?
Oh, it's like you're in and out of the office in like a half hour.
Is there like a process where you have so many of those appointments then?
I
Or
just been like I've had it before at a different pain clinic
okay,
called Nexus Pain Care, and they did, I think it was 8 procedures.
okay,
And I had just done the 2 at this new place,
okay.
Spinal Interventions.
Aside from the pain issues and things like that, have you had issues with alcohol in the past? Do
I
you?
didn't start drinking until I was 23 when I became a bartender.
Okay,
People would ask me what was good, and I had no idea, so I started taking sips here and there. So I knew what I was serving.
okay. Have you had any issues with any other substances?
When I was at the pain clinic, they got me addicted to pain pills.
Oh, okay.
But I'm probably 10 to 12 years clean off of those, of using those.
Is the procedure for your neck, is that pretty instantaneous relief?
Yeah, I go in pain and I leave not in pain.
Okay. back in 2015, I see impaired driving. Is that alcohol or the pain pills?
Alcohol.
Okay. What was going on during that time?
And that's when my wife left me.
Okay. So, is there anything else that kind of triggers you to want to use substances?
I had a couple coworkers that would talk about alcohol, and I had to pull them aside and talk to them about not to bring it up to me because that was beginning a turn
Okay,
trigger for me. Did stop hanging out with guys that drank, and I stopped going to like I like going to Wendover and stuff, and I stopped going there
okay.
because I know once I get there, I'll drink.
Okay. Have you started in the substance abuse program, sir?
Yeah.
Tell me where you're at in that.
Here at the prison,
Mhm.
I started Achieve in September.
Okay.
I was there for a month before I got put in active treatment.
How long have you been in the active residential treatment?
Since October,
How long is the program?
6 to 8 months. We've had a couple setbacks. One of our therapists quit. Another one just quit, so we're waiting for another therapist to get hired. It's kind of put us out further than.
Right,
Then it was the holidays too.
right. So about how far into it are you?
We figure we should be graduating the first or middle of May, is what we've been told.
What have you learned in that program that's going to help you moving forward?
I've learned a lot about the triggers that I need to ask for help when I see myself turning when things get bad for me.
Okay.
Like boredom, for instance, having a bad day at work. These are things I noticed this time around that I didn't realize the first time I came to prison.
Okay,
I can turn to my boss is a recovered alcoholic. I turned to him quite a bit this last time.
Okay.
I did the I am recovery and I turned to my counselors and therapists there quite a bit. I actually still talk to my therapist while I'm in here, at least once a
Okay.
month.
and what's that program?
I am recovery. They're located in Cedar Hills.
Tell me about your 2 disciplinaries you had for substances back in September.
I came from the Bears over here to Green.
Okay,
And I was using the buprenorphine. I got tested the day I got here, and then 2 days later I got tested again
okay. How often were you using that?
daily.
Were you abusing that?
I was just doing it just to get a buzz, pretty much.
Okay, so yes.
I haven't taken any since I've been over to the green side now.
What was causing your continued use then, aside from just getting a buzz?
I have nothing else to do in general population. You could sleep or read, get high or work out.
So while you were in general population, tell me what's going to keep you from using when you're out in the community alone? Because there are times where you're going to be bored, things like that, that's going to potentially trigger you.
When I leave, I'm actually got a bed back at I am recovery. I've talked to the intake director and he's gonna make sure I have a bed when I get out.
Have they submitted a letter?
No, not yet. My family really wants me to stay clean and sober this time, and they said they would look out for me, make sure if I needed someone to talk to, that they'd be available.
Okay, do you have any mental health diagnoses, sir?
Just anxiety.
Do you take medication for that?
Yeah,
How do you feel like it helps?
it helps quite a bit.
Is that something you plan on continuing to take when you're on parole?
Yeah. I've been taking it for the last 13 years.
Okay, okay. How's your physical health? I know you said you've got scoliosis and some issues with your back, neck, spine, all that stuff. Is there anything that you feel like would prevent you from being able to have a successful parole? If pain is a trigger,
Hopefully I get the radio frequency done, so I'm not in that pain anymore.
okay,
They're usually pretty quick. They go in and, you're there for 45 minutes to an hour and you're done.
okay. Does it ever permanently take care of the issue so you don't have to continue to go back?
The nerves eventually grow back
Okay,
and they have to redo it again.
okay,
It's probably like a 6 to 8 year.
okay. What do you feel like for you has changed overall, sir, that is going to help you from not coming back here?
I've learned a lot about myself, from the program. Different ways to cope with, new coping strategies. I've learned that I can't do it on myself, on my own, and that I need, someone there to help. I still talk to my boss monthly, while I'm here. Let him know how everything's going, and he likes to know how I'm doing and, what's going on.
Okay,
I talk to my dad a couple times a week and he asked me straight out, he's like, are you triggered to use again? And I keep on telling him no. That's the lifestyle that I've been through before and I don't want to do it again.
okay,
My youngest daughter found a whiskey bottle at my apartment and, I was pretty embarrassed by that.
Okay.
And I don't want to, she took a picture and sent it to my ex-wife and, that caused a whole mess of things.
was this before you came here?
Yeah. I don't want to have them around that at any point. I don't want them to make the same mistakes I've been down.
Okay. Sir, if you're paroled, what's that gonna look like for you? I know you said you're planning on going to I Am Recovery.
Yeah.
After that, what are your plans?
There's RDU Recovery and they do an outpatient where you can meet with them a couple times a week. I know one of the therapists there and I was actually in the process of getting in there when I got arrested. I knew I was going down a hole that I couldn't get out of, so I reached out for help.
Is it like an IOP type thing? Is it?
Yeah,
Okay,
it's a residential place too, but you can do evening classes and therapy there.
okay. Where do you plan on living after this?
Well, I'll be living at the I Am Recovery.
Right, where do you plan on living after that?
Hopefully closer to my dad.
Okay,
He's older, he's 83 now and he needs help. Me and my daughter's help, my daughter's actually moved in with, my daughter and her husband moved in with my dad recently to help take care of him.
okay.
I want to be closer to him so I can be there too.
What about work?
I've talked to my boss and he wants to see how well I do after I get out to see if he'll bring me back on. He did the last time I was in prison, he brought me back. But I know I've let him down quite a bit and he wants to see how I do before.
So what will you do for work in the meantime?
I just really want to focus on myself in therapy. If I need to get a job to help pay for that, then I will. I'm a carpenter by trade.
Have you ever had issues finding work?
No.
Sir, is there anything else you would like the board to know or feel like the board needs to know at this point?
Just that I'm doing good here. I haven't had any problems with anybody in the section I'm in.
Okay,
I really like the peer leads and the CEOs there. I feel comfortable. I can talk to them about things that I wouldn't normally do.
okay,
I have a really good friend in there that I've confided in about things and questions I've had. And I trust him not to tell everybody else.
right,
He's a good guy. I like him a lot.
okay.
Other Other than that, I feel like I'm doing really good. Staying up, caught up on my assignments and getting everything done. I did do the Inside Out Dad program. I learned a lot about teaching my kids, being a father coming back into their lives.
Okay. Anything else, sir?
I think that's about it.
Okay, what I plan on doing is taking the information we discussed today, compiling that into a report and submitting that to the board. You're well aware the board is the one that makes the final decision in your case. They're made up of 5 members and it takes a majority vote for them to make that decision. Usually takes a few weeks for them to get that decision back to you.
Okay.
You do have a 20-month guideline, which puts you at June 13th, 2025. You're also well aware that guideline is what it is. It's just a guideline.
Yeah.
The board can go below that, on that, or past that, depending on if they want to see you complete something prior to a parole. You do have a 5-year top, which puts you at October 13th, 2028. That is the length of time the board will have jurisdiction over your case, given there are no other further offenses. Any other questions for me, sir?
I did, when I got out of prison last time, I did successfully complete parole.
Okay,
And then within that week that I completed parole successfully, that's when I messed up.
okay,
And but just the anxiety I had, not having someone look over my shoulder, I think got the best of me,
okay.
that I needed to turn. That's when I contacted my friend at RD Recovery, and I knew that I needed help. I was going down,
So you did reach out to somebody
Yeah.
at that point?
I could see myself going down a hole that I didn't want to go, that I knew I couldn't handle.
Okay. Anything else, sir?
No, I think that's about it.
Okay, we'll go ahead and conclude this hearing. Thank you. Good luck to you and have a good day.
Thank you.
This is the time and place set for an original hearing for Jonathan Mendez, inmate 265665. Is that you, sir? Mr. Mendez does not speak any English. We do not have an interpreter at this time. This will be explained to him by Gunnison Prison once they get somebody who's able to speak and interpret this information for him. At this time, we will continue this hearing to get a scheduled interpreter so that he can get the information accurately moving forward. We'll go ahead and conclude this hearing at this time. This is the time and place set for an original hearing for Lois Tomlin, inmate 260545. Is that you?
Correct.
454.
454, correct.
I'm Kathleen. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today because I'll be taking testimony from you. I'm going to have you raise your right hand for me so I can place you under oath. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Ma'am, did you receive 7 days notice of this hearing along with your blue packet?
I did.
Did you have a chance to review that?
I did.
Did you have any questions on it?
I do not.
Okay, what I plan on doing is going over your current committing offense. Before we get into that, your hearing was smart scheduled, meaning it was pushed out to closer to your guideline date to give you the opportunity to get it into programming and things like that prior to this hearing. The board wanted you to remain case action plan compliant as well as to get into some CBT programming. It looks like at the time your restitution was also sent over to the Office of State Debt Collection. Is that your understanding as well?
Correct, it is.
Let's go over your current committing offenses and then we'll kind of see what you've been up to since you've been here, all right? In case 231-800-133, you were convicted of a third-degree felony criminal mischief, loss between $1,500 and $49.99. And then a Class A misdemeanor theft value between $500 and $1,499. This occurred on April 29th, 2023, where officers spoke to an individual who had surveillance footage of you breaking into their candy machine and taking $300 out of the machine as well. The damage to the machine was valued at $1,000. Is that accurate? I guess it was a soda machine.
It is. It was a vending. It was both actually,
Okay.
but candy and pop machine. So
Okay.
yes, that is accurate.
Anything you wanted to add to that?
No.
Okay. In case 241-800-061, you were convicted of a third-degree felony, possession of a controlled substance within a correctional facility, as well as a Class A misdemeanor obstruction of justice. This occurred around February 8th, 2024, where officers were seeking a person of interest, located a tan truck that was being driven by you. At the time, you stated you were there. At the place, officers located you to feed the dogs. When questioned about the defendant, you stated you did not know where the person of interest was. Officers walked over to her vehicle, saw that person they were searching for was sitting in the vehicle you were in. You then told officers that that individual must have snuck into the vehicle. Officers noted the smell of burnt marijuana and called your agent. At that time, there was a search conducted on the vehicle. A small pipe was used for a small pipe used for marijuana was found in a vehicle cup holder. The pipe contained marijuana in it. When you were taken into custody, officers did a search of your person and revealed a bag of white crystal substance, methamphetamine, located in your genitals. Is that accurate, ma'am?
That is.
Anything you wanted to add to that? Looks like they also found a plastic bottle containing a yellow liquid that was also found that was urine. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Tell me what was going on during this time. These were about a year apart. What was going on? It sounds like you were in your substance use addiction.
I was 100% in my addiction. I was struggling financially, and so I broke into the vending machine in order to feed my children.
Okay.
And also because, just give me a second.
You're fine.
But yeah. Yeah, that was struggling financially.
Prior to this, what got you relapsing? What got you relapsing?
Financially struggling and hanging out with the wrong crowd.
Okay. How long have you had this addiction?
On and off for 20-something years.
How old are your kids?
I have a 21-year-old, 19-year-old, and a 7-year-old.
Where's your 7-year-old?
She's currently with my 19-year-old.
Okay. Have you done programming in the past, ma'am?
I have.
Tell me what it is that keeps bringing you back here regarding your addiction and anything else.
So this is the first time that I don't understand.
Well, like you talked about some of the stresses being financial stress and things like that. In the past, you said you've had an addiction for 20+ years. What causes you to often relapse? What continues the cycle?
I wasn't aware of my triggers and I didn't really have very many coping mechanisms that were taught to me.
Okay.
So in doing so, I actually have learned many of different coping mechanisms. I've learned different, I learned what my triggers are. I've learned a lot since being incarcerated in the Utah State Prison.
Okay. What are your some of your triggers you mentioned. What are other triggers you found?
What do you I don't understand the question.
What other triggers have you found that you have since you've been in prison?
What
You
other
said
trigger?
financial,
So
being
like,
around the wrong people. Are there other triggers that you have, or are those just the two
those were
main?
pretty much like, I just tend to surround myself with the wrong crowd
Okay.
and just get fed into the same stuff,
Okay.
pretty much.
What coping skills have you found?
I was very impulsive before, and really didn't think about the situation prior to just acting instead of actually sitting back and thinking. So I've actually learned how to be less aggressive. I've learned how to have patience. I learned the discipline and communication skills. I've learned problem solving. I've learned how to I've learned a lot of impulse control. Being in Ideas for Better Communication, I just completed that class. That was probably one of the best classes I've ever taken in my life, actually, besides FT. They have helped me realize that I just need to sit back and just think before I act.
Right.
Honestly.
Okay. Is there anything else that's been contributing, like mental health things potentially? Do you have like mental health
I do not
diagnoses or
have-
anything?
I wish that I could say I had, but no, I don't.
Do you feel like you have mental health?
No.
Okay. How's your physical health? Is there anything that you feel like would prevent you from being able to have a successful parole or?
Well, as of right now, my health is declining sitting in the prison. Honestly, I have, the more I'm here, the longer my legs are getting, I have a lot of fluid buildup in my legs. I have a bad knee and I had surgery 4 years ago and I need to have a surgery again on it. I need a full knee replacement on it. It's really, really bad. It prevents me from being able to walk a lot of days. My leg goes numb. I kind of push through it as much as I possibly can because I do hold the full-time job here in the prison. I'm the head cook in here.
Okay.
And I've done that ever since the day after I've gotten out of RNO. I've been full-time working here. But yeah, so other than that, no, I don't think there would be anything that would prevent me from being able to do parole.
Okay.
I do, however, need to seek medical attention as soon as I get out to have my knee replaced because it's in really bad condition right now.
Have you had that looked at since you've been here?
I've had it looked at, I've talked to Gay about it and twice, and he said, well, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens with the board. He pretty much okey doked it and didn't give me any kind of care for it. I've written a grievance on it. I went to OMR twice for it. I've had issues with them not getting my medication because I have a bad thyroid. So I've had issues with that as well. Yeah, so yeah, that's pretty much the gist of that.
Okay. Tell me about your secondary education stuff.
Oh, so I graduated high school.
Okay.
Um,
Since you've been here?
Since I've been here, I graduated high school. I got 17.5 credits in a couple months.
Good.
Was able to graduate high school. I am currently enrolled in Pathways.
Okay.
It's a new found thing for me to help me with my sobriety, and the church has been helping me get through a lot, honestly. Then, yeah, so I'm currently enrolled in Pathways and want to continue that when I get out, honestly, I do.
Okay. What's your longest stint with sobriety? How long have you gone sober?
I've gone 3 years,
Okay. How long ago was that?
2017.
What was going on during that time?
I was pregnant. That was the jump start of it. And I really wanted it. Like I really wanted to, I felt like I was capable of doing it.
Okay.
And I wasn't, and I was learned a few coping mechanisms then. and stuck through it. And then I had a really hard breakup and it went downhill from there.
Okay.
So like, that's another thing that I realized that I need to not focus on a relationship. I need to focus on me in order to be successful. And that will come later on if it's even meant to be.
Is your drug of choice methamphetamine?
Correct, it is.
Is that been the constant or has it changed?
No, I just, that, between that and marijuana.
And we've talked about some of these changes that you've had. Is there anything else you feel like has been a change for you that's going to help you moving forward so you don't end up back in this situation, ma'am?
So my mom passed away
Okay.
at the end of January.
Okay. You're fine. Take your time.
And me not being able to be there was hard. Probably the hardest thing I've ever had to deal with. And so, yeah, that's probably the hardest thing I've ever had to deal with. And so it's an eye opener that time is short and my kids need me like tremendously. So, yeah.
Okay. What have you done as far as grieving that since you've been here?
I've talked to the therapist a few times.
And the only reason I ask is a lot of times when people lose somebody, that oftentimes will be their trigger as well.
Yeah. And I think I'm seeing it as something completely opposite.
Okay.
Like, I see it as like, time is short. And I don't want to lose more time
Okay.
in life. And the more I'm, in my addiction, the more time I lose. And I feel like it's something that I don't want to do anymore.
Okay. Ma'am, if you are paroled, what's that gonna look like for you? Do you have an address?
I do, I have a beautiful family.
What's the relationship to the address?
It's my daughter's house. And my daughters and my grandson is there. And I was estranged from my siblings up until just recently, and in becoming so sober, they've allowed me back in their life. And they're a pretty awesome support team.
Okay.
And so, yeah, they're like, they got my backs like 100%, like willing to pick up the phone if I need them to, if I'm struggling in anything. I just know that that's one thing that I could do is just pick up the phone when I'm out and just contact them and they'll be able to talk me out of it.
Okay.
And that's something that I didn't have in the past, but I do have that now.
Okay. And then as far as programming, I know you said you mentioned you wanted to continue pathways. What about substance abuse programming?
I plan on doing, I'm hoping that they would give me like IEP maybe, something, something of that sort, like through parole, APMP parole, whatever.
Yeah, so typically there's going to be conditions for your parole. More than likely you'll have substance abuse conditions. Usually what follows with that is an assessment and follow through with whatever those recommendations are. Parole is going to kind of help guide you through that whole process and get you help with some of that stuff. I just need to know if you're willing to do those things, if that's something that you're planning on
Yeah,
doing.
well, whatever they need me to do, I'll do.
Okay.
I don't have a problem with that.
And as far as work, do you have anything lined up? Is that something that you'll need to look into?
I'm certified, a certified flagger.
Okay.
I have work capability as soon as I'm out.
You ever had issues finding work?
Never.
Okay.
I've held a full-time job majority of my life.
Okay.
That's one thing that my mom instilled in me is work is the best thing to have. Like you have to have a job.
Okay.
And I've had little spurts where like for a couple months here and there where I wasn't working, but I did draw unemployment because because my job that I do is seasonal.
Right.
And so I'm able to draw unemployment for the months that the season is not running. But this is a newfound love for me is a flag. I love it.
Okay. Awesome. Ma'am, is there anything else you would like the board to know at this point or feel like the board needs to know?
No, I think I think we pretty much went over everything that I needed to get out there.
Okay. Well, ma'am, what I plan on doing is taking the information we just, did you have something?
I have
Okay.
this. I wanted to give you this. I just got this. And I just wanted to give you that.
So
Can I
if you
give
want
you
to,
that?
if you want to sit that there, they'll actually scan it
Okay.
into the system and send it to me so then I can get it uploaded. So then that way you can keep the
Okay.
original copy.
Okay.
So what I plan on doing is taking the information we discussed today, compiling that into a report and submitting that to the board.
Okay.
The board is the one that makes the final decision in your case. They're made up of 5 members and it takes a majority vote for them to make that decision. Usually takes about 2 to 4 weeks for them to get that decision out to you. You do have a 14-month guideline, which puts you at May 26, 2025. That guideline is what it is. It's just a guideline. The board can go below that, on that, or past that, depending on if they want to see you complete something prior to parole. They will take into consideration everything you've completed thus far when making that decision. You were given 134 days credit for time served, which goes toward that guideline. And you do have a 10-year top, which puts you at March 27th, 2034. That is the length of time the board will have jurisdiction over your case, given there are no other further offenses. Do you have any other questions for me, ma'am?
No questions. Does my, like not getting my disciplinary, like not getting in any kind of trouble or anything like that take into account as well?
Yeah, and I made note of that you don't have any disciplinaries. Excuse me. So the behavior in prison will also, they'll take into account as well.
Okay, and then also the, the high school, time cut?
Yeah, and I'll make note of that. So time cuts usually happen when you're given a parole date, the time cut happens, but they take into consideration those things that you've completed
Okay.
prior to this hearing. So that will be something that will be taken into consideration, as well as the programming you've done as well, like the MRT and the ideas for better communication. We have that on our system here that shows that you've
So like
completed
anger
those things.
management and,
So the anger management stuff, if you've done stuff on the tablet, we don't
Like
get
the-
notification of that. So what I have here that you have completed is the high school and the MRT, anger management, and the ideas for better communication, and then also showing that you are currently enrolled in education post-secondary. Anything
yeah,
else?
no, that's all.
All right, with that, we'll go ahead and conclude this hearing. Thank you. Good luck to you and have a good
Thank you.
day. This is the time and place set for parole violation original hearing for Anna TAUFA, inmate 2358849. Is that you, ma'am?
Yes,
I'm Kathleen. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today. Because I'll be taking testimony from you, I'm going to have you raise your right hand for me so I can place you under oath. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
yes,
Thank you. Ma'am, did you receive 7 days notice of this hearing along with your blue packet?
yes,
Did you have a chance to review that?
yes,
Did you have any questions on it?
not at this time.
So it looks like there was a waiver that was signed by you previously for your parole violations. You had admitted to the allegation 1 and 2 and denied the allegation 3, which is related to your current committing offense.
Mhm.
I'm going to review those really quick. I'm still going to ask if you admit, deny, or no contest to those. And then we'll go on to your original or your commitment offense now, and talk about that one next, okay?
Okay,
So on allegation 1, by having absconded or fled from parole supervision on or about May 14th, 2024, in violation of your standard condition of parole, do you admit, deny, or no contest?
I admit.
On allegation 2, by having failed to report to adult probation and parole on the day released from prison, report is directed, absconded parole, or left the state of Utah or any other state to which transferred without written permission from the parole agent on or about May 14th, 2024, in violation of your parole agreement, do you admit, deny, or no contest?
I admit.
And then on allegation 3, I've amended this to reflect your current commitment offense. So by having committed or by having been convicted of a new criminal offense or violated a court order, theft, receiving firearm or operable motor vehicle, or by having associated with a person involved in criminal activity on or about August 12th, 2024, in violation of your parole agreement, do you admit, deny, or no contest?
I admit.
Go ahead and take judicial notice of that one, as that is your current committing offense in case 2414036064. We'll go ahead and accept admissions to all allegations, revoke parole for March 19th, 2024. Let's go over your current committing offense really quick, and then we'll kind of see what you were up to on parole, where things went wrong, and then what you've been up to since you've been here, okay?
Okay,
In case 241403064, you were convicted of a third-degree felony, theft, receiving firearm or operable motor vehicle. This occurred around August 9th, 2024, where ultimately it looks like you were found in possession of an Audi that you had attempted to purchase at a dealership. Your financing did not go through. Is that accurate?
yes,
Anything you wanted to add to this?
not at this time.
Okay. It also states in here that you are a member of the Crip Baby Regulator Gang. Is that accurate?
I'm affiliated, my family,
Okay,
I'm not an active member.
but you're not an active member? Okay. Were you ever?
No,
Tell me what was going on during parole.
it just got hard for me, and I used that as an excuse,
Okay.
to relapse and, just started making poor choices.
How did it get hard for you?
I felt like, where I went wrong was, trying to do too much at one time.
Okay.
Like I felt like if I was just doing a program and just try to complete that, it would have probably went different. But I,
So more of a transition would have
Yeah.
been better, doing a program and then slowly
just trying to
transitioning,
do it all at one time.
right?
I felt like, I was trying to take on too much.
So you're overwhelmed?
Yeah, overwhelmed. Also, I didn't want to disappoint anyone as far as like at home.
Okay,
And that's where I felt like I went wrong. I should have asked for help
okay.
instead of just running from it.
How many programs have you completed as far as substance abuse related, if any?
I've completed MRT. I've completed, I'm not sure. I've completed one on Parole. I forgot the name of it.
Have you done specific substance abuse programming and completed it?
No,
Okay. Have you ever attempted to do substance abuse programming?
honestly, no.
Okay. Have you been able to at least identify any triggers throughout the time you've been in and out of incarceration, stuff like that?
I feel like my surroundings
Okay.
is a big trigger that I just recently started to recognize.
Okay.
And just my behaviors, like not thinking that going around certain people or certain places aren't like I'm strong enough to do it. Like I
So it sounds like associates are also triggers then?
yes.
Okay. Have there been times where you've been able to maintain sobriety for a significant amount of time, like 3 months or more?
Yeah.
Okay. Tell me about what was going on during those times.
I worked
Okay.
when I actually had a job that I enjoyed or
Okay.
that I felt like I was needed.
Okay.
And when I had a good therapist,
Okay.
someone that I actually like to talk to. During
the-
that time that I worked, I had this therapist so I worked at the developmental center
Okay.
in American Fort. And they had a therapist there, and it was one of the first times I actually attempted to go to a therapist.
How long ago was that?
The first time I got out of prison, so not last year, but the beginning or the end of the year before that,
Okay.
right when I got out of prison the first time.
Okay.
I went and worked at the developmental center.
So it sounds like if you're busy, you're feeling like you're doing something worthwhile or whatever.
Right.
Useful. Sounds like you're able to maintain some sobriety at some points.
Yeah.
And then things tend to take a turn. Reflecting on the times that you've relapsed in the past, is it always these triggers that occur then?
No, it some of it had to do with past trauma,
Okay.
and then also just like the loss of my father
Okay. How long ago was that?
2 years ago.
Okay.
And I lost him in prison. I feel like it was kind of hard to get out and get used to that he wasn't there because
Right.
he was there before I went in.
So what have you done to grieve that loss since, if you've been able to?
Just I didn't do anything right, at least until recently. I've been trying to talk to the therapist in the prison.
Okay.
I grew up not thinking that like talking to a therapist was like a weak sign of weakness, you
Right.
know? And but I've tried to focus on changing those that attitude and those behaviors, because I feel like that's a lot of that is the reason why I get in trouble, and it's not necessarily anything but myself.
Right.
Mm,
Do you,
That's
do you have any mental health diagnoses?
bipolar.
Okay. Do you take medications for that?
I did the last time I was here, but I haven't this current stay. I haven't taken any meds, which haven't been. I've been okay.
Okay. Do you feel like when you were taking meds, they were helping?
No.
Okay.
I feel like I was just using that as an excuse to try to feel something else.
Since you've been here, you've had few disciplinaries.
Yeah.
You have one pending that I won't talk about just because it is pending at this point. In August, you had a fighting assault. Tell me about that.
I just got here and I was still in a different state of mind. I was still high, I guess. But in the midst of my anger, I acted impulsively.
What was the fight over?
I don't even remember, honestly.
Excuse me. And then in August, you also had, prior to the fight, you had a disorderly conduct, reckless endangerment. Tell me about that one.
Can you tell me what it says? I don't remember.
So it says here, inmate had thrown a broom into the low side mini yard. Cameras
Oh,
were reviewed.
Yeah, I was just playing with someone else and I just threw it. We were just talking, but it wasn't like anything.
Not like an active
Yeah,
aggressive.
we were just playing.
And then you have another one in October of last year.
Mhm.
Do you remember that one?
Is it for the pill line? Yeah, I was mad because just the way that the officer, I felt like the officer was picking on me and I kind of acted out on that.
Have you been able to do any type of programming since you've been here?
Yeah, I've been in DeFi.
What is that? I
It's an
seen it.
entrepreneurship program,
Okay.
but it also helps, they help work on changing your mindset, your behaviors, helping you change your attitude towards getting into community and to be able to help productively, you know, like as far as like being a productive member of society.
Is this a newer program there?
Yeah. It's the guy that created the Hustle 2.0 program. It's called DeFi Ventures. And that's really the only program that I've been able to get into because they say that you're supposed to see the board before
Right.
you start programming or whatever.
Do you know how long that program is?
It's 6 months.
Okay.
And we graduate in July.
Do you feel like there's anything that would prevent you from being able to have a successful parole as far as any physical ailments or anything like that?
You-
How's your physical health?
It's good. The only thing that I feel like I need to check is, so I got shot and, the bullet took my bra strap and punctured my lungs. And
Okay.
like, so I have to, but it's just my breathing,
How long ago did you get shot?
3 years ago.
Okay. Is that something that would prevent you from being able to have a successful parole at some point? Might get in the way of anything?
No,
Okay.
I'm the only thing that can prevent me from having a successful and not successful.
What do you feel like for you overall is going to help you moving forward or that has changed so you don't end up continuing the cycle?
I've taken this time to focus on changing my attitude towards things and the behaviors that come with it. Like I've been able to change my mindset as far as even just being open to learning new things and not feeling like just like, oh, that's not cool enough or whatever. I feel like changing my attitude towards a lot of things has helped me and opened a lot of doors and opportunities, have given me a lot of opportunities to be more successful.
Okay.
One thing that I've recognized that I have learned and changed is asking for help,
Okay.
just to,
What ways have you asked for help in here, since you've been here?
what do you mean?
What instances have you been able to practice that asking for help while you've been in here?
So being in the big sections, there's a lot of girls, you know, like there are times where I get into my head and there are these, I actually reach out to the officers that I actually want to talk to the therapist, and I've never been the type to ask for help in those ways, and it's helped me a lot, like as far as staying out of trouble or even just making little choices to change my attitude toward things.
Okay. If you are paroled, it states here from your parole violation waiver that you had originally submitted that you were planning on going to your mom's house, that you have employment at the Hyatt. Is that still accurate?
Well, so recently I've, my boyfriend, he lives in South Dakota, and he runs his dad's ranch. And he also helps on his uncle's ranch. But I was planning on if I could go out there, and he was going to teach me how to take care of the cattle and the horses out there. I feel like I love animals, and like honestly, like I feel like I could connect more with animals than I can with people, and like it's very therapeutic in a way to be around the horses and also to be away from the environment that I'm so used to going back to. Like I go back to the same things, and like I feel like a change would help and benefit me and my future. He's also looked into NA meetings, AA meetings, all around there. He's looking for an apartment that's near his therapist, but he doesn't want me to go to his therapist. He wants me to find a good therapist out there. And like the support that he's offering me, like I've never had before. And I feel like it gives me confidence.
Okay.
And my mom, she wants me to do that too. She thinks that it would help a lot too to just change the whole environment and just to go out there and to.
Have you looked into an interstate compact then?
I haven't yet. I wanted to come.
So I think that's stuff that you can start to fill out now. I know you guys typically will need a parole date and things like that.
Yeah.
It's ultimately up to the other state whether they approve it or not, you coming out there.
Mhm.
If that doesn't end up working out,
Mhm.
if the ICJ is denied or the interstate compact is denied, tell me what your backup plan is.
My backup plan is to go to Heber. There is a program out there. It's called Aqua.
Okay.
And it also it's like a ranch kind of setting. I feel like going straight into rehab and programming, it would be the best for me.
Okay.
And I'm not gonna give up there. If that doesn't work, then I want to go straight into programming,
Okay.
into rehab.
After programming, as far as work, place to stay, what are your plans after Aqua if Aqua is the route you end up going?
I plan on moving to Utah County. I
Okay.
think being away from Salt Lake would be the best thing for me.
Okay.
Also, I can be around my mom, but I can be in my own place.
So goal is to get your own place.
Yes, but
Have you ever
I
had-
want to finish getting, because I've been trying to get into SLIC over here. I want to pursue my Associates of Science degree.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you ever had issues finding work?
No.
Ma'am, is there anything else you would like the board to know or feel like the board needs to know at this point?
I just feel like it's important for you to know that I take responsibility for what I've done. I know that my choices are mine alone, and I am grateful for this time to change my attitude on things and to change the behaviors that have continued to bring me back to this place.
Okay.
And I know that it starts with me, and that is where I'm going to start.
Well, ma'am, what I plan on doing is taking the information we discussed today, compiling that into a report and submitting that to the board.
Okay.
You're well aware the board is the one who makes the final decision, takes a majority vote for them to make that decision. Usually takes a few weeks for them to get that decision out to you. You do have that 14-month top, which puts you at October of this year. That guideline is what it is. It's just a guideline. They can go below that, on that, or past that, depending on if they want to see you complete something prior to a parole. You also have that 146 days that they gave you credit for time served, which was applied to that guideline. You also have a 15-year top, which puts you at August 27th, 2037. That is the length of time the board will have jurisdiction over your case, given there are no other further offenses. Do you have any other questions for me, ma'am, before we close?
No, not at this time.
All right, with that, we'll go ahead and conclude this hearing. Thank you. Good luck to you and have a good day, ma'am.
Thank you.
This is the time and place set for an original hearing for Raina Curtis, inmate 166482. Is that you, ma'am?
Yes.
Did I say your first name correctly?
Yeah, Raina.
Okay. I'm Kathleen. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting your hearing today because I'll be taking testimony from you. I'm going to have you raise your right hand for me so I can place you under oath. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Ma'am, did you receive 7 days notice of this hearing along with your blue packet?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to review that?
Yes.
Did you have any questions on it?
No.
Okay. What I plan on doing is going over your current committing offenses. First, looks like you were smart scheduled out, which means that they pushed your original hearing date out to allow you time to complete some programming or at least get into programming prior to this hearing. Looks like they wanted you to remain case action plan compliant as well as remain disciplinary free. Your restitution was ultimately sent to the Office of State Debt Collection. Is that accurate, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay.
So my original hearing was April, and they brought it up to February.
Okay. You also were given 635 days credit for time served,
Okay.
which is probably why they adjusted that date as well.
Okay, that really didn't give me much time to do
Right.
and then I also, the day that I got here, I have a write-up.
And
So-
we'll talk about that a little bit later
Okay,
as far as the write-up goes. But I do know that 600 days that you were given credit for time served definitely impacts the amount of time you've actually had to try and accomplish anything since you've
Okay.
been here.
Okay.
So in case 191401790, you were convicted of a second-degree felony, possession with intent to distribute a controlled substance. This occurred around April 5th, 2019, where officers conducted a traffic stop on an expired tag. Ultimately, they found you to be in possession of methamphetamine, 19.8 grams, as well as some drug paraphernalia, scales, baggies, things like that. Is that accurate, ma'am?
yes,
Anything you wanted to add to that? I know it was a while ago.
No, I mean, what can I say? I was in possession of meth.
Right. Okay. In case 201-800-399, you were convicted of a third-degree felony theft. This one occurred around August 12th, 2020, where officers were dispatched on a fraudulent check that had been cashed in the amount of $977.50. This check apparently had been stolen out of a mailbox. Is that accurate, ma'am?
I don't know where it came from. Somebody asked me to do them a favor and cash it for them because they didn't have ID, and I did that.
Okay. In case 201-800-400, you were convicted of a third-degree felony forgery. This one occurred around September 22nd, 2020, where officers responded to reports of 2 checks that had been cashed on somebody's account for $980. Is that accurate, ma'am?
Yes.
Anything you wanted to add to this?
No, I mean, there's really not much I can say. I did it. Like, I was homeless, and so like the first time, with my first charge with the meth, I was homeless. With these forgeries, I was homeless, and since then, I did a rehabilitation center. I graduated from Odyssey House. I was stable, and I know it was a long time ago. So, like within the time that it has been like 4 or 5 years. Like I was on probation, and I did do the substance abuse. I did.
Did you complete Odyssey House prior to your April 1st offense then, 2024, your last offense?
No,
Okay.
I did that one. That one was kind of different. Like that wasn't it fell on me because it was in the car, but it was.
So let's go over that one really quick, and then we'll kind of talk about some of that stuff, okay?
Okay.
So in case 241-904-215, you were convicted of a second-degree felony possession with intent to distribute. Ultimately, you were in a vehicle that was searched, 14.9 grams of heroin and bath salts, drug paraphernalia were in the vehicle. When you were getting ready to be booked into jail, you voluntarily disclosed that you had 4 bags of substances located in your bra that you turned over to the officers. Is that accurate?
No, there wasn't 4 bags.
Okay, what did you have?
I just had a small bag of bath salt.
Okay.
So the heroin, like I said, I was driving the car, and everything in the car was by default fell on me.
Were you borrowing this vehicle?
Yes.
A bit about the homelessness. How did you become homeless?
So I was the long story, I was in Odyssey. I stabilized, I was in Orange Street, and I successfully terminated my parole,
Okay.
and I was stabilized at my brother's house. My brother needed space, and so he asked me to move out. I had the income, but I didn't have like the credentials to get my own place. And so I became homeless. I started living in my car ever since then. And then I went to Odyssey House, became stable, got my own apartment. And
When did you go to Odyssey House?
it was, I want to say August of 22
Okay.
and November of 23. So I did two separate stints of 8 months apiece, and then completed. So I was there for quite some time.
And then you were able to get your own apartment.
Yes, I got my own apartment. I was stable. And so I asked my probation officer if I could get a job to maintain my apartment. She said no, she wanted me to continue with IOP. And so that's when I kind of slided off. I got it dirty. I got a couple of probation violations, and so she sent me to prison.
Okay. And then in the midst of all of that, was this like the final straw, this last
Yeah.
offense then?
Yeah.
Okay. So how long during the time that you completed Odyssey House to the time that you were arrested were you sober for before you relapsed?
2 years.
Okay. After Odyssey House or before?
Including Odyssey House, it was more than 2 years.
Okay.
So I only got one relapse since I completed Odyssey House. It's been 2 years since then, so I only had one relapse.
Okay.
And I would UA twice a week.
What have you been up to since you've been here? I know, I mean, you haven't had a ton of time. Tell me, let's start with the disciplinary. What disciplinary did you get?
I got an A right up the day I got here.
What was it for?
I was trying to bring my mental health meds in. I was on trazodone, Zyprexa, and Remeron, and so I was trying to bring those, not trazodone, Pitocin,
Was that into the jail or into the prison?
into the prison.
Because I don't have that you have a disciplinary.
I have an A right up. Okay,
When-
then, I mean, if it seems better, no, like I
Oh, I
have,
mean, it's,
I
I'm,
have-
I'm glad you're telling me this.
Yeah.
What
but I haven't
month
been in,
was
in-
it?
huh?
What month was it?
October,
So October 2024?
yeah, 2024, yeah.
Okay.
But I haven't had not even a negative C note, like since then.
Right.
Like, I'm not gonna say if I had to do it over again, I would do the same thing, because I don't wanna come to a new facility off my medications and have like a
Right.
crash episode, because that's me, that looks like me committing suicide. I go there, you know what I mean?
Okay.
I don't wanna cut, I don't wanna not be in my own head, safe and solid in my own head, so I brought my meds with me. But they gave me my medication like quick,
Okay.
so it was good.
What diagnoses do you have?
I'm bipolar, manic depressive, I have some PTSD
Okay.
and trauma.
And I'm assuming that your medications help, so given that you were severely concerned that you were gonna have a period of time where you
Yeah.
aren't on
Yeah,
them.
I didn't know that they were quick about it, because last time, like, I've been to Draper, and I know Draper, it's taken them up to 2 weeks to a month to even see Jeffries and get re-diagnosed. I didn't know that they would take my last from the jail, my prescription from the last medication provider,
Okay.
so.
Okay. When you're in the community, are you using these medications diligently? Do you ever go off of them
Sometimes,
when you're using?
no.
Just,
I use when I don't have them, so it's like a self-medication. But there's been episodes where I haven't had them due to I need to find a new provider. Like when I left Odyssey, I couldn't use that provider because that was just strictly for the residential
so
house
so you don't go off of them
for long periods of time.
willingly.
No.
It's just that
No.
there's sometimes a lapse in getting a provider to get re-prescriptions.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Do you feel like there's anything that would prevent you from being able to have a successful parole if the board chose to parole you?
No, I do. I have completed parole before, and I know what is expected of me. I do know myself now and what I need to do for myself to maintain my sobriety and
Tell me what that is.
my medications,
Okay.
staying away from dangerous, I'm not saying like dangerous people, but dangerous for me, individuals. And so like, I'm from Salt Lake, I'm moving from Salt Lake to Duchesne. I plan on living with my boyfriend and his family. And I know that if all I need to do is get a job and maintain a structure, and get a provider for my medications.
Okay. When you talk about dangerous individuals, you just mean those individuals that will
Influence me.
typically lead you to the
Influence me.
path of
Yeah,
substances?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And also I've been in ADA, this whole time.
Okay.
So I got a job. I've been, it's not like I haven't been doing nothing.
Right.
I have a job since November.
Okay. What were you doing in the jails? Were you doing any programming or anything when you were in the jail?
I was a trustee.
Okay. What does that mean?
Means, I served the food, I cleaned the sections, I maintained the maintenance, I guess you could say.
Did you do any programming or anything aside from work? Okay. What do you feel like is going to be a benefit or help you moving forward so that you don't end up coming back here aside from medications, supports, and things like that? Is there anything else that you've been able to identify within yourself or anything that you've learned that's going to help you moving forward?
I know that if I keep a tight schedule, then I can stay sober. I know that once I stay close to my medications, and I know you just asked me other than
No,
that,
you're fine.
but my family, I'm getting old and my family needs me. My children are getting older. I just want to keep a tight schedule and keep them like my support.
How
Keep
old are
them
your
close.
kids?
My youngest is 9. My oldest is 19.
Who are they with?
My older 2 are with their dad, and my youngest is with my mom.
Okay. Do you have custody? Have you lost custody of them?
I gave my mom custody of my baby and
Temporary or full?
full.
Okay.
And my older 2, they gained custody when they were young too.
So dad has full?
Yeah,
Okay.
but I'm still in contact with them. Like I still,
Yeah, it sounds like it.
Yeah.
I was just curious as far as if there's some type of custody schedule that you're up against with DCFS or anything like that.
No.
Or if it's just like a kind of a consensual, you have contact if
Yeah.
you're sober,
Yeah.
things like that, I'm
yeah,
assuming.
that's what it is. Yeah.
Okay. So you're planning on going to Duchesne, getting into programming, finding a new provider to help maintain mental health stuff. Substance abuse treatment, are you planning on getting into substance abuse treatment? Does that go along with your mental health stuff?
I didn't plan on it, but it's not like it's not unwelcome. Do you know what I mean? Like I could do a day treatment or whatever is required of me.
More than likely, you'll have substance abuse conditions given
parole.
the charges and things like that. While not all are specific substance abuse, a couple of them are, they all have something to do with the substance
Yeah.
abuse. So more than likely, the board will require that. If they don't have you do some type of substance abuse while you're incarcerated. Are you involved in any programming aside from ADA that you've started since you've been here at all?
Haven't.
Okay. Excuse me. And then as far as work, do you have any work lined up or is work ever been an issue for you finding?
No, work's not an issue for me finding work.
At this point, ma'am, is there anything you would like the board to know or feel like the board needs to know?
No.
What I plan on doing is taking the information we discussed today, compiling that into a report, submitting that to the board. You're well aware the board is made of 5 members. It takes a majority vote for them to make a decision in your case. Usually takes a couple of weeks for them to get that decision out to you. You do have a 25-month guideline, which we have passed, given that you were given that 635 days credit for time served. The board can still go past that guideline if they want to see you complete something prior to a parole. You do have a 15-year top, which puts you at April 12th, 2039. That is the length of time the board will have jurisdiction over your case, given there are no other further offenses. Do you have any other questions for me, ma'am?
Do you think I would get a closer release because I'm past my guidelines?
You know what? I don't know. I don't try and speculate what the board is going to do, and I know that's frustrating for you guys in here. But they're made up of 5 members. Even to try and guess what one of them is going to do, I don't know. And as far as my recommendations go that I give to the board, I don't come in here with preconceived recommendations of what I'm going to do with you guys because I want to sit and have a conversation with you guys before coming to that conclusion. So I can't even give you that at this point, okay? Any other questions? All right, with that, we'll go ahead and conclude this hearing. Thank you. Good luck to you and have a good day.
This is a parole violation and original hearing for Cynthia Christensen, number 179466. Is that you, ma'am?
Yes, it is.
My name's Scott Manning. I'm a hearing officer with the Utah Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting today's hearing. I am
Okay.
going to be taking testimony from you. If you'd raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you swear that the testimony you provide today will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing along with your blue disclosure packet?
Yes.
So I think you understand this, but that disclosure packet contains the new information that the board will be considering as they make a decision after today's case. I'm going to be going over some of that with you today at the hearing. So
Okay.
what I plan to do, I'm going to review what's happened leading up to today's hearing. I think you've already entered pleas to the allegations through a waiver. Your parole has been revoked and you have a new case we need to discuss. So I'll go over that quickly. Then we'll
Okay.
talk about what happened in the new case. And then I
Okay.
have some questions for you. Really want to talk about what happened on this most recent parole, what you've been doing recently, what your plans are. And then at the end of the hearing, if there's anything else you'd like to bring up, I'll give you a chance to state that. But
Okay.
at this time, today's hearing really is for you to be able to state anything you'd like to. Are there any errors or inaccuracies in that disclosure packet you'd like to
No,
mention?
not at
Okay.
all.
Looks like you returned to the facility in September 24. You had 7 parole violation allegations. The board accepted your admissions to those allegations and revoked the November 21st, 2023 parole and scheduled today's hearing because there was potential criminal charges. That happened in October 24. In October 2024, later, you were convicted in case 241402957. That's the new case we need to talk about. Those
Yeah,
convictions.
That happened in August.
Yeah, so you were convicted, the court case, you entered a guilty plea in October, but we'll talk about what happened in that case in just a minute. I'm just
Okay.
kind of reviewing what's happened to there's some procedural things I need to get through. So
Okay.
you were convicted of unlawful possession of another's identification, 3rd-degree felony. That corresponds with allegation 3. Unlawful acquisition of a financial card, 3rd-degree felony. That corresponds with allegation 1. Possession of a forgery writing device, 3rd-degree felony. That corresponds with allegation 2. And possession or use of a controlled substance, misdemeanor B. That was not alleged by AP&P. I'm going to recommend that the board take judicial notice of those new convictions, also affirm the prior acceptance of your admissions to all 7 allegations and the revocation of your prior parole. I do note that the charges related to allegations 4, 5, 6, and 7 were dismissed. I'll put that on the record. Then I note in December 24, the board scheduled today's hearing. They said they expected you to comply with your case action plan and have no disciplinary violations. So that brings us to today.
Okay.
Looks like you have a maximum expiration date of August 30th, 2029. Those are the 2 consecutive 0 to 5 year sentences from 2021. That's the longest amount of time the board can retain jurisdiction. Your guideline, based on these new convictions, is 17 months of incarceration. That would lead to you being released on January 30th of 2026. Now, the board is not bound by that guideline. They don't have to follow it. They can release you before that guideline or after that guideline date, and they'll consider your case as a whole after today's hearing to decide the appropriate timing of that. Okay, does that
Okay.
make sense?
Yeah.
Looks like in the new case, case 241402957, August 30th, 2024, you attempted to cash a fraudulent check at the bank. Officers responded. I think you attempted to leave. An officer blocked your vehicle as you attempted to leave. Inside the car, I think there was a stolen credit card that was noticed. There was a period of time, I think you gave a false name originally, eventually gave your real name and admitted to possessing forged documents. I think you told officers you'd been evicted and needed money. I think you said acquaintances gave you those documents and kind of told you you could keep 50% of the money if you cashed the forged check.
Mhm.
think inside the car, officers found 28 forged documents. The inside of a folder, those included identifications, checks, bills, birth certificates. I think there was a laptop also that was used to create these documents. I think you told officers you had stolen tools from Home Depot with these same individuals with which you worked on these forgeries. I think you said there were several credit cards given to you by those acquaintances. And officers noted there were stolen financial cards in the car that had been stolen in vehicle burglaries recently. Is that accurate as to what happened in the case?
Not exactly. I didn't actually steal myself from Home Depot, but these people did. I think they misunderstood me. But I told them about the people, who they were and what they were doing. And the day before this happened, they gave me that stack of information and credit cards and everything, and I just threw it in my backpack. I didn't even really have time to use it. But the reason why I got caught is because they gave me a driver's license that was made up, and it wasn't anybody in particular. And
But, my question, and I'm sorry to cut you off, please continue if you'd like to.
Okay, so it was, I don't know whose it was, but they put too many numbers on the driver's license number when they made it up. And so that's how it happened. And the reason why, can I tell you why I did it?
Please, yeah.
Okay, and this doesn't, I'm not trying to justify it at all, okay, because I know it was very wrong. But I was being evicted because I started hanging out with the wrong crowd again. And this is my problem. I do good on parole. And then, like, the last time I got in trouble with my violation from last time, they had dropped my charges. But this girl sold me a hotel room for $200, telling me she was going to use her aunt's Marriott points to pay for it. And they came back and arrested me for credit card fraud. And I didn't even use a credit card. She did. So that was my last violation. But I need to change my life because I keep getting hooked up with these wrong people. And then I was desperate because some of these people came in and stole my rent money that I had in my backpack. And I just fell back to my old habits, and I used some of the information they gave me and tried to cash that check, and it was really wrong. And I know I should have gone to the church, or, I shouldn't have done that.
I'll note your comments. Thank you. You really, as you've talked, answered some of the questions that I had prepared. But as I was listening to your comments, it sounds like you view associates as maybe a risk factor for you.
Yeah.
It sounds like maybe not being on top of responsibilities every day that maybe leads back to these behaviors. Because
Yeah.
the reason I was going to ask about it, and frankly, however, as you were talking, I did note, I think personally, the first step in change is to look inside to what you can do, because I don't think anyone else took this forged check into the bank.
No, it was me.
And tried to cash it. I also don't think, on your first parole, I reviewed that parole. This really is a pattern of behavior. That's the reason we're here. You were originally committed to prison. This same pattern of behavior, it happened on the first parole. It's happened on the second parole. And, I think the only way that will change is looking inside, identifying ways that you can change your behavior, change your plan if you are granted another parole. So if you are granted another parole, what do you need to change so that you can avoid falling back into the same pattern of behavior?
Well, I know the first thing is staying away from those kind of people, because I need to, well, I took moral recognition therapy. I have my certificate here. And in that class, I learned that I have to be honest with myself. I can't just say, okay, well, this is why this happened, or this is why that happened. I have to take full responsibility for what I do. And believe me, sir, I do not want to ever come back here again. This has been a hellacious time for me here this time. I'm 60 years old. I have grandchildren now, and I just don't ever want to offend again. I don't want to reoffend. And I've learned, I've taken so many classes here while I've been here, and they've taught me so many things about myself, and that I had low self-esteem. That's why I hung out with these people. And that, I'm like a magnet for them, and I just need to say no. And so I've committed to going to Papillon's Sober Living where they have IOP, and that's a 6 to 9 month program. And I'm not only did I do that, but I took a couple rehabs before that, but they were only 30 days. So I've committed myself to a 6 to 9 month program so I can get stable on my feet. And I won't ever be tempted to do any money crimes again, because I do not want to live this lifestyle one more day. Not one more day.
So it sounds like committing to, because it does, as I was reviewing and reading adult probation and parole's reports, I think you had a stable residence, but I don't, they were under the impression you did not have a job at this time. Did you
Yeah, I
have
had
job
I had a
on parole?
part-time job. I wasn't working
What did you
full-time
do?
because I got in 2 accidents in the last year and I hurt myself really bad. And I was expecting a settlement that month. And then my attorney called me and said, oh, we're gonna have to take him to court now. So it didn't come, and I should have been working full-time. I shouldn't have been waiting on a promise. You know what I'm saying? I should have taken action before that and gone back into sales executive, which I had before. And
That where you said that's at AutoZone is where you'd like to work? Is
I'd
that
like to
correct?
work at AutoZone, yeah, as a commercial sales executive. And they hire felons.
I've heard, I think you said that's been advertised on the tablet. You've
Yeah,
seen it, so that's maybe an
yes,
idea.
yes.
Okay. And thank you. I read your written submissions about Papillon and then a sober living, so in Orem, your work plans. Thank you for submitting those prior to the hearing. It helps me come prepared. So thank you for doing that.
Yeah.
Some of the
I-
things you've said, I think it's, important to have a plan. The conditions of parole are not designed to just be check boxes so you don't return. They're really designed to help you, right?
Yeah.
Maintain a job, be involved in something productive, have open communication and honest communication with your agent. These are responsibilities under parole that if you sign that agreement, that's what you're agreeing to. And they're really designed to help you do the things that you've expressed are your goals today. So I'd encourage you, as you're taking these classes, it looks like, you completed MRT. I think you're participating in Defy Ventures. You're doing classes. I would
Yeah.
encourage you to, while you're in those classes, think about how you can apply those when you do get to the community, because that's the goal, right? It's not
Yeah,
to
exactly.
necessarily check the box of doing class. But
Yes.
it's to engage in some behavior change. And I think that starts with identifying what you personally can do differently. So thank you for your comments.
Yeah.
I do,
Can I just give you a quick
Please,
thing?
please.
Okay, I just want to tell you about my testimony that I got when I'm here. I've been going to church like 3 days a week too. And I've really reconnected with Heavenly Father. And I want to just spare my testimony because last week some girls were making fun of me because I get made fun of a lot because I'm not the gangster type. And so I said some mean things back to them. But the next day, the Spirit told me, you need to go and apologize for what you said. And I did. And that's a big change within me because I don't want to be that kind of person anymore. You know what I'm saying? I want to be a good person. I want to be a good example for my kids and my grandkids. And they're just mortified that I came back again. I have 7 of them. And it's embarrassing and it's mortifying to me too.
I do, because I know you have an extensive history of treatment and programming. You've done vocational programs, substance use treatment, education, life skills. So I think finding a way to apply those things in the community really needs to be the goal. You've had 2 incidents leading to disciplinary convictions since September when you returned. There's 3 disciplinaries pending, at least they were pending when I last looked. Let me check what the status of that is today. Yeah, all 3 still pending, but really all these write-ups, it seems, are for diverting your medication, which I think is your Suboxone, right? It's your medically
Can I
assisted
tell you?
treatment. There was one.
Can I tell you why I did that?
Yeah, excuse me, please. I'll
Okay.
give you a chance to do
Okay.
that. November 28th, 24, December 1st, 2024, purposefully concealing your Suboxone during pill line, diverting it in November, and then similar these pending issues. That I'm viewing that kind of an issue. What's going on with that?
Okay, well, what's going on with that was when I was not in here and I was out there, I get Suboxone for pain. And I was in extreme pain at night because they only give it to you in the morning. So I was trying to save some for the nighttime so I could sleep because and not be in such extreme pain. And now since then, they put me on a different medication that I can have at night. And I will never have another write-up because I'm not in pain anymore.
Good to hear the pain has been helped with something different. And I hope that's, because that's the appropriate, when you're dealing with issues like on parole, right? Reaching
Mhm.
out to supervisors, creating a plan to address things in the proper way instead of getting around the rules where, you're telling me today it was for that pain issue, which may, very well be the case, but it could be other things. And you're inside a facility, which
Mhm.
leads to other issues as well. So I hope that sets in and that you can
Mhm.
avoid those moving forward. Obviously, disciplinaries, that type of a behavior can lead to if you're granted a parole, it being rescinded. Also other consequences with that really are just getting in the way of your goals for yourself. So we've gone over your written submissions. I think I got a pretty good idea of your past mental health diagnoses, medications. Your written submissions really kind of, I think, told me what you're currently taking, how things are going. Your mental health, how's it going right now?
Good. It's going good.
Okay. And any physical health issues at
Well,
this time? I guess
well,
you've talked about
I'm on the
those.
medicine.
You're taking the medicine for it. I've got some written submissions about that, but you feel like that's something that you'd be able to manage on parole? It wouldn't get in the way of working, getting to your appointments. Is that right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's
Okay.
wonderful.
Let me just make sure that we've gone over everything I wanted to today. Okay. Yeah, those are the questions for me. We're just about out of time, but I do want to give you the final word. Anything else that you'd like the board to know?
Yeah, just that I'm, since I'm going to Papillon and it's a 6 to 9 month program, I was just gonna ask the board, if maybe they could give me an earlier release to treatment because, I'm committed there. I have a bed there and, I'm committed to staying the whole time to get stable.
Okay. Well, I will note that request for the board and they'll consider that as they're making a decision after
Okay.
today's hearing. So
Okay,
what I'll
thank
do
you,
from
sir.
here is I will take your case under, what, did I cut you off? Is there something else?
No.
Okay. What I'll do from here is take your case under advisement. I've put together a report of what I reviewed before today's hearing. I'll include into that report what we've talked about today at the hearing, and then I'll submit that to the members of the board. I'll submit it probably tomorrow. There's
Okay,
5 board members. They make decisions by a majority vote. That sometimes can happen in a few days. Sometimes it does take a couple of weeks, and we'll send it to you in writing. It'll also be posted to our website. So with that, thank you for being here. I wish you the best of luck moving forward, and we'll go ahead and conclude.
thank you so much, sir.
Okay. This is an original hearing for Mercedes Sepulveda number 224816. Is that you, ma'am?
Yes.
My name's Scott Manning. I'm a hearing officer with the Utah Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting today's hearing. I am going to take testimony from you today. If you raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you swear that the testimony you provide today will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Thank you. You can lower your, thanks. Did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing along with your blue disclosure packet?
Yes.
Okay, that disclosure packet contains the information that the board will be considering as they make a decision in your case. I'm going to go over quite a bit of that information with you during today's hearing. Really what I'm planning to do, I'm going to give an overview of your case. So your convictions, your sentence, your guideline date. After that, I think there's 5 cases in which you were committed to prison. We'll briefly talk about what happened in those cases. Then I have some questions for you about what's led us to this point, what you've been doing recently, and some of your plans moving forward. Then at the end of the hearing, I'll give you the final word and you can state anything else that you'd like to on the record. But part of the purpose of today's hearing is to allow you to point out any errors or inaccuracies with the disclosure packet. Are there any errors that you'd like to bring up with me right now?
Yes. There was actually, because I received one packet and then I received another one in the mail.
Okay.
Well, this one says that I did not complete making it work. And I do have the certificate here with me.
Okay.
Saying that I did complete it. It's one of my caps. I did it before I asked my caseworker about it.
When did you complete it? What's the date of completion?
It says completed November 14 of 2024.
Okay. Well, I will note that for the board. I'm just going to see if we've got that. Yeah, we don't have that documented. I have that you've participated in high school, successfully completed MRT, and that you're participating in, and you participated in Captain Your Story. But I will note for the board that your statement today that you successfully completed Making It Work in November of 2024. If you'd like to have someone there at the jail, or I guess you're at the prison, if you'd like to have someone there in Salt Lake, just email that to the board, to our the board email that they send things to. It'll get up in your, we'll have it documented, okay? If you'd like to do that. So if you'd like to, after today's hearing, have them email us, or you can just have them update OTRAC and put in the OTRAC that you successfully completed it, because our documents are just exactly what the prison have documented. So just talk to your case manager, okay?
I did talk to my case manager about that, and he told me to get a hold of the person that did the class. But I do not have any communication no more with them because they just graduate me but I do have the certificate.
I think how we're going to have to proceed then is I will note your comment today that you brought a certificate for the board. And then, whatever the policies are there with your case manager to have proof of completion, we need to rely on that. But I will note your comments for the board, okay?
Okay.
Anything else? Any other mistakes?
No, I think that was the only thing.
Well, we'll check in on programming. I have some questions for you too, but if anything comes to mind during the hearing, please bring it up, okay?
Okay.
So it looks like you have your commitment offenses are possession with intent to distribute a controlled substance, 3rd-degree felony, possession with intent to distribute a controlled substance, 2nd-degree felony, possession of controlled substance in a correctional facility, 3rd-degree felony, escape from official custody, 3rd-degree felony, and 2 counts of theft, 3rd-degree felony, as well as attempted unlawful acquisition of a financial card, Class A misdemeanor. You're serving a maximum aggregate sentence of between 0 and up to 15 years in prison. That sentence will expire as of now on July 21st of 2028. Based on your convictions and your sentence, your guideline calls for 22 months of incarceration. That would lead to you being released on May 20th of this year, 2025. The board is not bound by that guideline. They can release you before that date or after that date, and they'll consider all relevant factors to make that decision. I do note that that guideline, you've gotten credit for 362 days served before arrival at the prison. So that's baked into the cake. It looks like at the SMART scheduling order in November 24, the board noted that they expected you to complete or comply with your case action plan and have no discipline violations. So that's brought us to today. The first case we'd need to talk about is case 2119-02666. October 2021, I think you were the driver during a traffic stop. You had a small amount of methamphetamine in the car, and then in your backpack, there were drug paraphernalia, pipes, baggies for packaging drugs, a digital scale, I think a baggie of marijuana, and quote, a sizable amount of methamphetamine. I think you told officers that the drugs belonged to a friend and that you had recently dropped them off. You said you had used methamphetamine about 20 hours prior to this stop, and you admitted that you sold marijuana, but I believe not the methamphetamine. Is that accurate? So were you selling methamphetamine and marijuana?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, I was.
And is that accurate? The summary that I just reviewed, is that accurate as to what happened?
Yes, yeah, that is.
The next case, 221-901-378, May 2022, I think you were noticed, officers noticed you in what was described as a known drug trafficking area. They pulled you over again. You had warrants. I think there were the drug paraphernalia in the car, small amount of methamphetamine. I think there was a large quantity of methamphetamine inside under the gas pedal. I think there were text messages essentially describing between you and someone else the purchase and someone asking to purchase methamphetamine from you. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Case 241900762, November 1st, 2023. I think a victim's credit card had been stolen and was used at various stores. You and another individual were seen on security footage using those credit cards at those stores. I think you were the other individual was interviewed and identified himself and you in the footage. So I guess, yeah, did you steal this credit card and use them at the stores? Is that what occurred?
I actually found it and we actually used it, and I do know, I realize it now that we did use it at the time being.
You didn't realize you found someone else's credit card and you didn't realize that it was someone else's credit card? Am I understanding that?
No, I realized it was somebody else's card.
Okay, so you knew you had someone else's credit card and you were using it without permission? Okay. The next case, these two cases overlap. It's 241900761 and 241100179. I think March 2024, you had warrants. Officers arrived at your residence. I think you were driving a stolen Ford truck. Officers didn't know it was stolen at the time. I think you tried to hide. When an officer approached you, you attempted to flee on foot. You pretty much immediately were detained. I think you attempted to flee once or twice more during the arrest, and you resisted arrest. A quote, WRAP team needed to respond to help with the arrest. I think you had a small amount of marijuana and a tool used to inject or to use marijuana on your person, and a glass pipe with additional small amount of marijuana. And then I think about a week later, officers learned that truck was stolen. I think the owner of that truck's family member, you went to the house, you were doing laundry, and it was stolen at that time. I think you denied stealing the car, but you were seen on camera driving it. Is that accurate? Did you steal that car?
What really happened about that, it was that I did went over to his house and I was using the vehicle because I had the keys. He told me to bring it back before the end of the month, before his mom and dad came from Mexico. And I got and I got arrested on the 15th. So basically, he said that I stole it so he wouldn't get in trouble by his mom and dad.
Okay.
So that's basically the point of it.
Okay. I'll note your comments on that case, so the board's aware of it. I do think in that, one of those cases, the board or the court, the sentencing court ordered $350 in restitution. This has since been sent to the Office of State Debt Collection. Have you paid any restitution up to this point?
Well, because I've been arrested.
Okay.
And
Are you willing
willing
to
to pay
moving
it.
forward?
yeah, I'm willing to pay it.
So how you do that is talk to your case manager, or if you're granted parole, talk to your agent, your parole officer. You can call to set up a payment plan with the Office of State Debt Collection, or just arrange to pay that. I'd encourage you to make that a priority as you move forward, okay?
Okay.
Looking at your history, it looks like you had no criminal convictions until age 30. You then had no convictions until age 37. And I think you successfully completed a probation after that first conviction. Really from there, our first case happened in October 21. You were on probation for a while, and really this behavior kind of continued. I think you absconded once or twice. I think there was problems falling through with treatment, absconded multiple times. I think treatment is arranged, we were recovery, but you didn't. And then I think there was miscommunication. You told your agents you were going to 7th Street, but really kind of never reported. Then after the 4th and 5th case occurred, obviously, led to the prison commitment. So I kind of want to start. I think it's important to look at the past when things go well and when things don't go well. You've had long periods of time in the community without convictions. What led to you starting to use drugs and have that addiction in your life? What led to that?
It led to me when I became homeless, and my kids were actually living with my mom and dad. And so at that time that I became like using drugs and selling drugs. And that's what I picked it up again. And I knew that it was bad selling it and using it at the time. That's what led me back to all this behavior. And then like you said right now, going to 7th Street, I did go to Salt Lake, but I lost my phone on the tracks. And I did call my PO. I had somebody else, when they found me at Salt Lake, because I did not know Salt Lake at all. When this person arrived, I told him if I could use the phone, I'd call my daughter to get the number of my PO. And she gave it to me and she said, "Where are you at, Mom?" And I was like, "Well, I'm over here in Salt Lake and I need to call my PO as soon as possible." And when I called them, I told them that I did have a bed available on Monday before I got arrested. My PO said, "Well, you never checked in with me and what was going on." I explained to him what was going on. And I'm like, "Can you give me another chance? I'm going to be enrolling again to that recovery where I denied it at first.
Yeah.
I'm going to be recovering on the 18th before I got locked up." And he's like, "No, you burn your bridges. That's it." And so I did have a bed available on Monday, but I got
Hey,
arrested.
let me, I don't mean to cut you off. We only have a couple minutes, but because when I'm looking at your file, in the past, you had that probation, you did really well. And what I've
Yes.
seen is when you fall into that pattern of over and over kind of dysfunction, you don't have a job, you're using, it's very difficult. You've lost trust with your supervisor. So I frankly don't blame them for how they handled that. And I think you'd understand. So when you did well on probation and then, you had years where things were going well, what helped you with that? Because I think the key is getting back to that and then staying with that path. So what helped you during that time?
What helped me at that time was having a job, having a place where to stay, and being stable and being sober at that time.
Were you
That's
staying
what
with
happened.
family?
Yes, I was staying with my mom and dad.
And what did you do for work?
I work production
Okay.
work,
It seems like that is what you're hoping your plan to be, right? Work maybe, I guess, forklift operator now, live with family, public transportation, do any treatment that's recommended. I think you actually, I reviewed your board packet. It contained a pretty detailed release plan questionnaire. I was impressed by that. I thought that was a very positive thing for you to do. And I appreciated you sending that in to us. It had very detailed goals, what you view as barriers to your goals, plans for medical, mental health treatment, financial stability. I thought that was very positive. So I just wanted to mention and give you, recognize you for doing that. I thought that was a good thing. We do have just a couple minutes. I know you've been doing high school, successfully completed MRT. You've done some programming in the past. Looks like you did an assessment and it recommended residential substance use treatment. I think you would like to do that at Odyssey House or Orange Street. Is that right?
Yes, if it's required to go, I'm willing to go. And I also, about the forklift, my plans and everything, by coming here in prison, just to make it short, I got a job at commissary, and I actually got the certificate for being, it's right here that I have it, for being a forklift driver. So I got the certificate also about forklift driving, which becoming here to prison, I became a better person by attending classes, by going to church and getting my education. I started off with 0 credits and now I'm up to 9 credits right now.
Okay.
So I'm still working on that. But I'm in a program right now, in an Inspire program.
Okay.
And it had opened up my eyes that I am now became a better person of who I am right now. Because I wake up in the morning at 6:30, make my bed, go to work, not only work, but doing my education. Yeah.
Okay.
So.
That's good to hear. I thank you for your comments and I'll note those. You said if it's required, you will do treatment, really just so you can expect it. Whether it's on parole or whether it's in the facility, I think almost certainly you will be required to complete recommended substance use treatment. So you did that evaluation. The board could allow that in the community, which would be Odyssey House or Orange Street. They could require that in the facility. That's one of the things they'll be determining after today's hearing, but I will note your comments. I do note, the jobs that you've had, very positive reports from the facility, good ratings with your jobs, no issues and no disciplinaries from housing staff. So I'll note that. I did want to check in as far as mental health. Have you ever been diagnosed with anything mental health wise? No?
No.
Have you ever taken medications for mental health?
No.
And how's your mental health right now?
It's good.
Okay.
I got now
I think
better
the
communication.
Department of Corrections there at the facility has a mental health level designation that suggests there's maybe something there, but your statement, no diagnosis, you're doing great, you're doing fine, no medications.
Yeah. The
Okay.
only medications I'm on right now is just the diabetic.
Okay.
That's the only medications I have right now on diabetic type 2.
Well, those are the questions I have for you. Is there anything else you'd like the board to know?
Like you stated, the Odyssey or the treatment center, I'd rather be out there because one, I could be able to work and be able to get a place for myself instead of I have my mom and dad where I could go to, and they're supportive right now, or either my best friend, he has 2 jobs where she's willing to give me a place where to stay if I get out. And anywhere will be fine. Yeah.
I think the key is, you struggled on probation because that stability, that pattern of behavior that you were in. So I think the key is find a way to get out of that, find some stability and move forward so that when you are granted a parole, whether it's earlier or a little bit later, that you can to engage in those healthy behaviors. So I'd encourage you to apply yourself in any classes that you are, continue to plan and make a plan to implement that and have communication with your agent and make that good. So What I'll do from
Okay.
here is take your case under advisement. I've put together a report of what I reviewed before today. I'll put into that report what you and I talked about today, and then I'll submit that to the members of the board probably tomorrow. There's 5 members of the board. They make decisions by majority vote, so 3 out of 5. Sometimes that
Okay.
takes just a couple days, but sometimes it does take a few weeks, and we'll let you know in writing when the decision's made, and it will also be posted to the Board of Pardons website. So with that, Ms. Sepulveda, thank you again for being here. I wish you the best of luck moving forward, and we'll go ahead and conclude.
Okay, thank you.
On record.
This is a rescission hearing for Brianna Burner. Is it Burner? Is that right?
Yeah.
Number 206307, is that you?
Yeah.
My name's Scott Manning. I'm a hearing officer with the Utah Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting today's hearing. I am going to be taking testimony from you today. If you'd raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you swear that the testimony you provide today will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing along with your blue disclosure packet?
Yeah.
So that disclosure packet contains the new information that the board will be considering in today's hearing. What I'd like to do, I'm just going to go over what's happened. I'll talk about the purpose of today's hearing. Then I have some questions for you. And then at the end of the hearing, I'll allow you to make any other statements you'd like to. And please include in that any errors or inaccuracies in that disclosure packet that you did receive. So it looks like the board granted, you had one parole granted last in 2023. It was contingent on RSAT and SUTP and no disciplinaries. That was rescinded. I think for not the substance use treatment contingency, you did not complete. In June of last year, the board granted December 17th, 2024 parole. So about 5 months later, parole is contingent on you completing CBT or MRT and having no major disciplinaries. It looks like in December 2024, the board rescinded that parole date because you had the Department of Corrections reported 2 new disciplinary violations. The report says one of those, you entered the bunk of another inmate and then assaulted that inmate. This hearing was scheduled at that time. The special attention report that reported this disciplinary said, quote, possible new charges from this write-up. Looks like January 9th, 2025, the Department of Corrections reported case 251900255, assault by prisoner. It looks like you were convicted of misdemeanor A, assault in that case on January 31st. It was closed with credit for time served. So no additional sentence, that's been closed out. I do note that you successfully completed the MRT contingency. So really the new information is that you successfully completed MRT. You've had 3 new disciplinary violations, and you have that new criminal conviction that did not result in board jurisdiction, so additional time on your guidelines, but just that's what's happened. So what I'd like to do is talk about each of the disciplinaries quickly. Looks like July 17th, 2024. Report says an officer overheard you making threats to a new arrival in the section. I think you were given an order to leave the section, but you refused. Then at that point, you talked, and it seems like you agreed to be safe, is what the report said. Is that accurate? What happened in this incident?
Oh, that incident was dropped. IDHO dropped it completely with a warning because it was like the officer was so.
Yeah, if it was dropped, it's
Inconclusive
not been
about
dropped in the
stuff.
system, because I show it as a disciplinary conviction, but regardless of that, did you threaten another inmate when she arrived in the section, or what happened?
So, she said something to me, I said something to her. I come off very, aggressive sometimes based off, you know, what's going on, what has been going on all day. Just sometimes it's just the way it is. The officer, then told me to leave the section. Well, I was in my, my boxer briefs, so I went and got my clothes on and then I left the section. So in his report, he says I didn't leave the section, and it's just a little bit mixed up.
Thank you for your comments on that. I think the threats certainly are an issue that, I'm interested in talking about and walking through what happened with that, because certainly as I'm reviewing your case, you had your first parole with the substance use treatment condition, which is a year-long program. I think the reports I reviewed says you didn't do that, and that you really got a favorable outcome after your first rescission by only an MRT contingency and no write-up. So I think this is important stuff to sink in, because if we don't change this behavior, there's the positive goals that you have for yourself are not going to happen. So thank you for discussing these with me. The next case, or the next incident, August 1st, 2024, B14, prohibited sexual acts. Looks like in the chapel, there was sexual misconduct that looks like was viewed on the camera. What happened with this incident?
Me and another inmate kissed.
Okay. Then this next one, this is the new conviction, November 17th, 2024. An assault occurred and looks like an assault took place is really the only thing that's been provided to me. So what happened here?
Okay, so I wrote a letter, like covering everything. It was the easiest way because I get really nervous, like when I come and talk to you guys, and I don't say stuff the right way or how, so I just want to read my letter and then
Go ahead.
that'll
Perfect. Thank you.
that'll answer all these questions.
Thank you for doing that, because I appreciate you coming prepared. So please, at this time, you can do that.
Okay. I would like to express some very important events that have happened, some very big impacts that have had some very big impacts on me while incarcerated here, that greatly resulted in some very valuable lessons and measurable growth on my part. Firstly, I want to explain the incident that occurred when I got into a fight with that female, which is the female that you asked me about just recently. I was not on the correct medication. I was mentally unstable, and I truly feel none of that would have happened had I been diagnosed and prescribed correctly sooner. I will still accept whatever responsibility on my part, of course, because that was my action. Though I will say it could have been avoided completely. With that, the trauma of getting my date pulled over and over, and constantly making mistakes, I felt I could do nothing correct. This is what pushed me mentally over the edge, and I tried to kill myself on around November 17th. I need all you to know
to know how hard I really did try to do right, because, sorry, because I do something, I'm trying so hard to get home to. The environment in here isn't perfect, and many of us aren't either. A lot has happened since the day I tried taking my own life. I've been actively going to therapy weekly, journaling daily. I'm finally on the correct medication, and I'm succeeding in my behaviors and my pro-social attitude. I want to continue this path and keep succeeding. This is why I want to do what I want to do and terminate my stay this time at the Utah State Prison, because prison has created too much trauma, and I've realized what I need to be successful on my own. I don't need to keep looking behind my back or worrying I'm not doing good enough, or I'm not or would like to express, or I'm not doing it right enough. I know I can do it right, and I know I am enough. I finally do. I am only on 1 0 to 5. All the other charges have expired. All the progress I've made have and will continue to make will benefit my family upon my termination. So I can be free to be a mother and that I need to be, and a daughter to my mom that needs me. She is getting older and of course not much healthier. I need to be there for her and be a mom to my own kids. I have so much opportunities to seize upon my release: family, stable home, breadwinner, mom, daughter, etc. All I ask is that you please consider what I've expressed and how, and know I've learned a very valuable lesson. I will never cash a check for anybody ever again. I should have known better. Thank you so much for your time and careful consideration.
Thank you again for preparing that letter. I appreciate you coming with those thoughts, and I've taken some notes. If you would like the board to have access to those words, that letter, apart from what I put in my report, you can have your case manager or some staff there send it to the board so that they'll see it. And on top of that, I just want to say, I can't say I understand what you're going through, but I can imagine those things are difficult. I find it encouraging that you've expressed a realization that you want to take positive steps to make change in your life. Because I think, the contingencies that the board puts in, with whether it be a class, whether it be to avoid disciplinaries, to establish stability, they're designed to create evidence that you're ready to do those things and create positive momentum that you can carry on into the community. That's why they do those things. So I'd encourage you moving forward to focus on those goals that you've expressed today. Focus in your daily things that you're doing to try to plan moving forward so that you can accomplish those goals. But again, thank you for those statements that you've made. I will report those. What I'll do from here is take your case under advisement. I've put together a report of what I reviewed before today. I'll put what we've talked about today into that report, and then I'll submit that to the board members by tomorrow. There's 5 board members that make decisions by a majority vote. It's the same process that you've had at your past hearings. So the board will vote within the next couple days, up to a few weeks. They'll send the decision to you in writing, and it will also be posted to the board's website. So with that, thank you for being here, Ms. BURNOR, and discussing these things with me. I wish you the best of luck moving forward, and we'll go ahead and conclude.
Okay, and then there's one more thing that I wanted to point out.
Yeah.
So my caseworker told me that he emailed you guys about 2 weeks ago asking for an expiration date. He said that you guys were looking into it yesterday, but concluded that you wanted to see me at this board hearing.
Yeah, so I got a letter March 4th, 2025. Says you'd like Matt, and I apologize. I've been out of the office for a bit, so it looks like 2 weeks ago, you asked your case manager to notify the board. You refused the opportunity of parole and want to expirate. 2 weeks later, you again said you want to expirate. Is that what you'd like to do now? Expirate rather than parole?
Yeah, I don't feel as though parole is good for me. Expiration or termination is what I'm asking for, and if I'm given a date with parole, I just want it to be like brought to the board that I'm not going to sign my papers.
Okay. Well,
That's my plan.
I'll note that to the board. Looks like your expiration date is
2028.
2028. Okay, so you'd rather serve, I guess, the next almost 3 years than try to do parole? Okay. We'll note that to the board, and they'll consider that, and you're firm in that decision. There's no, you won't be changing your mind on that?
No.
Okay. And because parole's not good for you, you kind of struggle with the conditions, or what's up with that, or what's going on with that?
I've just been doing this on and off for 16 years, and I want an opportunity to terminate, leave, be able to start my own family, be able to get strong in my foundation out there. I can't even mortgage a house on parole. I can't, like, me and my daughter are having to live with my mom because I can't even get us into a house. And so, like, just basic things are becoming a little bit too much, you know?
Well,
Like, that's just a little bit.
My personal opinion of things is taking them a step at a time. Parole's there to help transitions, to help with these things that you're talking about. But either way, I'll note your comments to the board, and they'll consider that as they're making a decision after today's hearing. So anything else you'd like to add?
No, thank
Okay.
you.
With that, we'll go ahead and conclude today's hearing.
Okay.
This is a rescission hearing for Shanice Hillman, number 250661. Is that you?
Yes.
My name's Scott Manning. I'm a hearing officer with the Utah Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting today. I'm going to be taking testimony from you. If you'd raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you swear that the testimony you provide today will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing along with your blue disclosure packet?
Correct.
That disclosure packet is the new information the board will be considering as they make a decision after today's hearing. I'm going to go over what's happened, what's led us to today's hearing. I have a couple questions for you. And then at the end of the hearing, I'll give you a chance to state anything else you'd like to. And at that time, please point out any errors or inaccuracies with the disclosure packet. So it looks like the purpose of today's hearing is to discuss why your parole date was rescinded. Looks like you received a parole date in August of 2024. It was for November 5th of 24. You had no contingencies, but I think there was a special condition to go to Orange Street to do the women's program or an RSAP program. On October 17th, 2024, the Department of Corrections notified us. I think the report said you had assaulted another offender, quote, in the Dale housing unit. It said when staff first intervened, she refused to stop the assault, requiring staff to deploy OC in order to get her to stop the attack. Once she retreated from the incident, the victim began to have seizures. They recommended that your date be rescinded, and the board did rescind that parole date due to the disciplinary violation. As of March 9th, March 9th, so this week, when I last checked, we had not been updated about whether criminal charges will be filed in this case or not, and nothing has been filed or is pending. it seems like, as reported, that's a possibility. After today's hearing, I may reach out to LEB just to see if there's an investigation going on, get that information before the board does make a decision. But that's what's led to today's hearing. Looks like really the new information is that you have the one disciplinary, and that's the reason why your date was rescinded. I'm a little bit hesitant to ask you about the incident because it's an assault that occurred in the facility, which can be charged as a felony offense. But you were, I believe, convicted administratively of that incident, so you have a disciplinary violation. I'd like to give you an opportunity, if you'd like to, provide a statement as to what occurred in this incident, if you'd like the board to know, but certainly don't want to force you to do that. I can't, with having in mind that really it's possible there could be a criminal investigation. So would you like to provide a statement on that, about that incident?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I'm very sorry for fighting. I had no attention that day. I just was really going through a lot with my boyfriend and what was going on in the house, and like I just felt some type of way how she was talking to me, and we got an argument like the couple days before that, and I should have reached out to the guards, but I didn't. I ended up fighting her. All I know is I've been doing everything I can to not get no fights and no write-ups and stuff like that.
I do know, I think since your last hearing, you completed or you started the Ideas for Better Communication. That's
Yeah,
since
I
the write-up as well. So you've been doing some classes, it sounds like?
Yeah,
Is that going well? Is that a positive thing?
yeah.
Yeah? What are you learning? It sounds like communication maybe was part of the issue with this incident. What have you learned?
I just learned to start talking about things like if something bothers me, talk to the guards or talk to somebody how I'm feeling, and it just for me to do the next right thing, to be nice to people, and even if they bug me or anything like that, like just talk about it and just deal with things, because the prison's crazy. Like they're different, they're bad and good in every race and everybody, I just know I just want to be able to go to like honesty or something, and make it where I don't come back to prison and try to follow the rules and stuff when I get out. Not use and abuse and sell drugs.
Okay. Well, I'll note your comments for the board, and certainly step one in that is doing what you just said. Positive solutions to situations that do arise, because when those disciplinaries occur, those incidents do happen as you're learning. It really gets in the way of you achieving any goals that you have for yourself. Parole dates can be rescinded, etc. So I'd encourage you to continue to work on those things. Like I said, I think after today's hearing, I will be reaching out to the law enforcement bureau there at the prison just to get an update if anything is being pursued criminally. I think the board will want to know that if there is potential criminal charges. Really, the board is not going to grant a parole under those circumstances. So I'll try to gather all information that I can before I get that information to the board. Hopefully by today or tomorrow I can do that. I'll then submit that to the board with the report that I've already prepared for today's hearing and what you've discussed today. Once the board has all the information that is relevant, that they need to make a decision, they will vote. It takes a majority vote, 3 out of 5, to make that decision. The official decision will be sent to you in writing, and it will also be posted to the Board of Pardons website if there's anyone in the community that would like to access it there. So are there any other comments or statements that you'd like?
Yeah, I
questions
have a
or anything?
question. I don't know, did you guys ever receive like a letter from Odyssey House
Let me look.
a while back?
I know I've got notes from your last hearing that you said you were planning to go to Odyssey House. Let me just look quickly in the file, see if I can find a letter. When about it would have been?
While back, I think in like September, that they're supposed to send a letter, the address or whatever, to the board.
September last year?
Yeah.
I'm not seeing it. I don't think we got a letter from Odyssey House. I could be missing something, but from what I'm looking at right now, I don't see any letters. So if they'd like to resubmit one, please have them send that to us.
Okay. Oh, and another question. So say if I went to like a really happy at Ogden, like Women's Retreat Health, and they weren't able to come get me, can my mom take me to the rehab?
If you are granted a parole, if and when that does happen, you'll need to work through those details with the transition team. So I just refer you to your case manager when that does happen, okay? All right. Anything else?
Nope.
Okay, well, with that, thank you for being here. We'll go ahead and conclude today's hearing.
Thank you.
On record.
This is an original hearing for Kennesaw Shanae Austin, number 230918. Is that you, ma'am?
Yes.
My name's Scott Manning. I'm a hearing officer with the Board of Pardons I'll be conducting today. I'm going to be taking testimony from you. If you'd raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you swear that the testimony you provide today will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing along with your blue disclosure packet?
Yes.
So that disclosure packet contains the information that the board can consider as they're making a decision in your case. I'm going to go over some of that with you. I'm planning to give an overview of your conviction, sentence, your guidelines. I think there's 2 cases in which you were committed to prison. We'll talk briefly about what happened in those cases. I have some questions for you about what you've been doing recently, what your plans are moving forward. And then at the end of the hearing, I'll give you the final word and you can state anything else that you'd like to. But part of the purpose of today's hearing is to allow you to point out any errors or inaccuracies with that disclosure packet that we sent to you. Are there any errors you'd like to talk to me about right now?
Yeah, so it said that I was fleeing from 22 to 23 when I got locked up December 29th. So I wasn't fleeing from anything. I was incarcerated. And then it also said that both my parents raised me. That's not true. My father died the day after I was born, and my mother just died October of 21. And then it also said that yeah, there was a lot of things in there that just were weird to me, but I was also in a really bad state of mind that a lot of this stuff I don't really remember. So
Okay. Well, I'm planning to kind of go over with you what happened in the cases, the period of time that brought you to the prison sentence. We'll kind of talk about those things. So if you don't mind, we can move forward. If there's anything that comes up during the hearing, we can talk about it. Is that okay?
Oh yeah. And then one more thing. They said that I was arrested with 2 syringes full of heroin. I don't do heroin.
We'll talk about that in just a minute, okay?
Okay.
All right, so it looks like your commitment offenses are possession of a controlled substance in a correctional facility, 2nd-degree felony, assault by prisoner, 3rd-degree felony, and distribute, offer, or arrange the distribution of a controlled substance, 2nd-degree felony.
Yeah.
You're serving a maximum aggregate sentence of between 1 and up to 15 years in prison. That sentence, as of now, will expire on March 29th of 2038. So that's the maximum amount of time the board will retain jurisdiction or your sentence will go. Your guideline calls for 30 months incarceration. That would lead to you being released on December 4th of 2025. The board is not bound by that guideline. They can release you before that date. After that date, what they'll do is consider all relevant factors in your case after today's hearing to decide what's appropriate. I do note in November of 2023, the board scheduled today's hearing. They noted an expectation that you complete cognitive behavioral therapy with a minimum of MRT and substance abuse treatment as evaluated to be appropriate. We'll talk about your programming in just a minute. The first case we need to talk about is case 231800003. December 29th, 2022, an officer, I think you were trespassing in an area I think an officer responded, you were observed putting things into a vehicle. I think, let's see, the officer began talking to you. You refused to provide your name at first. When you did provide your name, I think you had warrants at the time. You were placed under arrest. Looks like the officer attempted to place you in the vehicle, but it says you kicked the officer in the knee at the time as he was escorting you to the vehicle with the assistance of other officers. It says you were transported to the hospital. The report says you continued to resist medical staff and law enforcement, but eventually calmed down. You were medically cleared and then booked into the jail. I think in your backpack at the jail, they found 3 syringes. It says one was loaded with heroin. And then also they found scales, a marijuana pipe, and a container with an unknown residue. So I guess you said earlier you deny having heroin on you at the time?
Yeah, I don't do heroin. So I am an IV user, so it might have been blood. But yeah, that one just, I didn't even know that was a thing.
What did you use that syringe to use?
I used to shoot up methamphetamine.
So your statement is this would have been methamphetamine, you believe?
If there was a syringe, it was meth. I don't do heroin.
Okay, well, I'll note that for the board. Thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah.
The next case is case 2318-00040, March 22nd, or March 2022. You sold 3.8 grams of methamphetamine to a confidential informant for $120. I think you were interviewed about this about almost a year later while you were in jail. You admitted to selling drugs. You stated you liked selling drugs and were good at it. You admitted to selling to approximately 13 different people and only selling methamphetamine. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, well, I'm looking at your history. It looks like you had various probations from about 2019 until you arrived, looks like, your first prison commitment in 2018. You struggled on those probations. Looks like you terminated that first prison commitment after about 14 months. You had 1 parole, which I think, let's see, I've reviewed what happened on that parole. It was unsuccessful, and then you terminated after that. I'm reviewing after that termination. About 2 months later, I think you had convictions for drug possession. So, and that kind of led to, let's see, after that, you didn't have convictions until March 2022. Then you had drug-related convictions from there, placed on probation for about 2 months. It was unsuccessful. I think the 2 cases occurred in 2022, but charges weren't filed until 2023. And then after that, you were committed to prison. So walk me through kind of looking back at this history. It seems like you terminated that first prison commitment and fell back into similar patterns of behavior, maybe with some periods of time where you course corrected, but walk me through, why do you think you weren't able to change your behavior at that time? What led us here?
I was doing good for a minute, and then my mother had passed away in 22. 2 weeks after that, I had a baby. Maybe about 3 weeks after that, my aunt passed away. The state ended up taking that baby due to my drug use. A couple months after that, my boyfriend died, and I just had a lot of loss during that year, and I just got really reckless, and I just being honest, I didn't care about not a lot of things.
So I'm kind of looking at things. It looks like since you're, early to mid 20s, about 12 years, it's been the same cycle of behavior, right? So what needs to change? If you're granted parole, what do you plan to do differently so that that cycle will stop?
I actually I actually worked on me while I was in here. I got my diploma while I've been here. I got my forklifting certificate. I took every single class that they had to offer, and I'm actually taking in a lot of the things that they're teaching. I'm not just going to get the certificate. I'm actually trying to learn and work on myself. So right now I'm in a spot where I've never been my whole entire life. I have my education, I have certificates, I have sober time, I have sober people behind me, and I've never been in the position where I am right now.
Yeah, you've done thinking for a change, anger management, communication. I think you're in the Wasatch SUTP. How long's the Wasatch SUTP? Do you know when you're planning to finish that?
Jennifer Machico made June.
June?
Yeah.
So it's, let's see. And you started it in,
July.
so it's like a 6-month program, IOP? All right.
Yeah.
You're, I think the prison staff reported you're close to graduating high school. How close are you? A couple
I'm
credits?
done. I'm done. I got my graduation was Monday. I should have brought my diploma, but I wasn't sure. But yeah, I got my full graduation was Monday. Yeah, I'm completely
Okay.
done.
Well, congratulations on that. That should be recognized. That's a big accomplishment. So good job on your programming. You really have done good programming and you participated in the right stuff. I do know you've had 12 incidents leading to disciplinary convictions. I'm not going to go over all of these with you. Some of them are for taking an extra tray at breakfast, possessing an altered nightgown, damaged pillow. There are a few, inappropriately touching another inmate, inappropriate sexual misconduct with another inmate. I think there's 3 of those. I think this one, becoming aggressive, physically aggressive or offensive, putting your face into the hands of another inmate, entering into a physical altercation in the shower, the ADA, seen on camera, taking in items from another inmate's cell. I think there's one, October 2024, you're seen on camera hitting another individual, and then the other individual handed you a TV. What happened here? Were you like demanding someone give you their TV? What happened with this incident?
It was just, business gone bad in prison, just doing stuff for people you shouldn't be doing. And I ended up hitting that girl and she just gave me her TV.
Business gone bad. I'm not understanding. Why did you assault this person?
Just because we were in prison, you have people do stuff, you laundry and do your dishes and stuff. And in this instance, this girl just wasn't doing it for a lot of people. And I was easily influenced, I'm not gonna lie. I was asked to go and take care of the situation and I did.
Certainly, those things do happen. I worked at the facility. I'm kind of generally familiar with those types of things. They're not, they're against the rules. Those things should not happen. And certainly assaulting individuals in the process of these things is, a negative behavior. So, I'd encourage you to work on these things. Disciplinaries, I've had multiple hearings today where parole dates are rescinded due to disciplinary violations. Assaulting someone in the facility is a felony offense if it were to be charged criminally. So I'd encourage you to think through these things. And on top of that, establishing evidence that you're ready to make the changes that you discussed with me just a few minutes ago, because that's what the board looks at. Is this person in a point in their life where they're ready to comply with the conditions of supervision, make the changes necessary to avoid the patterns of behavior that have brought us here? So I'd encourage you to do that. I think one, loose pills in your property that weren't prescribed to you. What were these pills that you had in October of 24?
They were sleeping pills, hydrocortisone. There would just be times where I just wanted to sleep and I just didn't want to do prison. So
the better way to do that would maybe be talk to staff about, have something, or I don't know, I should ask you, the classes you've taken, what do you think you should do to handle that situation?
I could have gone about it legally. I could have done it responsibly. I could have put in ICR to get seen mental health and let them know that I just wasn't doing so good mentally and that, I needed help sleeping.
Okay. Then recently did you have a 3-way call with someone in the facility in another section? Yeah.
Yeah. It was another section. It was with someone at the prison when I first got here.
From your section to another section. What happened there? Why'd you do that?
It wasn't in a section. It was from when I first got here at the prison in November. I called and I didn't know they were on the phone. And when she answered the phone, my baby brother, who's in prison, was on the other line and we just talked.
Okay. First, I've taken some notes on your written submissions about your release plan. Thanks for submitting those. It helps me to prepare for the hearing. I've got those notes here prepared, but I want to give you a chance today. If you are granted parole, what would your release plan look like as far as where you'd live, do treatment, and work?
Right now, I have an address to go home to, but I personally would like to go to a sober living only because I don't want to just jump back out there and just, do everything on my own. I feel like sober living would help me, build healthy boundaries, like for myself and help me, start working on like how to do stuff on my own, instead of
Okay.
just my family providing and doing things for me. So like I said, I have my diploma now. I'm currently working on my resume so that I can, just get out there working. My best friend right now is a huge support, and she has a couple job interviews lined up right now. They're just waiting for a date. Along with the sober living, she has a couple of them lined up, but they won't give me a bed anywhere until I have a date. So.
Where are you looking? General area, Salt Lake or south or north or what?
Eagle Mountain.
Eagle Mountain?
Yeah, I'm from the res, so I don't really know much about here, but she's in Eagle Mountain. She's a general manager at a hotel out there. So, just to be close to her, she's, yeah.
Okay. And how's your, let's see, the file discusses some history, I think anxiety, depression. Would you say those are accurate as far as diagnoses, anxiety, depression?
Yeah.
And are you taking medications right now?
No, I'm actually in therapy. I really don't want to get hooked on anything that'll make me dependent on another substance. I'd rather just figure it out and work it out. And then that way, when it happens, I just kind of know and I don't have to worry about like running to taking something to sedate me or, I can just deal with it.
Just so you know, sometimes the board will, if they grant a parole, include mental health conditions. That is, requires you to seek out an evaluation and comply with recommended treatment. That doesn't necessarily mean medications or treatment or therapy. It means talk to someone, work on a plan, and comply with that. So that may be something the board orders, and if even if they don't order that, something you could do if you decided that is something you needed. But how's your mental health right now?
I feel like my mental health is at a really good place. I'm really proud of myself. Every single goal that I set out to do, I've accomplished. And that's just a really good feeling. I'm not in denial no more. I feel like when I first got locked up, like I said, I don't know what type of state of mind I was in, but I was in denial about a lot of things. And right now I'm just taking everything head on and realistically looking at everything I've done. I'm really proud of myself, and I'm at a really good spot.
Yeah, certainly getting your high school diploma, big step, right? I think that can help with some transition skills, things that help with the release plan. The classes you've taken, the treatment. From what I've seen, really, the important part is when you get an opportunity at parole to apply those things. Use your degree, stay busy with work, stay busy with classes, stay active in your sobriety. So I'd encourage you to work on that. Continue avoiding those disciplinaries. Certainly the disciplinary behavior is something the board is, you're in your interest, and certainly creating those habits as well. So you've answered the questions I have for you. Is there anything else you'd like the board to know?
I have a question. You said my guideline was for December 4th. I thought it was for July 4th.
July 4th.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry if I misspoke. I'm sorry. It's the
Yeah,
July.
no, you're fine. I just want to make sure everything's right. And then there's a state in there that I also got my forklifting certificate while I was at the prison.
What certificate?
My forklifting certificate. I'm
Okay.
certified with OSHA to drive 4 forklifts for 3 years.
Okay, I'll note that. I got that. I think you put that in your written submissions. I'll make a note here. You have a certification you got.
Yes.
And you did that since you've been incarcerated?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I tried to do everything I could so that when I got out there, I actually gave myself a chance.
Okay, well, I'll note that as well. Anything else?
I'm nervous, but I'm pretty confident, so.
What I'll do from here is take your case under advisement. I've put together a report of what I reviewed prior to today's hearing. I'll include in that report what you and I talked about today, and then I'll submit that to the members of the board. It sometimes just takes a couple days for them to make a decision. Sometimes it can take a couple weeks. We'll send it to you in writing, and it will also be posted to the board's website if there's anyone in the community that would like to access it there. So with that, Ms. Austin, thank you for being here. I wish you the best of luck moving forward, and we'll go ahead and conclude.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you.
Okay. This is an original hearing for Audrey Knights, number 257165. Is that you, ma'am?
Yes, sorry.
My name's Scott Manning. I'm a hearing officer with the Utah Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting today's hearing. I am going to be taking testimony from you today. If you'd raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you swear that the testimony you provide today will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing along with your blue disclosure packet?
Yes.
So that disclosure packet is the information that the board can consider as they make a decision in your case after today's hearing. I'm planning to talk about some of that with you today. So what I have prepared is I'll provide an overview of your convictions, your sentence, your guideline date. There's 2 cases in which you were committed to prison. We'll briefly talk about what happened in those cases. From there, I have some questions for you. I think you spent some time on probation prior to prison. We'll kind of talk about what's led us to today, talk about what you've been doing recently, your plans moving forward. And then at the end of the hearing, I'll give you the final word and you can state anything else you'd like to. But part of the purpose of today's hearing is to allow you to discuss with me any errors or inaccuracies that are in that disclosure packet. Are there any errors you want to talk to me about right now?
Not off the top of my head, no.
Okay. Well, if anything comes up during the hearing, please don't hesitate to ask, okay? Because the hearing today is yours to discuss really anything you'd like to. So just because I have a question prepared, please ask any questions or, state any clarifications you want to. Looks like your commitment offenses are burglary, 3rd-degree felony, and theft by receiving stolen property, 3rd-degree felony. You're serving a maximum aggregate sentence of between 0 and up to 5 years in prison. As of now, that sentence will expire. I'm sorry, I apologize. I'm just going to have to raise my desk. I had a procedure and standing right now may be the better way to go. So just give me 1 second to adjust. Okay, so you're serving a maximum aggregate sentence of between 0 and up to 5 years. As of now, that sentence will expire on March 27th of 2029. So that's the maximum amount of time that the board will have jurisdiction, the longest amount of time your sentence can run. Your guideline calls for 9 months in incarceration. That guideline has already passed. It passed in October of 2024. I think it passed after a month of you arriving at the facility. You did receive 247 days of credit for time served in jail prior to prison. So that's kind of why the guideline resulted out did. The board obviously is not bound by the guideline. After today's hearing, they'll consider all relevant factors in your case to determine the appropriateness of a parole, and if so, the timing and conditions of any such release. Looks like the board has done 2 scheduling review orders. The first was because there was a case pending. It was resolved. The second scheduling review, the board said they expected you to comply with your case action plan and have no disciplinary violations. So that leads us to today. The first case is case 2219-02084. July 2022, I think you entered a building at a golf course, went through personal lockers and stole various items and then left. I think you were recognized on surveillance video and arrested about a month later. At the time of your arrest, you had bags with illegal drugs, drug paraphernalia, and other people's property. Is that accurate as to what happened?
Yes.
I think in this case, the court ordered $100 of restitution. I think it was ordered as part of, originally, when you were committed to prison, it was sent to the Office of State Debt Collection. Are you willing to pay restitution moving forward?
Yeah.
And did you not pay, you weren't able to pay any while you were on probation?
No, I did not.
Do you understand how you would go about doing that?
Yes, I plan on getting a job as soon as possible when I'm out. Or actually, I'm hoping the job that I have now, which I'm only on my second paycheck, but, hopefully be able to save up.
Certainly getting a job would be step one, but because it's with the Office of State Debt Collection, you'd have to reach out to them. It could be through your case manager, or if you're granted parole, your parole officer. They can set up payment plans. They can work with you on making that payment, but it's with them. So I just encourage you to talk to your case manager and agent about how you can go about arranging that, okay? The second case 2219034330, August 2022. I think you were arrested and you were riding an e-bike that had been stolen from the victim's garage the day before. I think officers didn't learn that it was stolen until after you had been released from jail, but did you steal this e-bike?
No, sir.
Did you know it was stolen, or how did you come into possession of someone else's e-bike without permission?
I wasn't aware it was stolen. I had borrowed it from a friend. Like I've said in the past, I should have given it a little more thought, given where I got it from, that it could possibly have been stolen, but at the time I wasn't paying attention to that and just trying to utilize it to get from point A to B. And it turned out to be receiving for that reason.
Receiving, is it theft? Yeah, theft by receiving stolen property. Okay, so you're in possession of that. Okay.
Right.
Looks like, so you were placed on probation in December 2022. I think you had to do an evaluation and treatment, mental health, substance abuse. Looks like you absconded after about a month. Probation was restarted about 8 months later. I think you again kind of absconded. It seems like you didn't have a residence and weren't communicating with your agent, as far as that's kind of what I'm reading. I think you were given a chance. The court said 0 tolerance, and you were ordered to complete Odyssey House. Looks like, again, the same thing happened. You didn't do the treatment and absconded from probation. Then there was a new case that happened. You were arrested. It led to a conviction, but the case was closed with credit for time served. But that's what led us to today.
And with that being said, that's where I have a few things I'd like to say. I don't really need to wait. So I noticed that pattern of mine. I'm homeless and have been for about 7-8 years now. And I'm noticing that pattern of no matter how bad I want to do better, I get out, I'm homeless, and I go through the same pattern. So for that reason, I've set myself up. I have the paperwork here for behavioral center, which is inpatient. They picked me up from the prison upon release, and I actually got approved. So I'm planning on being there for the rehabilitation as well as the transitional services into society, so I don't want to go out, be homeless again, because that's obviously what I keep doing.
What's that place called?
Natsu Warrior Spirit.
Okay, I'm familiar with that program.
Well,
Certainly, I think, having a program and sticking to it is the key to that transitional piece that you've discussed and certainly struggled with. As I'm looking at it, I mean, you had an opportunity at Odyssey House, and I've found, even if you have a place to go, it's on you to decide you're going to stick with it, be there, not go on the run. So what do you think you need to do differently so that you can get a different result?
Right, and that's another big point. Like even with I've heard people repeatedly, going to Orange Street and it's just anxiety for me overall to like the way that program runs, the things I hear. But I've looked through my options and pick and chose Warrior Spirit because I'm actually looking forward to going there. I'm not dreading it. I don't look at it as a consequence or having to do it because I'm being told to. Like I chose this. I'm excited to do this because it's kind of revolves around me and what I like spiritually. And I just, I don't know, I just feel it in my everything that it's the right place for me. And I'm going to be comfortable and I'm going to progress. I'm not going to fear going there. I'm actually really looking forward to staying there.
Certainly, as we're looking at it, and I don't think I need to tell you this, just what I just reviewed with you and what when you have that program, if you don't buy in and you leave, there's one result that's going to happen from that, and it's going to be where we are today. And that's what happened again and again on probation. So I think you're right. It comes down to making a decision that you're going to stay there. You're going to utilize those resources and do what you need to. And I encourage you to keep working on that, right? When you're in program, you know, I think right now you started the pre-treatment program, you're in MEE journals. What are you learning in that? You know, I think it's important to establish positive habits that you can hopefully carry over into the community. What have you been learning and doing in your treatment right now?
Well, like I said, finding a place that I'm gonna look forward or feel comfortable in. So we're learning about just recently how certain environment will be supportive. How like AA is anonymous, or you can go here. That's more like spiritually like in apt with what you believe. And just to sum it up, we discuss about how we can find that higher power and what works for us. Because they do a 12-step program also, but there's different ways to tackle this.
Yeah.
And I feel like I found, and we were just talking about, I don't know how to explain it, like the people and the environment that we're comfortable in, because there's a different setting for everybody. And so that's what I've learned is that it doesn't always have to be something to dread. You can take it as a support system or be comfortable at.
Well, I think too, you brought up really two, in my mind, important things. One, it's not the same for everyone. Everyone is different how they need to handle things. Two, it doesn't have to be something that you dread all the time. Obviously, it's an additional responsibility and it's something you have to do. And it's a thing you have with parole if you're granted parole. But the reason we have parole is for accountability, but also to help you, right? To provide resources. You have an agent that ideally could be part of that support network. But step one to have that happen is you got to report to your agent, right? If you don't report, they can't do anything to help you. You need to communicate, plan for that. What's that?
Sorry. And surrendering was a big word and a big thing that I've been facing. Surrendering and admitting that you need that help and support. So, yeah.
Well, I'm glad you're involved in some treatment. You got into that. It looks like on your own accord. So that's a positive. You're working on these things. And certainly it sounds like talking about the issues that really need to happen and to apply them in the community to break the cycle. I mean, have you ever had a positive experience in treatment in the community?
I've honestly never done treatment outside of the classes that I've taken recently.
Okay.
And it's also been a long, going on 7-8 years that I've had a job, and that was a big obstacle for me mentally, was going from, being homeless and having nothing, no resources, to getting a job and having to, find a place to shower. So now I've gotten out of that fear and I've been working full time.
Right.
So I'm really excited. That's another big factor for my life change, is that I'm comfortable working.
Imagine it, at times it can become overwhelming with all these things. And I think it's important to have the one step at a time, one day at a time mentality. But I'm a big believer in planning, using your supervisors, your chief treatment providers this is what I'm going to try to do. People can help you, hold you accountable, see if you're struggling and kind of build plans. So I'd encourage you to keep working on those things, and I'll note your comments that you've made for the board. I know you don't have any disciplinary violations. I think you've worked in various jobs. I think at the time of the institutional progress report, you were in the kitchen and the janitor. Are you still doing both those jobs?
No, I couldn't have two jobs. So there was more availability for other inmates. So I just doing the kitchen right now.
Okay. You've been really engaging in very positive behavior since you've been incarcerated. What do you think, what helps you with that? Is it structure, anything else? What helps you while you're in the facility?
It's honestly just self-motivated. I just really I'm tired of my cycle of going downhill. I'm tired of getting out and coming back, and I want to do better. I have a son out there who, obviously needs me. And I've been trying my best to pay attention to my behavior patterns and the differences I can make. So on top of that too, I stay healthy. I don't let myself get down about gaining weight or feeling, lazy. Like I work out as well. I try to make it every day, yoga every day for sure. I just overall mentally and physically, when I'm here, it's my time to reflect and do better. I'm out there, I'm always, so busy trying to just doing so many different things, and here I'm utilizing that time to better myself. So when I go out there, my head's not spinning with all the things that I need to do. I'm mentally, physically prepared. And then now I'm gonna go to a treatment because obviously I need that extra stepping stone. So I'm mentally and physically prepared. Now I have that stepping stone. I'm like, what could, not go well? What could possibly go wrong now? But I'm trying so hard to set myself up. So it's all been very self-motivated because I want to do better and I want to help people just the same. So
you're planning the program, the transition program. Do you know how long that is? And then I guess, because in your written submissions, you said you want to live with a friend in Salt Lake. Is that eventually you'd like to go there?
no, that's a big part of my realizing my behavior patterns, my self-motivation. I'm like, staying with my friend is gonna be borderline being codependent and just falling into the same patterns. I want to be able to do this alone. Otherwise, if something happens with him or any downfall there, I don't want that possibility. I want to make sure I'm paving my road. Right. So no, that's not.
What do you like to do for work, or what would you like to do for work?
Right now that's up in the air. I was in grocery 10 years and I've done electricity, or I've been an electrician, but I'm kind of over that stuff. I'm really into charity work and whatnot. I think my transitional work that I'll do is definitely working for like a soup kitchen or something that charitable, so I can work my way up in that aspect.
So it sounds like the transitional program, staying busy with some treatment type things, engaging in positive behaviors, and then kind of transition into a job, establish some stability from there, and then work towards independence. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah. And that's why I'm figuring, because the facility seems really big and really active. Lots of things to do. So I'm figuring as far as work goes too, I'll be able to, or if not volunteer to help, at the place I'm going to.
Okay. I don't think, do you have any mental health diagnoses? Have you ever taken medications for mental health or done treatment for mental health?
A long time ago, I had anxiety. They prescribed me Paxil, but I didn't like it. I've since just, I stopped taking.
Your
I
mental
just-
health?
I
How's
guess
your
so
mental health right
anxiety a little bit. That's why transitioning into a job has been such a big part of my process because of the anxiety, but I'm glad I've gotten it out of my system here.
Okay. Sometimes when the board grants a parole, they'll include mental health conditions. That means, you're required to get an evaluation and work with the provider to develop a plan. That doesn't necessarily mean taking medications or doing therapy, but talking to someone, developing that plan, and then following through with the plan. Do you think that'd be something that would be helpful to you as you transition?
Yeah, but if it's proved to be helpful and it's a suggestion, I'm taking everything into consideration, so.
Okay. Well, you've answered the questions I have for you. Is there anything else you'd like the board to know?
I don't know if you saw this, but I just want my approval of this place to be noted and hopefully, I don't know how it works, but if I can get released to them, that would be really awesome. That would really help me.
So how it works is after today's hearing, the board will be deciding whether to grant a parole or not, right? So if they do grant a parole, it will include conditions. Some of those may be to go to a program, so that, certain types of programs, and it may be that the program you've been approved to qualifies. If you are granted parole, there's a transition team with adult probation and parole. So they'll come bring you the parole agreement for you to sign it. If you have questions about that, kind of bring it up with them, because the specifics of where you go to, where you live, getting those things approved, that's all through adult probation and parole. But we look at, we're interested in your plans, right? Because having a detailed plan, evidence shows that increases your chance of success, right? When you have a realistic plan. So I'll note your plans that you have. But if you're granted parole, I'd encourage you to ask any questions that you have with the transition team, your case manager, your parole officer, when you do get that, and kind of work with them as far as placement and approval, okay?
And that reminds me too, you asked how long I planned on being in this facility if I were to go there. As long as the parole would be.
Okay.
Because my family is in Arizona. So, and I plan on finishing my parole here and then going back there. So that'll be as long, I don't want to mess it up. So I'm gonna stay there if need be. And then also, and then
Go ahead.
is an address important for you guys to have? Or is that
Specific
all-
address, that's something that adult probation and parole, you'll have to get it approved through. So that's if the board grants parole, you'll work with them to get it approved. And just so you're aware too, usually the board will say they may grant parole, and there may be a special condition, a condition of parole, that you complete a treatment program that adult probation and parole deems appropriate. The board almost never is going to say, you have to stay at a program for a year. They'll say, do what's recommended, right? Work with the program, finish the program, and then you have your agent, your parole officer, who you kind of talk to, you plan, and they kind of approve things as they go. So that's kind of how the process works, okay?
Okay, that reminds me too, of a big question. Is parole inevitable or is termination an option? I'm a little scared to ask because people have told me like, oh, don't ask about termination because then you'll end up being there for years, but it's something I feel like I should.
Termination's an option. Certainly, the board could grant a termination. I don't see, it seems to me like the resources of supervision to help you in transition would be a good idea. But the
no
board
matter
has
what,
that
I
option.
plan
If
to go
you'd
to
like
the
to terminate, I could tell them that, but.
I mean, no matter what, I would want to go to that program, that's for sure. But I was just wondering if that's like an option. Or if the board does come to their decision, say termination is in the stars, would they be like, okay, terminate, and that's your only option? Or would they be like, okay, you can terminate, or you could go on parole for this long?
If they grant a termination, you know, you could make requests at any point, but today's hearing, the purpose of today's hearing is to decide that. Parole, termination, expiration, they're going to kind of make that decision after today's hearing.
Well,
Okay.
then if it's gonna be like a 4-year termination, like obviously that's not,
Okay.
I'd rather be.
All right.
But I was just, thought I'd ask. about it.
Thank you. I enjoy the questions, and I think it's important to ask them so that you understand what's going on and can comply. So thank you for that. With that, Ms. Knights, we are just a bit over time, but thank you for being here today. I'll submit my report to the board, hopefully by tomorrow. It usually takes a couple weeks for them to make a decision. Once a decision is made, it will be sent to you in writing through the mail, and it will also be posted to the board's website. So with that, we'll go ahead and conclude, okay?
Okay, thank you. Is this paperwork? You guys probably have.
You can give that to your case manager and have them email it to us so we can have it on your file. But as of now, I'll tell the board you're planning to go there, and I'll note that you had that with you at the hearing. If you want them to have a copy of it, have your case manager email it to us, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right. Okay. All right, it looks like we have Martha with us. Can you hear me, Martha?
I can.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for being here. We'll just get everyone into the hearing and then we'll get started. I did want to ask, I'm planning on having a 6-minute period of time for your statement. Is that going to be sufficient for you, or would you like more time than that?
I feel like that should be fine.
Okay, we could go up to about 10, but if we don't want to cut you off. If you need more time, Okay, and Ms. Bryant, I just want to let you know, we have a victim of record with us. Please, she will be making a statement during today's hearing. You'll have an opportunity to respond to that statement. Please direct all comments to me and to no other individual, okay?
Yes, sir.
This is an original hearing for Tyler Bryant, number 257203. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
My name's Scott Manning. I'm a hearing officer with the Utah Board of Pardons and Parole. I'll be conducting today's hearing. I am going to be taking testimony from you. If you'd raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you swear that the testimony you provide today will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Did you receive, I do want to note before we proceed, we have a victim representative, Martha Bryant, with us here today. Thank you for being here today. We'll be receiving a statement from Martha later in the hearing. In a couple minutes, I'll explain how I plan to proceed, but wanted to recognize you, Martha, before we proceed. Mr. Bryant, did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing along with your blue disclosure packet?
Yes, sir.
That disclosure packet contains the information that the board can consider as they make a decision in your case. I'm going to go over some of that information with you today at the hearing, just so everyone's aware. I plan to provide an overview of your case to start, so conviction, sentence, guideline date, a little bit about how today's hearing works. From there, there's one case in which you were committed to prison. We'll briefly discuss what happened in that case. From there, I have some questions prepared for you, Mr. Bryant, about what you've been doing in the facility, plans moving forward, etc. After that, we will have the victim impact statement. You'll have an opportunity to respond at that point and also make any final comments that you'd like the board to know. Part of the purpose of today's hearing, however, is to allow you to point out any errors or inaccuracies with the disclosure packet. But I do know, today, we sent to you through your case manager, I believe, letters from the victim's mother, the victim's grandfather and grandmother, victim representative letters. Did you receive those documents?
I did not receive any of those, sir, no.
Okay. Board will be considering that information as they make a decision. You have the right to receive and review all documents the board will consider prior to the hearing. If you'd like to, we can reschedule the hearing so that you can receive these things, review them, and then have another hearing. Or if you'd like to waive disclosure of those documents, we can proceed today as scheduled. How would you like to proceed?
I'm comfortable proceeding today, sir.
Okay, and there will be victim state testimony as well, so some of that information you'll be able to respond to at the end of the hearing. Your commitment offense is, but also from there, the disclosure packet that you did receive, are there errors or inaccuracies that you'd like to discuss with me before we move forward?
It looked all correct to me, sir.
Okay. Your commitment offense is attempted aggravated sexual abuse of a child, first-degree felony. You're serving a sentence of between 3 years and maybe up to life in prison. Based on your conviction, the sentencing guidelines established by the Utah Sentencing Commission call for 42 months of incarceration. That guideline would lead to you being released in this month, in March of 2025. The board is not bound by those guidelines. They'll consider all relevant factors in your case, including but not limited to the nature of your offense, the nature of your offenses, victim input and impact, your criminal history, your programming, rehabilitation, public safety generally is the main consideration the board will look into. They'll consider all relevant factors in the case to determine the appropriate amount of time, the appropriateness of a release, and the timing, conditions, etc. of any such release. I do note that in January of 2024, the board scheduled today's hearing with a sex offender treatment program memo. They noted an expectation that you comply with your case action plan and that you participate in the sex offender treatment program as well. In June of 2024, the Department of Corrections submitted a report, a special attention report, stating that they had conducted risk assessments using standard risk assessment tools that placed you within a group of low risk offenders. It said that, quote, based on that assessment, the Department of Corrections recommended community-based sex offense treatment at that time. The board removed the sex offender treatment program memo and the expectations that it had set previously at SMART scheduling after receiving that report. They made no further change to today's hearing at that time. And we'll talk a little bit more. I have some comments and clarifications about that in just a minute that we'll go over. But the case we need to talk about is case 2117-01288. Looks like in September of 2020, the victim's mother reported that you had been sexually abusing the victim, who at that time was your 11-year-old had been your stepdaughter previously, 11 years old at the time. The abuse occurred when she was 8 and 9 years old. That's per the information that's available to me that I've calculated. The abuse occurred between 2017 and 2018, I believe. The abuse consisted of you started, it looks like, with giving the victim massages, massaging the victim's breasts, buttocks, and vagina, touching the victim's vagina with your fingers, penetrating the victim's anus with your fingers, and, quote, massaging the victim's anus under the clothing in a circular motion with your fingers. Those are the abuse as it's described in the official version, the pre-sentence report. I've reviewed your written submissions, both at sentencing as well as in the packet that you submitted to us. But is that summary of the abuse of the case accurate as to what happened in the case?
Yes, sir. It is accurate.
Okay. And that's the extent of the abuse? Was there additional abuse that occurred that was not reported? That's everything that's there, and what is there is accurate?
Yes, sir.
And what led to you abusing this victim in the case?
It was really, I found myself in a position of, I suppose I want to say opportunity, though that's not how I was thinking at the time. I really wasn't thinking of anything outside of that. It was more of a selfish failure in my decision-making. I failed to consider the impact it would have on my victim. And I also failed to consider the consequences it would have for myself and also for my victim and any and everyone else who's been involved in this regrettable situation.
Okay. Are you experience attraction to children?
No, sir.
Having said that, what do you think, what led to, this abuse with an 8 or 9-year-old victim, certainly a victim over whom you held a position of authority, a father figure? What led to you engaging with a child, do you think? What insight have you gained on that?
I've thought about that a lot, and I do look forward to counseling with a professional therapist to work through these questions. It was a sudden I suppose a sudden curiosity to pursue the opportunity. And it's difficult to really pinpoint why it happened.
I note your comment that you look forward to therapy and looking into these things. I personally think that's essential to developing any sort of success plan with a release. Obviously, after today's hearing, and the Department of Corrections, as I noted earlier, conducted these assessments, placed you within a below average risk category. Based on that, they made a recommendation that you not complete treatment while incarcerated, but do that in the community. Certainly that's an option that the board could do, but the Board of Pardons members are the ones who will make that decision. And that's the reason we're conducting today's hearing, to provide information to them so that they can make that decision. One of the pieces of information will be the Department of Corrections recommendation. I will provide a report of everything that we have in the file and then make a recommendation of my own, and then the board will vote on that. They do, provide some reasoning for their recommendation. They've given in that report some other classes that they thought could help, communication, skills, relationship skills, etc., that they thought could get at some risk factors that were identified without, they said they recommended the proper framework in the community. But I know from there, you have completed MRT life skills. I reviewed certificates of completion. I think victimology, interpersonal relationships, communications, a life skills workbook. The IPR says that you are really engaged in education programs, et cetera, in those classes. So I wanted to give you an opportunity today to express or, discuss what you've learned in those programs and classes that you have been able to take.
I have learned to most certainly put myself in other people's shoes, especially my victim, and I have an empathy for her. It was selfish on my part. I was not thinking of how she would feel at the time. The impact that it would also have on others in our lives as they've been dragged through this because of my decisions.
And I don't want to cut you off. I appreciate your comments and please continue. But in the sex offender treatment program, my understanding is they discuss, many things, but risk factors and a success plan. And the success plan within a parole framework is that you have a parole officer, you have a team of supervisors to hold you accountable, to help you engage in these success plan activities. You haven't been able to do sex offender treatment at this point, but what do you think from what you have been taking, what would your success plan look like if that were something that happened?
Well, I think just absorbing all of the information that a therapist provides me and utilizing the resources that are given to me to take the things that are in front of me at that time and construct them and use them to reestablish stability in my life and work and achieve success in my future.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, you think, working with a sex offense specific therapist to develop these things first, and then from there, implement them. Is that correct? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. It sounds like you're willing. I think even the report that was submitted by the facility says you're willing and even wanting to get into the sex offender treatment program if allowed. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And don't have any disciplinary violations. The housing report says you worked as a laundry worker. Says you've had no issues with other inmates or staff. You worked at laundry, but now you've been focusing on schooling and classes. They give a very positive report of your behavior and attitude there in the facility. I've read your written submissions that you submitted to us about if you are granted parole, what your plans would look like as far as where you'd live, treatment, working. But I wanted to give you a chance today to make statements. If you are granted parole, what would your release plan look like?
If I am granted parole, I was hoping that it would be to a halfway house so that I could utilize their resources in finding employment and paying off restitution, reestablishing child support payments, utilizing my family support system, and regaining the stability I need to be able to move forward and achieve goals and find success in my future.
Okay. And you brought up restitution. I note that looks like the district court or the sentencing court ordered $2,461 related to the, Utah Office of Victims of Crime. And then I think there was also some transportation of about $350. So have you paid any of that restitution?
No, sir, I have not had the opportunity.
But it sounds like planning to pay that restitution when
sir.
you have the opportunity. At this point in time, jurisdiction or restitution orders based on the date of sentencing is with the district court. So, certainly things could be ordered, but it would go through that avenue if there's anything in addition to what's been ordered at this time. If you are granted parole, that parole will include Group A sex offender conditions. That includes, but is, not limited to, getting an evaluation, completing all recommended sex offender treatment, abiding by a curfew as ordered, having no victim contact, direct or indirect, unless approved by supervisors, having no contact or association with any children under the age of 18 without appropriate approvals, not going anywhere where children congregate or are reasonably expected to be, including family gatherings, etc. Submit to random polygraphs, not be in possession of sexual stimulus material, have employment and addresses approved as well by supervisors. Are you willing to comply with those conditions?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At this time, we'll move forward with the victim statement. Martha, are you prepared to make that statement at this time?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I can't see you, and you can just leave your camera off, but if you raise your right hand, I'll quickly swear you in.
Okay, go ahead.
Do you swear that the testimony you provide today will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Thank you. I want you to know I read your statements that were made at the time of sentencing that were reported. From those statements, and then I reviewed the letters that I received today. And I'll give you a chance to make any statement, but had one question I did want to ask. I think you've made various requests that for a specific timing of release, the victim turning 18, I believe. Am I correct that that would be July 2027? Is that accurate?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, just wanted to make sure I had my information correct so that the board can consider all requests in an accurate fashion. Well, Martha, you can proceed when you're ready.
Sorry, it was really hard hearing all of that stuff all over again. I find it kind of hard to believe that it's come to this point where it's the potential of him being released again, because it wasn't attempted. He did do these things to my child. And knowing that he's done these things to my child, the impact that it has affected my household, between my daughter trying to kill herself, self-harming, having to go to weekly therapy because she deals with all the nightmares and everything and the fear that what Tyler has done to her. It's not fair. And part of the stipulation of the court hearing was that he was going to be doing this program, sex offender program, prior to being released. At least this is why we didn't go to full trial, because this was promised to us so my daughter didn't have to go and take a stand. And so it's really hard to hear that they consider him as a low risk, knowing that he's done this stuff already to my child. What's going to stop him from doing it to someone else? I believe that, there's not going to be any justice or any amount of time that he has served, that's going to feel like it's been compensated, because there'll never be enough for the damage that he's already done. Not only has this affected my daughter, it's affected me, it's affected my whole family. We all fear of new people coming into our homes or anyone because of his actions. Little details like the fact that he actually had taken pictures of my child prior. And this was all disclosed in the hearings back when we were in court. It's not just minor offenses. He did big offenses, and he's made a lot of damage in my household. And all I'm asking is for him to stay in until my daughter's 18, because this is what was told to us, and this is the expectation that we were under the impression of. And right now, my daughter, who is the victim, has not been handling this news of his release, is not been handling it very well. It's caused a lot of emotional distress on top of it. because of the fact that she's worried about him coming out. And it's triggered a lot of her PTSD, the nightmares, and the fear that he could come back and, do some harm to her. So I just wanted to put that out there, knowing that, this was what was promised to us, that he was going to be doing this treatment program prior to being released, not being evaluated by the Department of Correction and then saying that, oh, he's low risk, he can do this out in the community. That's not fair. That's not what was promised. That's not justice for us. That's all I have to say.
Martha, thank you for being here and providing your statements. I've taken notes of what you've said today. The board will have access to the statements in writing that have been made. Also, they'll be able to listen to this hearing if they'd like to. The board will consider your input as they're making a decision. Mr. Bryant, would you, at this point, you may respond to that statement if you'd like to, and then also include any final comments to the board that you'd like them to consider as they make a decision.
Thank you. Yeah, I respect everything that Mrs. Bryant has said today. I feel and I try to understand that situation that they are in. Understandably so, they and my victim would feel this way. It was a regrettable, shameful mistake on my behalf. And I really hope that my victim can move forward in her life and find happiness and success and support through her community and her family. And that I'm deeply sorry. And thank you.
Thank you to everyone who's provided statements at today's hearing. I've taken notes of these things. What I'll do from here is take your case under advisement. I put together a report of what I reviewed before today's hearing. I will include what's been discussed at today's hearing into that report, and then I will submit that to the members of the board, likely by tomorrow, but certainly within the next few days. The Board of Pardons has 5 members. They make decisions by a majority vote. So 3 out of 5 board members ultimately have to agree on their decision. Once that decision, usually that decision can just take a couple days. Sometimes it's 3 or 4 days for a decision to be made. Sometimes it does take a few weeks up to a few months at times. Ultimately, the amount of time they need to make that decision and come to an agreement. Once that decision is made, it will be sent in writing to you, Mr. Bryant, and it will also be posted to the Board of Pardons website if there's anyone in the community that would like to access it there. So with that, thank you to everyone who's participated again. I wish you the best of luck moving forward, and we'll go ahead and conclude today's hearing.
Thank you, sir.
Just let us know in Salt Lake when they're
Oh,
recording and
I'm
then we'll
ready.
start. This is an original hearing for Edwin Hernandez, number 247456.
Esto es la audiencia original para el señor Edwin, Edwin Hernández, número 247456.
Sir,
Señor.
It's not necessary.
That's what he's asking.
Oh, I did.
sí.
I apologize. No. Oh.
Is that you, Mr. Hernandez?
¿Es usted, señor Hernández?
Sí, soy yo.
Yes, that's me.
Yes.
My name's Scott Manning. I'm a hearing officer with the Utah Board of Pardons and Parole, and I'll be conducting today.
Yeah, I sent it to you.
Soy el oficial para libertad condicional del estado de Utah. Voy a estar en su audiencia.
Okay.
So,
Because I'll be taking testimony from you, I'm going to start by swearing you in if you'd raise your right hand.
Porque le voy a tomar testimonio, vamos a empezar con un juramento, si puede levantar su mano derecha.
Do you swear that the testimony you provide today will be truthful and accurate?
¿Usted jura que su testimonio va a ser verdadero y exacto?
Lo juro.
I swear.
Okay, thank you.
Gracias, puede bajar su mano.
yeah.
Did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing along with your blue disclosure packet?
¿Usted recibió 7 días anteriores de notificación con su paquete azul?
And I'm thinking,
Sí, lo recibí.
maybe I didn't.
Yes, I did receive it.
Am I hearing like an echo from somewhere, or is that just me?
Oh, absolutely.
I can hear an echo too. I can hear
I can hear it too.
my voice like relayed a few minutes after.
Okay, let's just, we'll try to work on that. If it gets in the way that we can't function, we'll try to figure it out, but we'll try the best we can. All right. Mr. Hernandez, that disclosure packet contains the information that the board can consider as they're making a decision in your case.
Señor Hernández, ese paquete tiene la información para que el corte lo considere en su caso.
I'm going to be reviewing some of that with you at today's hearing.
Yo lo voy a estar repasando con usted en la audiencia de hoy.
Okay. To provide a guide map, first, I'm going to provide an overview of your case.
Para proveerle un mapa más o menos, lo primero que vamos a hacer es revisar su caso.
And we'll discuss the case in which you were committed to prison, what happened in the case.
Hablaremos sobre el caso donde estuvo emprisionado y qué pasó en esta situación.
From there, I'm going to have some questions prepared to ask you about what you've been doing recently and your plans moving forward.
Y bueno, le voy a hacer preguntas sobre lo que está haciendo actualmente y sus planes a futuro.
After that, we will have 2 victim impact statements, which will be read by a victim advocate that we have here present with us.
Y con eso vamos a tener 2 lecturas de los que advocan para las víctimas. Ellos van a leer esas lecturas de las víctimas.
After that statement, Mr. Hernandez, you will have a chance to respond to that and make any final statements that you do have for the board.
Una vez que escuche esta información, usted tiene la oportunidad de responder a lo que las víctimas han mencionado.
Sorry, I forgot to mention we have victim advocate Laura Flanagan here with us today. Thank you for being here with us, Laura. Laura Flanagan.
Y bueno, se me olvidó mencionar que tengo a Laura Flanagan aquí, de los advocados a las víctimas. Ella está con nosotros. Ella será la que se estará dando esa información.
Mr. Hernandez, part of the purpose of today's hearing is to allow you to point out any errors or inaccuracies from the blue disclosure packet that we sent to you.
Señor Hernández, una parte de esta audiencia es para permitirle a usted que nos mencione cualquier información que no haya estado en el paquete azul que usted recibió.
Okay. point in time, are there any errors or inaccuracies in that disclosure that you'd like to discuss with me?
En este momento, ¿nos puede decir si hay algún error o alguna información que sea incorrecta que usted quiera discutir conmigo el día de hoy?
No, todo está claro.
No, everything is clear.
Okay. Your commitment offenses are 2 counts of sexual abuse of a child, second-degree felony,
Sus cargos son dos crímenes de abuso sexual a un menor.
Sí, así es.
dealing in harmful materials to a minor, a third-degree felony.
Y un tercer crimen que es guardar cosas a menores que son dañinas, dar cosas a menores que son dañinas.
You are serving a maximum aggregate sentence of between 2 and up to 35 years in prison.
Usted está recibiendo una sentencia o es posible recibir una sentencia de 2 hasta 30 años en prisión.
Per statute, at the 30-year maximum, that sentence will expire on March 14th of 2049.
De acuerdo a los estatutos, esa sentencia puede expirar hasta marzo 3 de 20. I'm sorry, March 3rd of
2049.
Okay, marzo 3 del 2049.
Your expiration means the longest amount of time the board will retain jurisdiction or the longest amount of time this sentence can proceed.
Eso, la fecha de expiración es el tiempo mayor que esta sentencia puede durar.
Guideline calls for 72 months of incarceration.
De acuerdo a la guía, son 72 meses de encarcelación.
That would lead to you being released on March 14th of 2025, or really this month.
Y bueno, por la guía puede ser liberado marzo 14, que bueno, ya pasó, o que es mañana del 2025, de acuerdo a la guía.
The Board of Pardons is not bound by that guideline. They can release you at any point in time up until the expiration of sentence.
La Junta de Perdones no necesariamente tiene que seguir esa guía. Ellos lo pueden liberar en cualquier momento de su sentencia.
Okay.
The board, in making that decision, will consider all relevant factors in your case.
La Junta va a considerar toda la información relevante en su caso.
I note in September of 2021, the board scheduled today's hearing with the Sex Offender Treatment Program memo.
Sé que la Junta agendó esta cita en septiembre con una información.
Sex Offender Treatment Program memo.
Con la información de ofensor sexual, del tratamiento de ofensor sexual.
Board noted an expectation that you complete all recommended sex offender treatment and comply with your case action plan.
Y bueno, la Junta mencionó que usted tenía que terminar todo este tratamiento para ofensor sexual. Y el plan.
And the board noted that any claim of restitution would be addressed at today's hearing.
Y bueno, la Junta mencionó que cualquier tipo de restitución se llevará a cabo en esta Junta el día de hoy.
In October of 2024, the board recognized an earned time credit because you completed your high school diploma.
En octubre del 2024, la Junta reconoció el crédito que hizo porque completó su diploma de la preparatoria.
I do also note we received a ICE detainer we have on our file.
También noto que aquí tenemos en nuestro documento una detención de ICE.
That Document says that probable cause exists that you are, quote, a removable alien.
Y bueno, ese documento menciona que causa probable existe y que usted es un indocumentado removible.
Any release from the state prison will be to the federal authorities for deportation proceedings.
Cualquier manera de libertad será transferido a los agentes federales para deportación.
So we need to discuss today is case 191500490.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that number?
Yeah, so 191500490.
Ok, y el caso que vamos a discutir el día de hoy es el caso número 195150049. ¿Correcto?
Approximately 2007 or 2008, you sexually abused your stepdaughter when she was 7 and 8 years old.
De acuerdo a la información, en el 2007 y en el 2008, usted abusó de su hijastra que tenía 7 años.
The abuse consisted of removing the victim's clothing,
El abuso consistía en removerle la ropa a la víctima,
removing your clothing,
quitarse la ropa a usted
and attempting to engage in sexual intercourse with the victim.
e intentar tener interacción sexual con la víctima.
The official report says this occurred, quote, a few times.
El reporte oficial dice que esto ocurrió un par de veces.
You also exposed this victim to pornography.
También expuso a esta víctima a la pornografía.
In one instance, you offered the victim a $1 bill,
En una instancia le ofreció a la víctima $1,
but when the victim reached for the bill, you exposed your penis on which you had placed that bill.
y cuando la víctima estiró para tomar ese $1, usted expuso su pene para que la víctima lo viera.
The victim reported this abuse in 2016.
La víctima reportó este abuso en el 2016.
At that time, the police learned that you also sexually abused this first victim's half-sister,
Y en ese momento la corte se dio cuenta que usted también abusó de esta víctima de su media hermana,
when she was between the ages of 6 and 12.
cuando ella tenía la edad de 6 a 12.
You showed this second victim pornography first at the age of 6.
Le mostró pornografía a esta víctima a la edad de 6 años.
Report states you showed this victim pornography more than 10 times.
El reporte menciona que usted le mostró la pornografía a esta víctima más de 10 veces.
You also touched this victim both over the clothing and over this victim's underwear.
Y que también, el reporte también menciona que usted tocó a la víctima sobre su ropa y su ropa interior.
You touched this victim's, the official report says, quote, you touched this victim's private parts more than 5 times.
El reporte oficial menciona que usted tocó las partes privadas de esta víctima más de 5 veces.
Also says when the victim was 11 years old,
También dice que cuando la víctima tenía 11 años,
when this victim wanted things or wanted to go places,
cuando esta víctima quería cosas o quería ir a lugares,
you would tell her she would get those things if she, quote, touched your privates.
que usted le decía a la víctima que si ella quería estas cosas, tenía que tocar sus partes privadas.
The ultimate instance of abuse occurred about 2 months prior to it being reported to police.
La última instancia del abuso ocurrió 2 meses antes de ser reportada a la policía.
After this abuse was reported, you fled.
Después de que este abuso se reportó, usted huyó.
3 years later, you returned to the area and you were arrested.
3 años después, usted regresó al área y fue arrestado.
Is the summary accurate as to what occurred in the case?
¿Es este resumen exacto de lo que ocurrió en este caso?
Más o menos, sí.
Yes.
What's different? What is not accurate?
¿Qué es diferente? ¿Qué no es exacto?
Creo que todo está como los reportes primeros.
¿Puede repetir eso, por favor?
Creo que todo es correcto como, como los primeros reportes que dieron.
I think everything is correct for all the reports that were given.
I'm not asking about the reports. I'm asking you what happened. Is that accurate as to what happened in the case?
No le estoy preguntando sobre los reportes, le estoy preguntando lo que pasó. ¿Todo lo que pasó es exacto?
Sí, es exacto.
Yes, it's exact.
You abused these victims as is reported in the official versions?
¿Usted abusó de estas víctimas así como se reportó en las versiones originales?
Sí.
Yes.
Thank you for answering my questions. As I understand your previous statements, you had never made that statement. So thank you for answering the questions I've asked.
Muchas gracias por responder mis preguntas. Conforme el reporte, usted no había mencionado esto. Le agradezco mucho que haya contestado esta pregunta.
What's you abusing these victims?
¿Qué ocurrió para que usted abusara de estas víctimas?
Honestamente, no estoy seguro, pero creo que así como yo fui abusado en mi país cuando era niño, pensé que todo era normal y que no pasaba nada porque no pasó nada conmigo cuando yo estaba en mi país.
Honestly, I'm not sure. I feel like because when I was young, I was abused in my country. I just thought it was normal, and because nothing happened with me in my case, I thought that abuse was normal.
Where did you go after the abuse was reported? Where were you during that 3-year period of time?
¿A dónde fue usted en el periodo de 3 años después de que el abuso pasó cuando usted huyó?
No salí del estado por 5 meses. Estuve en St. George trabajando normalmente.
I didn't leave the state for 5 months. I was working in St. George like normal.
Y luego me fui para Denver, que me ofrecieron un trabajo muy bueno para poder yo mandarle dinero a mi ex esposa por mis niños cada fin de semana.
Then I went to Denver. I got offered a really good job, and I took it so I could actually send money to my ex-wife for my kids.
If I'm understanding correctly, your statement is after this abuse was reported, you remained in St. George for 6 months, and the rest of the time you were in Denver?
5 months.
5 months?
5 months.
Sorry, if you'd like to translate that, just so we
Okay.
have the record.
Yes. Nada más para estar correcto, usted estuvo en St. George por 6 meses y después se fue a trabajar a Denver.
Sí, correcto.
Yes, correct.
Why did you return to Utah?
¿Por qué regresó a Utah?
Porque de alguna forma yo quería, yo me sentía como prisión cuando estaba lejos de mi familia y de alguna forma quería pagar por lo que hice y por eso regresé. Nomás que no me atreví a entregarme a la policía, pero sí estuve en St. George por otro año más antes de que ellos me arrestaran.
So, when I left, I felt like imprisoned without my family. So I came back so I could pay for my mistakes. But I couldn't turn myself in. I didn't have the courage to turn myself in. And I was in St. George. ¿Usted estaba en St. George por cuánto tiempo, perdón?
Por 13 meses más antes de que ellos me arrestaran.
And I was in St. George for 13 more months before I got arrested.
I don't believe any restitution has been ordered in this case.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
I don't believe that any restitution has been ordered in this case.
No creo que ningún tipo de restitución ha sido ordenado en este caso.
Court of Pardons has the authority to order restitution if it is requested and ordered according to established procedures.
O perdones tampoco no se han solicitado, pero de acuerdo a los estatutos que tenemos.
Restitution is ordered. Are you willing to pay that restitution?
Si la restitución es ordenada, ¿usted está dispuesto a pagar por esa restitución?
Completamente sí.
Completely yes.
Since arriving at the prison, you successfully completed MRT and high school.
En cuanto usted llegó a la prisión, sorry, completó MRI,
MRT.
MRT y la high school, la preparatoria.
Sí.
What have you learned?
What was that?
What have you learned?
¿Qué ha aprendido?
Primeramente, lo que he aprendido es aunque no me crea, pero hablar más inglés y estudiar educarme para ser una mejor persona y para también agarrar mi high school diploma. Y cuando llegue a Guatemala, sé que me va a servir para entrar al colegio, a la universidad, perdón. Y quiero ser un dentista, por eso es que le he echado tantas ganas. Pero hay muchas cosas que he aprendido, como ser mejor padre de familia. Oye, ¿quieres traducir eso primero?
Sí, por favor, gracias. Well, all the things that I have learned is the reason why, even if you might not believe me, I have learned to speak better English. I have also learned to be a better person. I am getting educated because in the future, I do want to go to college and be a dentist. So I know that my high school degree will help me with getting into college in Guatemala.
Y muchas cosas como respetar más a las personas, ser mejor amigo, mejor compañero, mejor hermano para todos mis hermanos, mejor hijo para mis padres. Y lo más importante de todo es que si ustedes me dan el privilegio de poder tener una oportunidad de salir de aquí, todo eso que he hecho mal, quisiera poder regresar el tiempo y tal vez tener la oportunidad de no hacerlo, pero lastimosamente es muy tarde. Pero lo que más quiero y he aprendido es estoy arrepentido por lo que hice y no quiero que nunca más hacerle daño a ninguna otra persona, a ningún niño, porque tengo mis hijos y tengo 2 hijas que tienen 5 y 7 años de edad y no quisiera que nadie les hiciera daño como lo que hice yo.
Okay, this will be a little bit of a summary. Something that I have also learned in school is to be to respect other people, to be a better friend, a better son, a better person in general. It is very important for you guys to know that if you give me the opportunity to sometime get out of here, I can actually try to fix everything that I have done wrong. I know you might think it's too late, but I have learned a lot of things. I never want to hurt kids again. I actually have 2 daughters. My daughters are 5 and 7, and I really wouldn't want anyone to hurt them. So if you guys give me the opportunity, I do want to be a better person if it is not too late.
Where are your children?
¿Dónde están sus hijos?
St. George.
St. George.
2021, the Utah Department of Corrections submitted a psychosexual evaluation.
En el 2021, el Departamento de Correcciones hizo una evaluación psicosexual.
In the document, the Department of Corrections identifies a below average risk of reoffense using their standard assessment tools.
Y bueno, de acuerdo a lo que ellos documentaron, es que está debajo en la parte de abajo del riesgo para reincidencia.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Just on that risk level, the Utah Department of Corrections recommends that you not participate in sex offense treatment while incarcerated.
I'm sorry, can I relay that back to you? Because of the risk level, they asked for him not to participate in the sex offender class?
Recommend that you not do the sex offender class while incarcerated.
Okay. Por lo tanto, como es un riesgo bajo, ellos recomendaron que no hiciera la clase de ofensor sexual durante su encarcelamiento.
Utah Department of Corrections instead recommends that you do community treatment, so treatment in the community.
Ellos eligieron que en lugar de hacer eso, que hiciera tratamiento dentro de la comunidad.
Despite that recommendation, that recommendation is one piece of information that the board will consider after today's hearing.
Esa recomendación, a pesar de esa recomendación, esa es solo una recomendación que se da y será tomada en cuenta.
Board ultimately will decide if you're required to complete sex offense treatment prior to release.
Y la Junta decidirá con esa recomendación si está requerido que usted reciba tratamiento de ofensor sexual durante su encarcelamiento.
Are you willing to do sex offense treatment?
¿Usted está dispuesto a hacer tratamiento de ofensor sexual?
Claro que sí, estoy dispuesto.
Yes, I am.
Note, my understanding is that you plan to live in Guatemala. The federal authorities have reported that you likely will be deported. The Department of Corrections recommends, or I guess, do you want to just translate till there?
Yes. De acuerdo a lo que me está diciendo, usted me está diciendo que usted regresaría a Guatemala en caso de que usted fuera deportado.
And the federal government has reported you likely will be deported.
El gobierno federal está reportando que lo más probable es que usted sea deportado.
If you were allowed to complete treatment in the community, what would that look like? Where would you do that? Have you thought about that? Did you discuss that with the evaluator that did the psychosexual?
Si usted tuviera esa oportunidad de hacer su tratamiento en la comunidad, ¿dónde lo haría? ¿Cómo se vería eso? ¿Dónde tuvo oportunidad de hablar con el evaluador que le dio esta información de dónde lo haría, ese tipo de tratamiento?
Creo que no, porque todavía no sabía si lo iba a hacer o no. Entonces, lo puedo hacer en mi país, pero tengo que buscar un centro para poder hacerlo. Pero tendría que ser en mi país por mi caso, porque voy a ser deportado para allá.
I don't think we talked about that. I think they were not sure if I had or didn't have to do that treatment. So I would have to look for a place in my country if I'm being deported, a place in my country where I can do that type of treatment.
Okay. Now, you have no disciplinary violations. You've held various jobs, all with good ratings, and housing staff gives a very positive report of your behavior and attitude, so I'll note that.
Se ha mencionado que usted no ha tenido ningún llamado de atención de disciplina, ha tenido varios trabajos y bueno, eso es algo que se va a reportar también de su buen comportamiento.
I note, if you are granted parole, it will include immigration conditions.
Sé que si, tengo una nota que si le dan libertad condicional, sí tendrá condiciones de migración.
Includes one,
Eso incluye 1,
submit to federal authorities for deportation proceedings.
Ir con las autoridades federales para asistir a las juntas para deportación.
You are deported, do not return to the United States or Utah without lawful permission.
Si usted es deportado, no puede regresar a los Estados Unidos o a Utah sin permiso de la ley.
On an additional note, I note that if you are deported, returning illegally to this country would be a violation of your parole.
Y bueno, tomando nota sobre esto, que si usted es deportado, pero por alguna razón regresa al país, va a quebrantar esa libertad condicional que se le ha mencionado.
That would allow the board to require you to serve the remainder of your 30-year sentence in prison solely for returning illegally to the country.
Y bueno, eso le permitiría a las autoridades federales que usted cumpla su encarcelamiento de 30 años en la prisión si fuese a regresar ilegalmente al país.
Third condition,
La tercera condición,
if you are not deported, report to adult probation and parole within 48 hours for additional parole conditions.
que si no es deportado, usted tendría que asistir a su oficial de libertad condicional para que le den las condiciones de su estancia aquí.
Do you understand those conditions?
¿Usted entiende estas condiciones?
Sí, muy claramente.
Yes, clearly.
Willing to abide by those conditions?
¿Y está dispuesto a abatir estas reglas, estas condiciones?
¿Puede repetir, por favor?
Que si está dispuesto a seguir estas condiciones?
Oh, sí, claro, claro que sí.
Yes, of course.
I also note, if at any point you are allowed to live in the United States, you would be on parole in Utah.
Y también noto que si usted es permitido vivir en los Estados Unidos, estaría con libertad condicional en Utah.
Part of this would be a requirement that's called Group A sex offender conditions.
Una parte de esto es que usted sería parte del grupo A de ofensores sexuales.
Those conditions, you would be required to complete an evaluation and all recommended sex offense treatment.
De las condiciones es que tendría que hacer una evaluación de ofensor sexual y cumplir todas las condiciones de ofensor sexual que se le incluyen.
By a curfew as ordered.
Tendría que tener una hora de llegada a su casa.
Contact with any victims unless approved.
Ningún contacto con ninguna víctima al menos de que sea aprobado.
Contact or association with children under the age of 18 without approvals from supervisors.
Ningún tipo de contacto con niños menores de 18 años sin autorización de su oficial de libertad condicional.
Anywhere children congregate or are reasonably expected to be.
No estar en ningún lugar donde los niños, hay varios niños o están niños en esa ubicación.
Submit to random polygraph exams.
Hacer pruebas de polígrafo.
Not be in possession of sexual stimulus material.
No estar en posesión de ningún artículo de estimulación sexual.
Have all employment and addresses approved.
Tener todas sus direcciones y trabajos aprobados por su oficial.
You understand what that means, those conditions, if you were allowed to live in this country, what that would mean?
¿Usted entiende las condiciones si se le permitiera vivir en este país?
Sí, sí entiendo.
Yes, I understand.
Do you have any questions about those things for me?
¿Tiene alguna pregunta sobre estas condiciones para mí?
No, todo está claro.
No, everything is clear.
Reviewed your written submissions about your plans if and when you are released?
Ya estoy revisando sus sumisiones de los planes, si es dejado a la libertad o no.
I want to give you a chance today to explain or state on the record what your plans would be if you are granted a release.
Y le quiero dar la oportunidad para que usted exprese esto o cualquier otra cosa, si usted planea o si usted es dejado en libertad.
¿Cuáles son mis planes? ¿Es lo que quiere decir?
Are you asking what my plans are?
Yes, if you'd like to make a statement about that, I'd like to give you the opportunity.
Me gustaría darle la oportunidad de, si usted quiere mencionar algo, darle la oportunidad de hablar en este momento.
Bueno, pues mis planes, si tengo la oportunidad de salir, de ser deportado para mi país, porque seguramente hay un 100% de posibilidades de que voy a ser deportado por mi crimen, y mis planes son llegar allá y estar con mis padres, aunque tengo mi casita, pero mis padres están bien ancianos ya y ya no pueden por sí solos, y quiero cuidarlos por el resto de sus días, trabajar duro y
¿Lo puedo interrumpir
Sí, por favor.
para poder traducir eso? Well, if I am deported, I do want to just say that if I am deported, which I think it's 100% probability that I will be deported, for my crime, I would like to be with my parents, even though I already have a house. My parents are old and I think they need my help to be taken care of.
Y están solos, y mi madre ha tenido muchas recaídas, es diabética y no se puede parar por sí sola, pero mientras estoy con ellos voy a trabajar con mis hermanos, y voy a poner mi plan es poner un restaurante de comida y a la vez ir a la universidad, a la escuela para adultos, para poder graduarme en la universidad y ser un ejemplo para mis hijos, porque ellos van a estar solos lejos de mí, y si un día ellos crecen, cuando ya estén grandes y quieren visitarme, yo poder tener un lugar donde recibirlos y para poder que ellos me conozcan o que estén conmigo algún día que ellos quieren ir para Guatemala y estén orgullosos de mí, y por eso es que quiero seguir echando ganas y estudiando mucho, para que ellos sigan mi ejemplo y no quiten de la escuela como mi hijo más grande lo ha hecho.
So, so if I do leave, I will take care of my parents because they are alone. My mom is diabetic, and she has had a lot of fallbacks with her disease. I would also go and work with my brothers. I want to open a restaurant, and at the same time go to school. I want to be an example for my kids, because they are going to be without me. And just so if in the future, anytime when they're older, they want to come and visit me, I would have a place for them to stay. If they ever want to visit me, I want them to be proud of me and what I've accomplished where I am. I want them to stay in school. I want to be an example for them. And I also would, I wouldn't want them to kind of drop out of school, because my oldest son has already dropped out of school. So I wouldn't want my girls to drop out of school.
At this point, we'll have the victim impact statements. Laura, are you prepared at this time to make those statements?
Yes, I
En
am.
este
Can you
mom-
hear me?
Let's just allow Monica to translate first.
En este momento vamos va a hablar la persona del impacto de víctimas y nos va a mencionar. Laura, ¿me puedes escuchar?
Laura, can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
If you just would raise your, don't have to turn your camera on. Let me know when your hand is raised. I'll swear you in quickly.
It's raised.
Do you swear to the statement you're about to read is accurate as to what's been provided by the victims?
I do.
Thank you. And then if you don't mind, just maybe go line by line so Monica can translate as you read those statements, and you may proceed when ready.
Okay. This is from the first victim, Melissa.
Esta es de la primera víctima, Melissa.
During the years of suppressed emotions, trauma, depression, and feelings of invalidation can severely impact one's well-being.
Durante los años de este abuso, yo tuve mucha depresión, muchos sentimientos suprimidos, muchos sentimientos que yo no pude controlar.
I would never want anyone else to endure the painful journey and trauma that my sister, Kathleen, and I faced.
No me gustaría que nadie tuviera el dolor que mi hermana Catalina y yo tuvimos. No me gustaría que nadie viviera eso.
It's truly a heart-wrenching experience that has changed our lives forever.
Es verdaderamente una experiencia de dolor que ha cambiado nuestras vidas para siempre.
After years of confronting my resurfaced trauma, I am proud to say that I feel I have made significant progress in my healing journey.
Después de muchos años de vivir con este trauma, puedo decir que con la terapia que he recibido estoy mejorando en mi camino de esta situación.
However, that does not mean that the memories of the situation and thoughts associated with it are entirely behind me.
Sin embargo, eso no significa que esta situación ni la situación en la que viví tan dolorosa esté olvidada.
I believe I'm still searching for closure that I might find within my healing journey.
Creo que sigo buscando dejar de sentir ese dolor.
Ultimately, I want my sister and I to live without fear, guilt, and shame caused by this situation.
Últimamente, lo único que me gustaría es que mi hermana y yo pudiéramos vivir sin el miedo, la vergüenza que sentimos aún todavía todos los días.
As for his sentencing, I believe that if he's released early than anticipated,
Referente a él, quiero decir que si él es soltado antes del tiempo,
not only would I fear for my life,
yo no solamente yo temería por mi vida,
but I would fear for Kathleen's life and any other child he would put in danger.
pero temería por mi vida, por la vida de mi hermana y cualquier otro niño que él puede poner en peligro.
What he did to us was wrong and it will never be right.
Lo que él nos hizo estuvo mal y nunca va a estar bien.
Nothing will ever justify what he did to be okay.
Nada va a justificar nunca que lo que él hizo estuviera bien.
That's the end of the one for Melissa, so I'm going to read the other one now.
Laura, I have a copy of that one here I've reviewed. I just quickly, and it's okay if there's no answer to this, but I do think it's important that the board have clear ideas so that they can consider the victim's input.
Muy rápidamente quiero que la Junta tenga en validez esto para que pueda sentir lo que la víctima sintió.
It says, if he is released, quote, earlier than anticipated, and again, it's okay if you don't have an answer to this, but do you know or have you been told what that anticipation is for the victims?
I have not.
Okay. That's okay, perfect. If you want to translate, Monica.
Muy rápidamente, ella le está preguntando a Laura que si usted es soltado en libertad, cómo se vería eso, que si ella tiene alguna información sobre esto y ella contestó que no la tiene.
Laura, you may proceed with the second statement. Thank you for that.
You're welcome. This was not easy for me to write, nor will it ever be easy for me to speak of.
Esto es sobre la segunda víctima y bueno, la segunda víctima menciona que esto no es fácil de hablar.
For years, I carried the weight of emotions I did not know how to process.
Por muchos años yo cargué con emociones que yo no podía procesar.
Trauma, fear, sadness, and the pain feeling of being unheard.
El trauma, el dolor, la tristeza que yo no podía controlar.
The weight of those experiences have been overwhelming at times.
El peso de estas experiencias han sido abrumadoras a veces, algunas veces,
Affecting not only our well-being, but also our ability to trust,
que afectan no solamente nuestro bienestar, sino la habilidad de poder confiar en alguien más,
to feel safe, and to live without fear.
para sentirme segura y para poder vivir sin miedo.
The pain my sister Melissa and I experience is something no one should ever have to endure.
El dolor que mi hermana Melissa y yo sentimos no es alguien que nadie debería tener que sentir.
It has left lasting scars, reshaping the way we see the world and how we move through it.
Ha dejado muchas cicatrices de vida, manteniéndonos y cambiando la manera en que podemos vivir nuestra vida.
No one should ever have to go through the pain we faced.
Nadie nunca debería de sentir el dolor que nosotros sentimos.
Healing has been a long and difficult journey, and despite everything, I am proud of how far I have come.
Sanar esto ha sido un camino muy difícil, pero estoy muy orgullosa de lo lejos que he llegado en este proceso.
It has taken time, strength, and patience.
Ha tomado mucho tiempo, espacio y mucha paciencia.
An immense effort to confront the past and begin reclaiming parts of myself that I felt lost.
Y bueno, me he metido a regresar estos momentos para recuperar todo el pasado que perdí, todo el tiempo que perdí.
However, healing does not mean erasing.
Sin embargo, la sanación no significa borrar esto.
The memories of what happened and emotions tied to them do not simply disappear.
Las memorias de lo que pasó y todo lo que está unido a esto que pasó no se borran.
They still resurface and linger sometimes loudly.
Muchas veces salen y vuelven a resurgir, muchas veces más fuertes que nunca.
Sometimes quietly reminding me that the wounds take a lifetime to fully mend.
Muchas veces recordándome que las heridas toman muchos años, mucho tiempo, una vida para sanar.
I have spent years still searching for closure.
He pasado muchos años buscando cerrar este capítulo en mi vida.
And I'm still in hopes that I will find peace again and be able to move forward.
Y sigo con la esperanza de que en algún momento voy a encontrar paz y poder seguir adelante con mi vida.
The idea of him being released early fills me with deep anxiety and fear.
La idea que lo suelten antes me da mucho miedo y mucha ansiedad.
If he is allowed to re-enter society before completing his sentence,
si él es permitido entrar a la sociedad antes de completar su sentencia,
I will live in constant fear for both my safety and the safety of others he may harm.
voy a vivir constantemente por la seguridad mía y por la seguridad de otras personas que él puede dañar.
What he did was intentional and unforgivable.
Lo que él hizo fue intencional e imperdonable.
There's absolutely no justification for his actions, and the damage he has caused can never be undone.
No hay justificación por sus actos y por el dolor que él causó, y eso que hizo no puede ser deshecho.
Thank you for listening to my voice and for understanding the importance of this decision.
Gracias por escuchar mi voz y por entender
That's it.
mi opinión sobre esta decisión. Eso es todo.
Thank you, Laura, for reading those statements. Thank you to the victims who have provided them. I have the copies of those statements and the board will have access to that input.
Muchas gracias, Laura, por leer lo de las víctimas. La Junta tendrá una copia y acceso a esta información de las víctimas.
Mr. Hernandez, you may provide any response you have to those statements and also make any closing statements of information that you'd like the Board of Pardons to know as they make a decision.
Señor Hernández, usted tiene la oportunidad de responder a esto o cualquier otra cosa que usted quiera mencionar para que la Junta lo escuche.
Sí, completamente estoy de acuerdo a todo lo que ellas dicen.
I completely agree with everything they say.
Las entiendo perfectamente por mi pasado también cuando yo era niño y exactamente.
I can understand them 100%. For my
Sí.
past, when I was a child, I can also feel that.
Siento lo mismo, que nunca se olvida todo lo que le hacen a uno cuando está niño.
I feel the same way. You never forget anything that is done to you when you're a child.
Pero yo lo siento mucho por ellas porque ellas no merecen lo que yo les hice y quizás si yo pensara hacer lo mismo o hacerles daño, yo preferiría alejarme simplemente de todos para que no sientan temor de nada y que no vuelvan a saber de mí, porque si eso les da miedo, quiero decirles que no tienen por qué preocuparse, que lo único que yo quiero es que me perdonen y echarle ganas para salir adelante y que no quisiera, pero no puedo regresar el tiempo para arreglar esos errores que cometí, que les hice mucho daño. Pero que por favor no tengan
I
miedo.
completely understand what they are feeling, and I am sorry for what I did to them, and I'm sorry for how they feel about being afraid of me. And what I can do is what I would do would be stay as far away if they feel fear of me as I can from them. I don't want to hurt them again. I wouldn't want to hurt them. If I could take back time, I wouldn't have done that, but I can't.
Sí, pues les pido perdón con todo mi corazón y pues no puedo hacer nada, simplemente pedirles perdón y espero que puedan recuperarse por completo de su pasado y de lo que les hice y de su trauma. Que Dios les ayude y las cuide mucho donde quiera que esté, porque no les tengo ningún rencor y sé que con todo su derecho ellas me denunciaron y yo he aprendido mucho estando aquí, muchas cosas buenas que si no hubiera sido encarcelado no hubiera aprendido allá afuera. Entonces les agradezco también de todo corazón.
So I want to ask for forgiveness for all the harm that I have done to them. I do hope they continue their healing journey and that they do get better. I have no bad feelings towards them. I really hope that they can get better from their past and from what I did to them. I do pray that God helps them continue this journey. And I want to thank them for telling on me. I know that being in prison did help me, and I have learned a lot of things here, good things, better things, how to be a better person. So I'm thankful to them for for this opportunity of learning and becoming a better person.
What I'll do from here is take your case under advisement.
Lo que voy a hacer en este momento es que vamos a tomar su caso para revisión.
I've prepared a report before today's hearing, and I'll include what's been discussed at today's hearing into that report.
Yo he preparado un reporte antes de esta junta y bueno, voy a agregar cualquier dato sobre esta audiencia para
I will sub-
entregársela a la junta.
I will submit that to the members of the board. There's 5 board members and they make decisions by majority vote.
Le voy a mandar esto a los miembros de la junta. Hay 5 miembros en esta junta.
It takes 3 out of 5 to make a decision. Usually that takes, sometimes it can take just a few days, but it can take up to a few weeks or months for a decision to be made.
Son 5 miembros de la junta. Se necesita un voto mayoritario, por lo menos 3 votos de los 5. Y bueno, puede tomar algunos días, a meses o semanas.
Once a decision is made, it will be sent in writing to you, Mr. Hernandez, and it will also be posted on the Board of Pardons website.
Una vez que esa decisión sea tomada, se le mandará a usted, señor Hernández, y también se va a publicar en la Junta de Libertad Provisional.
With that, thank everyone who's participated in today's hearing. I wish you the best of luck moving forward, and we will go ahead and conclude.
Quiero dar las gracias a todas las personas que están en esta junta. Les deseo lo mejor y vamos a concluir esta junta.
And Monica, now that we're off record, thank you for translating today. I have in my notes, excellent job. I think and I'm really impressed.